5 fiancées came to see me, and the school beauty was anxious. Disciple, starting today, you must leave the mountain and find the 7 fated ones. Only then can you break their calamity and achieve the great Tao. In a Taoist temple deep in the mountains, the old white-haired Taoist seriously spoke to the young, delicate, and slightly mischievous little Taoist. The little Taoist interrupted impatiently, "You old fool, you're kicking me out again. I promise, I won't cut off the internet signal next time you video call the beautiful widow down the mountain. You, naughty, stinky disciple." That was to show her acupoints for medical treatment. I was wondering why the screen froze during the call. I saw it, her skirt was halfway off. You're showing acupoints? I don't even want to point it out to you. Stinky disciple, stop spouting nonsense. How am I spouting nonsense? Is it either 120 gigabytes hard drive mine that you stole? Cough, cough. That was to study advanced postures. How can you call it stealing? Pervert. The little Taoist sneered. Listen up, disciple, I'm not kicking you out, you have a mission. Suddenly, the old Taoist's face changed, and he grinned. The 7 fated ones all have engagements with you, and each one is a stunning beauty. Among them, there's a beautiful CEO, a fashionable flight attendant, a stunning policewoman, a pretty student, and even a famous actress. Master, stop talking, actually, I don't want to leave the mountain because I can't bear to part with you. Ning Chen exclaimed with wild joy, clinging to the old Taoist's pant leg. Get lost. The old Taoist pulled out a yellow paper and said, 3 of these 7 girls are in Shanghai, 2 are in the provincial capital of Nanling, and the others are in. Master, keep this paper safe, you're getting old, you might forget and end up using it as toilet paper. Ning Chen quickly snatched the yellow paper, treating it as a treasure. You have 3 years. If you can't win the hearts of these 7 girls, then prepare to face a calamity. The old Taoist's words were interrupted when Ning Chen swiftly ran out of the temple. Master, I'm taking the rare treasure you hid under your pillow wrapped in the black stockings the widow gave you as travel money. No need to send me off. See you. Damn. Get lost, brat. Don't come back. How beautiful. The face, the waist, the legs are even more beautiful. The girls outside are just so fresh, dress less, eye candy, wonderful. A voice of admiration rang out in a high-speed train compartment. Seated was a handsome young man in coarse Taoist robes, disheveled. He was none other than Ning Chen, the little Taoist from the Deep Mountain Temple. Next to him sat a stunningly beautiful, fashionable young girl with headphones in her ears, listening to music. She wore a cool outfit, a tank top on top, and shorts below, exposing her slender waist and long, white legs. She wore black strappy sandals, and her toes were as smooth as jade. Ning Chen stared at the beauty without blinking, then sighed and muttered, such a beauty, everything is perfect, but unfortunately, not good for childbearing. The girl had already heard Ning Chen mumbling and couldn't help but take off her headphones, her eyes blazing with anger. You brat, who are you calling not good for childbearing? Are you sick? The lady is mistaken. I am a Taoist master, skilled in medicine and Taoist arts, specializing in treating difficult diseases and various grievances. Ning Chen replied seriously, claiming to be the descendant of a Taoist master, with skills in both Taoist magic and medicine, enough to deserve the title. Taoist master? More like a scammy little swindler. HMPH, who do you think you are, saying I'm not good for childbearing? The girl was fuming, wishing she could dig out Ning Chen's eyeballs. This damn Taoist, he looks alright, but why does he behave so carelessly, so infatuated with women? HMPH. He even managed to sit in a business seat, he must have scammed the money. The girl thought bitterly, grinding her teeth in frustration, wondering how such a person could stare at her the whole way. She found it despicable. Ning Chen's gaze fell to the girl's backside, and he smiled and shook his head, saying you're not good for childbearing is because your butt isn't tight and perky enough. If I'm not mistaken, this is the part of your body you're most dissatisfied with. You're lucky to have met me, I have a special ointment, buttocks enhancement ointment. After applying it, it increases fat and tightens muscles, creating a firmer and perkier result. Would you like to try it? Chapter 2, In Times of Crisis. You filthy scoundrel. HMPH. You should be the one to apply it, your whole family should apply it. Before Ning Chen could finish, the girl grew furious, her delicate body trembling with anger, causing waves of disturbance in front of her. Ning Chen had indeed struck the nail on the head. The girl's biggest dissatisfaction with her body was indeed her flat buttocks. However, the words, buttocks enhancing cream, were nothing short of humiliating to her. Calm down. This ointment is not easy to make, it requires dozens of herbs to be boiled together. When using it, I also need to apply massage techniques to achieve the best effect. Seeing that we're fated, I can offer you the massage for free, but the cream still costs 2,000 for a pair of patches, Ning Chen said, pulling out 2 patches of ointment from his shabby cloth bag. 2,000? Have you gone mad thinking about money? Free massage? You filthy pervert. The girl angrily stood up from her seat. A patch of ointment meant 2 pieces, 1 for each side, and combined with the massage technique. Thinking about that scene, the girl was instantly embarrassed. At that moment, from the adjacent business class seat came the sound of violent vomiting and pained moans. Please hold on. Our medical team is on their way. Hold on. It turned out that a pregnant woman was experiencing severe abdominal cramps and vomiting. The train attendants quickly arrived with medical staff. Normally, this wouldn't be much of a problem, but this pregnant woman was well into her 3rd trimester, nearly 9 months pregnant. Any small misstep could cost 2 lives. The medical staff on the high-speed train quickly attempted emergency measures, but there was no improvement. The woman's vomiting worsened, and her face grew pale and exhausted, her vital energy drained. Everyone started panicking. Please, help my wife. Help my wife, I beg you. The pregnant woman's husband, a man in his 30s, collapsed to his knees and begged repeatedly. Sir, please stand up, don't do that. Our medical team here on the train is limited in capability. We've done everything we can. The next station is an hour away. We hope your wife can hold on until the ambulance arrives. The train conductor hurried over after hearing the news and tried to console their husband. Blood. She's bleeding. Suddenly, their husband trembled all over, his pupils dilating with shock and panic. Because, unknown to everyone, blood had begun to flow from the pregnant woman's legs as she slumped helplessly in her seat. It was a terrifying sight. Blood. Blood. Everyone present was horrified and panic-stricken. Don't worry, it's just a small issue. This woman is experiencing abdominal cramps and vomiting due to unstable pregnancy, which is mainly caused by a weak constitution, compounded by her age. The cold energy entered her body, leading to yin deficiency, causing the baby's position to become unstable and resulting in blood loss. Suddenly, a voice came from Ning Chen. The speaker was none other than Ning Chen himself. I have a pregnancy-preserving pill here. After swallowing it, everything will be fine. Hurry and give it to your wife. Normally, it would cost 100,000 per pill, but I'm not selling it. Seeing someone in need but not helping was not Ning Chen's style, especially when 2 lives were at stake. So, he casually handed a pill to their husband. All eyes turned to him. He looked 3 parts like a Taoist, 7 parts like a beggar. How could anyone believe that the pill he handed out would actually work? 100,000 per pill, and he's not selling it. Ridiculous. Their husband hesitated, but he saw his wife trembling, reaching out for the pill, calling out in pain, quick, give me the pill, the pill. The pregnant woman, like a drowning person clutching at a lifeline, grasped for the medicine. But the man hesitated. How could he casually give his wife a pill from someone he didn't know? Quick, give it to me, give it to me. The woman weakly called out. Because the symptoms described by Ning Chen matched exactly what she had been diagnosed with by an old Chinese doctor earlier, she believed that this young man would not lie. Moreover, she was in a life-threatening situation and didn't want to miss any chance for survival. Seeing his wife on the brink of death, with no one else able to help, the man's eyes filled with tears as he silently prayed. Then, trembling, he put the pill into his wife's mouth. Glup. The pregnant woman swallowed it. The black pill dissolved immediately in her throat, and a warm current flowed through her body. Stupid boy, are you crazy? She's pregnant. Aren't you afraid you'll cause her death and get into a legal mess? Suddenly, the angry voice of the girl rang out. She had come over, and upon seeing that Ning Chen had made the pregnant woman swallow the dark pill, she was furious. Wasn't this madness? The attendants and medical staff on the train all stared at Ning Chen. The train conductor exchanged glances with the train police. If something happened to the pregnant woman after taking the pill, they would quickly apprehend this boy. Chapter 3. Is this you, my wife? Ning Chen sat down in his seat and said to the girl jokingly, Beauty, let's make a bet. If this pregnant woman doesn't get better, you can do whatever you want. If she gets better, you have to apologize to me, and I will spank you hard and teach you a lesson. How about it? What are you bragging about? Humph. You charlatan, you are still so young and you don't learn your lesson. Just wait to go to jail. Chen Jie snorted coldly. Of course, she didn't believe that this rogue little Taoist priest could cure diseases and was some kind of heavenly master who came down from the mountains. If you don't dare to gamble, shut up. Coward. Ning Chen said disdainfully. Chen Jie was irritated. TSK, who doesn't dare to gamble? Who is afraid of who? Okay. Ning Chen said with a smile. At this time, several flight attendants came over and looked at Ning Chen with cold eyes, as if he were a criminal. Young man, what did you just feed this pregnant woman? If anything happens to her, you will be held responsible. I don't know what you fed the pregnant woman, and I don't know whether you are really capable or just a fraud. Anyway, don't even think about escaping. Stay here and don't move. Even though the pregnant woman ate it voluntarily, you can't deny your involvement. I have good intentions and I am brave enough to save the dying and the wounded, but I never expected to be misunderstood. No wonder the old man always says that the most difficult thing to cure is not the disease, but the human heart. Ning Chen sighed as he lay in his seat. HMPH. You little liar, you'll be exposed sooner or later, the girl snorted coldly. What do you know? Get ready to be spanked. Stinky Taoist. While the two were arguing, the pregnant woman lying in the chair miraculously got better. The color returned to her pale face, the severe abdominal cramps completely subsided, and the morning sickness completely disappeared. Wife. How do you feel now? Much better. I just took the pill and I felt a warm current in my body. It's so comfortable. It doesn't hurt anymore and I don't want to vomit. The baby in my belly is kicking me again. The pregnant woman's eyes lit up with joy, and she couldn't help but gently touch her belly with her hands, her eyes emitting a maternal glow. That's great, that's great. The man was extremely excited, crying with joy, and holding his wife's hands tightly. Plop. Immediately, he turned around and knelt in front of Ning Chen. Thank you, miracle doctor. Thank you for saving my wife and my child. Thank you. The man cried bitterly with gratitude and kowtowed continuously. You're welcome. Ning Chen quickly helped him up and said with a smile, I'm here to help you because you and your wife are so friendly. I don't care about those who want to punish you without knowing the truth. As he said this, Ning Chen glanced at the train police. These flight attendants were so ashamed that they hung their heads and wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Good doctor, this is a gift from my wife and I. There is 100,000 yuan in the card, and the password is the last 6 digits of the account number. Please don't think it's too little, and you must accept it. The man took out a card and stuffed it into Ning Chen's hand. Please accept it. You saved my wife and the baby in her belly. You are the lifesaver of our whole family. Godly doctor, can you please leave your phone number? My wife and I are both from Shanghai. If you come to Shanghai, I will treat you to a meal and thank you very much. The man spoke sincerely. Ning Chen was too lazy to refuse, so he took the card and took out his cell phone from his pocket. He said a number and the man wrote it down very seriously. Just as he sat back in his chair, a pretty figure came over shyly. She was seen rubbing her hands together, whispering shyly, Hey, well, I misunderstood you just now. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. The sound is very small, as thin as a mosquito. What? Ning Chen pretended not to hear. Hey, didn't you hear me? I've already said sorry to you, what else do you want? Humph. The girl pouted and said unhappily. Hello? I'm not calling hello. I don't know who you are calling. Ning Chen curled his lips and sneered. But you didn't tell me your name. The girl was embarrassed and angry, with a blush on her beautiful face. Ning Chen. Ning Chen said lazily, and then glanced at her, what about you? My name is Chen Jie. Hearing this, Ning Chen's heart trembled. Among the 7 destined people he was looking for, one was called Chen Jie. However, there are many people with the same name and surname in the world. By the way, when is your birthday and what time were you born? I'm a Taoist priest and can help you calculate your fortune. Ning Chen smiled and thought that if he compared her birth date and time, he would be able to confirm whether she was the young lady he was looking for. Really? Chen Jie half believed and half doubted. I was born on March 18, 1997, at 11 o'clock in the evening. What? Ning Chen was stunned. Because, this birth date and horoscope exactly matches that of Chen Jie written on the yellow paper. She is one of the 7 young ladies that Ning Chen is looking for. Ning Chen exclaimed, "Wife, is that you?" Chapter for the second beautiful sister. Chen Jie's face turned red, and she immediately trembled with anger. What are you yelling about? Who is your wife? Have you been engaged by your family since you were a child? And I am the one who is going to marry you. Ning Chen said with surprise, and told him how the old monk with a big nose saved the destined person from the Chen family in Shanghai 20 years ago, and how the Chen family promised to arrange the marriage for you in order to express their gratitude. Upon hearing this, Chen Jie's face turned red as blood. Her father had indeed mentioned this matter, saying that when her father was critically ill, he was saved by an old Taoist priest. To express his gratitude, her father betrothed her to the old Taoist priest's beloved disciple. It's exactly the same as what Ning Chen said. She was very surprised that there could be such a coincidence in the world. She unexpectedly met her fiancé on a high-speed train, and he turned out to be her engaged fiancé. Ning Chen said with a smile, "Okay, honey, let's not talk about anything else for now, let's fulfill our promise just now, while there is no one else here, you hurry up." Chen Jie blushed and said angrily, "Why hurry up? Also, don't yell nonsense, how did I become your wife? Hey, it's only a matter of time before we become a couple. Hurry up, stick your butt out." Ning Chen said seriously. What? Chen Jie was stunned at first, and then felt extremely embarrassed. The two had made a bet before, and if Chen Jie lost, she would be spanked and taught a lesson by Ning Chen. Little friend Chen Jie, you have to be honest. If you lose your integrity at such a young age, who would be willing to be your friend or play games with you in the future? Who is the kid? How am I small? Chen Jie straightened her body, with arrogance written all over her face, and waves arose in front of her. You're so skinny and small. Ning Chen's eyes fell on her back and he murmured, but it's okay. Since you're my wife, I can promise that I'll make you plump and full. You little bastard, if you say that again I'll tear your mouth apart. Chen Jie was furious. Once again, this little bastard touched on her sore spot. However, since she had made a promise, she had no choice but to turn around, facing Ning Chen, frowning, waiting to be punished. Bang! Ning Chen certainly knew how to be gentle and considerate to women, so he simply patted her twice in a nonchalant manner. Wife, there is no elasticity here. How are you going to give birth to a big fat boy for me in the future? Upon hearing this, Chen Jie was so angry that her teeth bared. You little bastard, who is your wife? You took advantage of me and still acted like a good kid. Humph, I'm so pissed off. Ning Chen smiled and didn't argue with her. After all, she is your wife, so you have to be more accommodating to her. After a while, Chen Jie finally couldn't hold it in any longer and asked cautiously, by the way, Ning Chen, you have such great medical skills. The pregnancy-preserving pill just now saved the pregnant woman. So, is there, buttocks, plumping cream you mentioned before really useful? Can you remove the word mar? Ning Chen said proudly. How about this, I'll buy 2 pieces of plaster from you. Chen Jie looked timid, really cute and adorable. Ning Chen glanced at her unhappily and said, we are a couple, so it's too polite to say whether to buy it or not. Of course I'll give it to you for free. But it's best if I can do the massage myself, otherwise, it will take at least 3 applications for it to be effective. Personal massage? That means. Chen Jie's pretty face turned red as she blushed. What is there to be shy about between a couple? Ning Chen said with a smile. HMPH, what couple? I have to go home and ask my dad about this. Chen Jie gritted her teeth and said, how about this, I want 6 pieces of that buttocks enlargement cream you mentioned. But soon she showed hesitation, but I don't have that much money right now, I can give you part of it first, I can give you 20,000 yuan first, and I'll give you the rest later, okay. Ning Chen took out 6 pieces of buttocks enhancement cream from the cloth bag and handed them to Chen Jie. Take it, my wife. Let's not talk about money between us. It's too formal. Chen Jie hesitated for a moment, took it, and asked Ning Chen for his contact information. Among the 7 young ladies, Ning Chen was very happy now that he had found the first one. But after going to the toilet and returning to the carriage, I heard a voice on the radio. Bite. We have arrived at the final stop of this train, Shanghai East Station. Please take your luggage and queue up in an orderly manner. The train has arrived. Ning Chen followed the crowded crowd out of the car and was hit by a wave of heat. Compared with the cool temperature in the mountains, Shanghai, a big city on the east coast of China, is like a furnace. Hey, Ning Chen. Chen Jier also got off the train with the surging crowd, shouting, but she could no longer find Ning Chen. HMPH. I'm also a school belle, but that brat actually left me and disappeared. It's such a humiliation to me. Chen Jier was so angry that she stomped her feet and looked around, but where could she see Ning Chen? Although she had resistance in her heart, and didn't quite believe or acknowledge that Ning Chen was her fiancé, for some reason, she felt a sense of loss in her heart. Ning Chen had just walked out of the station and took a few steps when he thought that he had found the first girl and had their contact information, so where should he go to find the remaining 6 girls? Just as he was thinking about it, he was stopped by a white-haired old man who was walking quickly towards him. The old man was wearing a suit and black leather shoes. He looked energetic, but with a hint of worry on his face. His expression was solemn and intimidating without being angry. Accompanying him were 4 sturdy bodyguards in suits and leather shoes. It can be seen that they have been waiting here for a long time. Excuse me, are you little Master Ning Chen, the beloved disciple of Taoist Master Qingxian? The white-haired old man's eyes lit up, because when he saw the young man in Taoist robe in front of him, he had a premonition that this person was the disciple of Taoist Master Qingxian, so he stopped Ning Chen and asked happily. Ning Chen said calmly, yes, I understand. It seems that the person that Lao Bizi was talking about is you, Mr. Su from the Su family in Shanghai. Su Ganwei nodded excitedly, yes, I am Su Ganwei. I was fortunate enough to be treated by the master. I haven't seen the old Taoist master for many years. I wonder if he is doing well. Thank you for your concern. Master is doing well. Ning Chen said with a smile. Su Ganwei excitedly held Ning Chen's hand and said with a friendly smile, grandson-in-law, my master and I had an agreement that my granddaughter would be betrothed to my master's disciple. It seems that you are the one. Har, grandson-in-law, you are really handsome and have an extraordinary temperament. When these words were spoken, several bodyguards looked surprised. Grandson-in-law? How can this boy in front of me, who looks 3 parts like a Taoist priest and 7 parts like a beggar, be considered a handsome guy? Where is the extraordinary temperament? Has the old man been cheated? The eldest daughter, Su Chening, is a famous beautiful CEO in Shanghai. She graduated from a prestigious university and has great business talent. She is both talented and beautiful. The line of young men pursuing her can go all around Shanghai. Who would have thought that the eldest lady already has a fiancé? These bodyguards were full of doubts, but unfortunately they were not qualified to ask about the Su family's affairs. Chapter 5, Evil Spirit Enters the Body, Endangering Life. Grandpa, do you really think that I can be your grandson-in-law? Ning Chen showed a look of surprise. It seemed that his descent from the mountain was quite smooth this time and he had already been recognized by the old man of the Su family. Indeed, Su Ganwei was full of gratitude towards Ning Chen's master, and was willing to fulfill his promise and arrange this marriage. Others could not see the unique temperament of the young man Ning Chen, but Su Ganwei could feel that this young man must have inherited the true teachings of his master. The Taoist master back then was also dressed in Taoist robes, practicing medicine to save people and had great medical skills. Besides, since the Taoist master had made it clear on the phone that he wanted his beloved disciple to come to Shanghai to help treat the illness of the eldest daughter of the Su family, then this young Taoist priest in front of him must have real skills. But Su Ganwei knew very well that his precious granddaughter had a very stubborn temper and was an excellent student. She was arrogant and proud, and even those excellent boys could hardly catch her eye. What Su Ganwei is worried about now is that his precious granddaughter is not gentle and virtuous enough. He really doesn't know whether Ning Chen, the little master, would like his granddaughter. Har, good grandson-in-law, if you can marry my granddaughter, it will be a blessing for my granddaughter and even our Su family. Of course, things like feelings cannot be forced. I just hope that you young people can communicate more and understand each other. It would be best if you can establish a certain emotional foundation, and then everything will come naturally, then it will be perfect. Su Gangwei said with a smile. Ning Chen did not comment but just smiled. He knew that in order to overcome the calamity, he had to win the hearts of the 7 young ladies. Otherwise, even if he forced them to marry, it would be of no avail. Master, come this way, please. I have prepared the car, and I'd like to trouble you to go to the Su family. Seeing Ning Chen didn't say anything, Su Gangwei suddenly felt a little flustered, thinking that he might have said something wrong. Ning Chen was the old Taoist's favorite disciple, and he must have unique skills and be well connected. How could it be so easy for him to fall in love with his granddaughter? So he changed his words and decided to call him Master Ningchen instead of calling him grandson-in-law. Sitting in a Bentley luxury car, Ning Chen followed Su Gangwei to the famous Tianshui City Villa area in Shanghai. Here is the Su family's property, an extra-large luxury villa. Today, the Su family's Jiuding Food Company is the largest food company listed in Shanghai and even in southern China. However, 3 years ago, after Su Chening's parents died unexpectedly, the company was once in danger. Then Su Chening, who had returned from studying abroad, took over the company. In 3 years, he put the company back on track and doubled its revenue. In the living room of a luxurious villa, under the gorgeous Scottish crystal chandelier, a girl sat on a soft leather sofa, hugging a teddy bear plush pillow in her hands, with a sulky face, sulking. The girl was wearing a short white skirt. She had fair skin, a cherry mouth, willow-shaped eyebrows, and an extremely beautiful appearance. She also had a first-class figure, with a curvy front and a curved back, and a pair of straight, slender, white and long legs. Ms. Su, I'm Chen Gong, a neurologist at Shanghai Central Hospital. Please trust my medical skills. Ms. Su, I'm Dr. Luo Yongcheng, the doctor your grandfather invited to treat you. I have more than 20 years of clinical experience. Ms. Su, I am a member of the Chinese Medicine Association and a national first-class Chinese medicine practitioner. Several doctors were standing in the living room. There is traditional Chinese medicine and there is Western medicine. These are the expert doctors that Su Gangwei specially invited, and he spent a lot of money to hire them. In order to cure his granddaughter's strange disease, Su Gangwei took great pains, racked his brains, and searched for famous doctors. I told you, I don't need you doctors. Get out. Su Chening, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up angrily and yelled at the group of doctors. She was weak, suffered from night sweats, and often suffered from sleep paralysis. She even had episodes of sleepwalking during this period, which scared the servants in the house. Unfortunately, these so-called expert doctors couldn't see the reason at all, so she had long been disappointed with these doctors. After being scolded by the rich young lady, the doctors present looked at each other with embarrassed expressions on their faces. And at this moment, the door of the villa opened. Su Gangwei walked in with Ning Chen. Sorry for bothering you all. Please leave first. I, Su Gangwei, will not reduce your remuneration by a cent. Su Gangwei first sent the doctors away, then excitedly shouted to Su Chening, Xiao Ning, come and meet this little heavenly master Ningchen. I have specially invited him to treat you. With this heavenly master's help, you will be fine. Su Chening glanced at Ning Chen and snorted coldly, Qianshe? Here comes another swindler. Grandpa, are you getting old and confused? You believe in this kind of charlatan. Xiao Ning, don't talk nonsense. This little brother Ning Chen is really a Taoist priest. His master is the old Taoist priest who saved me. He knows medicine and can exorcise ghosts. He is very powerful. Su Gangwei glared at his granddaughter, then turned around and apologized to Ning Chen. This child has been spoiled by me and has no manners at all. Please forgive me, little Taoist priest Ning Chen. It's okay. Ning Chen smiled calmly and didn't take it to heart. However, he did take a closer look at the beauty in front of him. Really good. The face and figure are simply invincible. It's a pity that looking at his face, he seems a bit cold and fierce, not gentle enough. It seems that this person is one of the 7 young ladies who are destined for disaster in his life, and his future wife. Only by winning her heart can one escape one of the 7 tribulations. HMPH, what about the Heavenly Master? Why don't I believe it? Okay, Grandpa, I know you are very interested in those mysterious things in Taoism, but you should at least find a decent Taoist priest. Other Taoist priests at least have a peachwood sword, a whisk, a few talisman papers, a gourd on their waist, etc. Look at him, wearing a shabby Taoist robe, and now he is a charlatan who is swindling people. Isn't he willing to invest such a small amount of money? How can he cheat people out of money? Su Chening sneered and didn't even look at Ning Chen. Su Chening. Suddenly, Su Gangwei, very rarely, coldly called out his precious granddaughter's full name, apparently angry. What's wrong, Grandpa? Su Chening snorted coldly, did I say something wrong? I've told you before, this little Taoist priest's master is the great benefactor who saved my grandfather's life back then. You must be more respectful to him and stop saying rude words. Su Gangwei said seriously. Seeing that Grandpa was so serious for the first time, Su Chening realized that she had gone a little too far, but she was still not convinced. She pouted and said, but he is really just a little charlatan, and he is a little charlatan who is reluctant to devote himself. If he can cure me, even an old sow can climb a tree. Look, this is what you, a company president, say? I think all those books you read were in vain. Su Gang shook his head angrily. Su Chening turned her head away, sulking. Grandpa Su, it's over. Your granddaughter has evil spirits entering her body and is being haunted by evil spirits. This disease is very serious and she won't live long. At this time, Ning Chen had already seen what was wrong with Su Chening. It's serious, really serious. Life-threatening. Chapter 6 Take off your clothes. R. Su Gang's expression suddenly became fierce, and his old body trembled. You little charlatan, what nonsense are you talking about? Who has evil spirits entering his body? What evil ghosts are haunting him? You are talking nonsense. Who are you trying to scare? Humph, it seems that this is a common trick used by you charlatans. First scare people, and then make a mystery out of it, saying that you can cure it. TSK, let me tell you, this is a society that values science. I won't believe your nonsense. Su Chening spoke righteously, her beautiful eyes full of disdain for Ning Chen. She didn't believe a word he said. I don't believe in punctuation marks. Have you been suffering from night sweats recently? Especially at midnight, when you get up to go to the bathroom, your eyes become blurry, and you even see some vague red shadows in a daze. Ning Chen said sternly. Suddenly, Su Chening was stunned. Because she had been suffering from severe night sweats recently, and when she went to the toilet in the middle of the night, she was really dazed a few times and seemed to see some red shadows. However, she thought it was because she was too tired and had hallucinations. But why is this guy so accurate? She couldn't help but look at her grandfather, and became suspicious. Grandpa, did you tell him? Well, you two can team up to act for me, right? Su Gangwei waved his hands quickly. Xiao Ning, I swear to God, I have never said a word to this little Taoist priest about your condition. Su Chening frowned slightly, confused. Su Chening, I am a heavenly master who has come down from the mountains. I have the inheritance of an ancient heavenly doctor and the art of exorcising ghosts. In short, believe it or not, there are 3 fires on a person's body, also called 3 oil lamps. One is on the head, and the other 2 are on the shoulders, and head. They are the human yang fire, the heavenly yang fire, and the earthly yang fire. When a person is healthy, the 3 oil lamps are strong, and ghosts and evil spirits dare not approach. But when a person is weak and the yang fire is dim, the yin energy will wait for an opportunity to invade. If the oil lamp is dim, it means that the person will not live long. Ning Chen spoke slowly. And now, Su Chening, the 3 flames in you have become very dim. Within 5 days, your life will be in danger. Ning Chen pondered for a moment and made a clear and decisive judgment. When he walked in just now and saw Su Chening for the first time, he was checking the girl's physical condition. He is not only a celestial master, inheriting the ancient celestial medical heritage, but also able to exorcise demons and ghosts. Therefore, when he diagnoses patients, in addition to the traditional Chinese medicine methods of observation, listening, questioning and palpation, observation of the surrounding environment, feng shui, and judgment of the yin and yang are all essential tasks. When Ning Chen entered the house just now, he felt that this huge house was sparsely populated and seemed very empty, making it very easy to be invaded by cold and evil spirits. In addition, the hostess Su Chening was weak and her yang fire was dim, making it even easier for her to be entangled by evil spirits. And when he came in, because of the powerful yang fire in his body and the pure yang energy accumulated in his dantian, which was as vigorous as a furnace, those evil ghosts and spirits avoided him and hid quickly. If I'm not mistaken, such a big villa is usually occupied by only you, Su Chening, right? Ning Chen pondered. Yes. Xiao Ning does live here alone usually. I live in the old house. At this time, Su Gangwei, who already trusted Ning Chen very much, nodded in response. That's right. Miss Su was lucky to have met me, otherwise she would have died. Ning Chen's eyes, as bright as stars, flashed with a look of leisurely complacency. Su Gangwei immediately grabbed Ning Chen's arm excitedly and begged earnestly, how should Xiao Ning be treated? Please tell me, master. Please help. I beg you. Ning Chen hurriedly said, old man, don't worry, I'm here, I will tear those evil spirits into pieces and turn them into ashes. That's great. That's great. Thank you. I thank you on behalf of Xiao Ning. Su Gangwei was very excited. He knew that the strange disease that had plagued his granddaughter for many days could finally be cured. HMPH, you are just trying to be mysterious. What era is this? You still insist on feudal superstition. I don't believe it. Go away quickly, little liar. I will reward you with some money later and won't let your trip be in vain. Su Chening snorted coldly. Although she still didn't quite believe Ning Chen's nonsense, compared to the beginning, she had gone from complete disbelief to half-belief. Xiao Ning, don't say that. Although the things passed down by our ancestors contain some dross, many things make sense. Old Su said seriously. Immediately, he turned to Ning Chen and asked respectfully, then Master Chen, how should we treat Xiao Ning now? Ning Chen smiled calmly, his eyes fell on Su Chening, and said, let Miss Su take off her clothes. Let Xiao Ning take off her clothes. Su Gangwei almost dropped his jaw in shock, thinking he must have heard it wrong. Yes, she won't take off her clothes and won't even take the first step. How can I treat her? Ning Chen curled his lips and said seriously. You filthy rascal. You little charlatan, you filthy rascal, get out of here right now. Grandpa, listen to me, is this human language? You actually asked me to take off my clothes, Grandpa, look at where you got this from. The first step in curing a disease is to ask people to take off their clothes, what the hell is this? Su Chening was so angry that her body was shaking and she couldn't help but curse. Su Gangwei looked at Ning Chen with a complicated expression, and muttered, Qianxia, when you diagnose a patient, is the first step to ask them to take off their clothes. Ahem. Ning Chen looked at Su Chening's murderous eyes and Su Gangwei's extremely complicated eyes, and quickly explained, misunderstanding. What I mean is, let Miss Su take off her clothes and change into new clothes. She must expose her shoulders, because there must be black marks on her shoulders, which are left by the evil spirits. I will first use 2 evil spirit talismans to suppress the evil spirit that has entered her body, and then use healing techniques to remove the evil spirit from her body. Oh, so that's it. Hearing this, Su Gangwei breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chening was stunned, thinking secretly, this stinky hooligan, this little charlatan, could it be that he really has some skills? How did he know that there were black marks on my shoulders? Xiao Ning, go change your clothes quickly. Do as the little Taoist priest tells you. Wear off-shoulder clothes so that the little Taoist priest can take a closer look at your condition. While hesitating, Su Chening heard her grandfather's instructions. Su Chening was skeptical and went to the bedroom to change her clothes. Since she wanted to show her shoulders, she could only wear a halter dress with transparent straps. The snow-white shoulders are clearly visible. On both shoulders, there was indeed a black mark the size of a fingernail, one on the left and one on the right. Seeing this, Su Gangwei once again had complete faith in Ning Chen's medical skills. Although he doted on his precious granddaughter extremely, Su Chening was now a grown-up girl and lived alone. As a grandfather, he certainly had no way of knowing that there were 2 black marks on his granddaughter's shoulders. Please, master, spare me a hand and save Xiao Ning. Su Gangwei pleaded respectfully. Ning Chen nodded and took out 2 pieces of yellow talisman paper from the cloth bag. He is proficient in exorcism and carries many kinds of talismans, such as talismans for exorcism, talismans for warding off evil spirits, and talismans for gathering souls. What he took out this time were 2 yin-suppressing talismans. Then he prepared to stick to Su Chening's shoulders. Grandpa, do you really want to believe him? Can a few pieces of torn yellow paper be useful? Su Chening was still very resistant and asked doubtfully. Bang! Before she could react, Ning Chen was too lazy to talk to her anymore and simply put 2 pieces of talismans on her shoulders. I have to say, the shoulders of such a beautiful woman have smooth and delicate skin, and feel really good to the touch. Chapter 7 I beg you, don't go. R. What are you doing? Su Chening's shoulders trembled. It was a bit funny to see such a beautiful girl with talismans stuck on her. All right, since you have been rude to me and questioned my strength time and again, well, I have helped you suppress the evil spirit that has invaded your body. If you don't believe me, just tear it off yourself. But I advise you, if you tear off the talisman paper and a fierce ghost rushes out to scare you, don't blame me. Ning Chen said unhappily, then turned around and walked out of the villa. In fact, he was thinking about teaching Su Chening a lesson. Otherwise, this ignorant woman, who always goes against him and makes trouble unreasonably, is really annoying. Lao Bizi once said that if you treat a woman who deserves to be punished, you can't pamper her, you must punish her severely. Although the yin suppressing talisman can suppress the yin energy that has invaded Su Chening's body, it has side effects. If there is no heavenly master like Ning Chen who can shock the field with the strong pure yarn energy in his body, it will easily cause the real culprit, that is, the evil spirit that caused Su Chening to suffer from a strange disease and was suppressed by the yin spirit, to launch a fierce counterattack and destroy the 2 talisman papers on her shoulders. When night falls, especially at midnight when the yin energy is the heaviest, the evil ghost will take advantage of the time when the yin is at its peak and the yang is at its weakest between heaven and earth, wait for an opportunity and come out to cause chaos. Of course, because Ning Chen, the heavenly master, is in charge, not to mention the evil spirits that harm Su Chening, even the fierce ghosts and even the ghost kings dare not approach, let alone attack. Little heavenly master, please don't be upset. Please stay. Please stay. At this time, Su Gangwei rushed out and caught up with Ning Chen. Ning Chen said calmly, since your granddaughter doesn't believe me, there is no need for me to stay. Old man, we will meet again later. Having said that, he started to leave. No. Little master, you have come here from far away and haven't even had a sip of tea. You should go back to the house and have some tea first. How could Su Gangwei let Ning Chen go like this? He quickly grabbed the latter's arm and returned to the living room of the villa. Seeing Ning Chen coming back, Su Chening had already torn off the talisman paper on her shoulder and snorted coldly, little charlatan, you see I have torn off the talisman paper now, why don't I see any evil spirits trying to scare me? I tell you, everything you said is just nonsense, and I have given you enough face and cooperated with you by changing my clothes. Your nonsense, stop here, now hurry up and leave. Xiao Ning, stop talking. The little Taoist priest is here to help you. If you make him angry and leave again, I won't forgive you. Su Gangwei said sternly. Grandpa, you have never said this to me before, but today, because of this little charlatan, you have said this to me several times. Su Chening's eyes turned red with grievance and she almost cried. She stood up and rushed upstairs, hiding in the bedroom and closing the door. 3 years ago, both her parents died in an accident, which dealt a huge blow to her. At that time, she even didn't want to live anymore. Her grandfather saw it and felt heartbroken. In addition, her grandfather has loved and spoiled her since she was a child. Because of the changes in the situation, he is even more obedient to her and dotes on her to the extreme. But today, Su Chening wondered why her grandfather suddenly changed. Old man. Ning Chen's face changed slightly, and he felt a little embarrassed. It's okay. She's been spoiled by me and has a stubborn temper. Just ignore her. Su Gangwei waved his hands, looking helpless. At this time, the servant brought tea. Little Master Ningchen, come and have some tea. Thanks. The two of them sat in the living room, chatting and drinking tea. Before they knew it, it was already dark and almost 11 o'clock, which was the midnight hour in the 12 hours. This is the time of day when the yin energy is extremely heavy. Ning Chen intentionally gathered and let the rich pure yarn qi in his dantian sink downward. It immediately surrounded his body invisibly, like a furnace of strong yarn qi like a furnace, and was quickly annihilated. Call. A gust of cold wind suddenly blew in from outside the villa, through the window, and into the room. I didn't expect that in such a hot day, the wind would still be a bit cold at night. Old Master Su accompanied Ning Chen and chatted with him. Ning Chen smiled and said, the temperature difference between day and night is huge, you must take care of your health. At this moment, a crazy scream came from the second floor of the villa. Ah! This scream seemed to pierce the void, and the entire villa seemed to be shaking. It seems to be Xiao Ning's voice. What happened to her? Su Gangwei was immediately shocked. I'll go check it out. Ning Chen of course knew what had happened, so he rushed up the stairs. Su Gangwei rushed upstairs with several bodyguards. Just as Ning Chen appeared at the door of a bedroom on the second floor where a scream was heard, the door was suddenly opened by someone stumbling. Before he could react, a soft, fragrant breeze came into his arms. Ning Chen looked down and saw that this person was Su Chening. Ath. Ghost. 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 Su Chening screamed in panic, her face turned pale with fear, her arms tightly hugged the man in front of her, her body trembling constantly. It's okay. I'm here. That evil ghost won't dare to do anything to you. Ning Chen felt sorry for her, and since she was his future wife, he comforted her gently. It's you? Su Chening looked up and saw that it was this abominable little charlatan. She immediately pushed Ning Chen away and said viciously, "Why is it you again? What's wrong? Don't you believe that ghosts exist in this world? What did you see just now that makes you so scared? Forget it, I'd better leave." Ning Chen wanted to comfort her, but was pushed away. He suddenly became angry and turned around to leave. Don't go. Su Chening didn't know why, although she had just thrown herself into his arms unconsciously in panic. She felt that his arms were unusually warm and reliable, and she even felt a little greedy for the feeling in his arms. Although she still hated this little charlatan, she did see a human-like black shadow in the bedroom just now, with bared fangs and claws, a bloody mouth, rushing towards her. Fortunately, she threw the talisman away in a panic, which scared away the evil spirit. Before Ning Chen could leave, she grabbed Ning Chen's arm in a hurry, shy and panicked, and said in a trembling voice, "I really encountered a ghost just now, it's so scary, can you please not leave yet, please don't leave yet. Beg me." Ning Chen smiled coldly, thinking, where is your arrogant attitude just now? How come it disappeared so quickly? I beg you, don't go. Su Chening was really scared. She looked aggrieved and held Ning Chen's hand, shaking it continuously. Ning Chen sighed and said, "Forget it. Since you are pitiful, I won't leave for now. Are you willing to believe that what I said before was not a lie? Believe it. Believe it." Su Chening nodded quickly. She had no choice but to believe it. She had seen it with her own eyes. The scene scared her to death. Chapter 8. Calm down. At this time, Su Gangwei hurried over with several bodyguards. "Xiao Ning, are you okay?" Su Gangwei asked with a worried look on his face. Su Chening felt wronged, her eyes were hot, and she said hurriedly, "Grandpa, I saw a ghost just now, it was so scary, it rushed towards me, its eyes were red, and it stared at me with lustful eyes. Fortunately, I threw the talisman paper out to scare the ghost away, otherwise I really don't know what would have happened. I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that about Ning Chen before. Xiao Ning, don't be afraid. With this little Taoist priest here, you should have trusted him a long time ago." Su Gangwei gently patted his granddaughter's shoulder and comforted her softly. Ning Chen said in a deep voice, "There are many things in this world that cannot be explained by science. You have never believed them, but now you should believe them. The so-called yin and yang of heaven and earth, the sky is yang, the earth is yin, the sun is yang, the moon is yin, people are yang when they are alive, and yin when they die. After a person dies, his soul becomes a ghost floating between heaven and earth. From a scientific point of view, it may be something like dark matter that has not been observed yet, and from the perspective of yin and yang Taoism, it is a ghost. It seems that the ghost that has been haunting Su Chening is, strictly speaking, a sex maniac. Su Chening must have quite a few suitors. And among those suitors, are there any particularly crazy or even perverted ones who died recently?" Ning Chen analyzed calmly. When he rushed in just now, he felt that the bedroom where Su Chening lived still had the evil aura of the evil ghost. Then he picked up the two talisman papers and examined them carefully. When Su Chening heard this, her heart suddenly trembled, as if she had thought of something. She now completely believed that Ning Chen was indeed a very capable Taoist priest, and not some charlatan who roamed the world. "Xiao Ning, why don't you apologize to him for what you said about the heavenly master before?" Su Gangwei looked at Su Chening and said this. Su Chening hesitated to speak. "Let's treat Su Chening first. She has too much yin energy. The evil ghost is hiding now, but it will wait for any opportunity to strike. It's very dangerous. And after the shock just now, Su Chening's yin energy is even heavier, and her yang fire is very weak. We must hurry. Ning Chen said calmly. Okay, okay. Little Heavenly Master, we will all listen to you. Please save Xiao Ning. Don't worry, I will. Ning Chen nodded, but frowned and said, I need a few things to treat Su Chening. Su Gangwei hurriedly said, if you need anything, please let me know, Little Heavenly Master. Now I need a rooster. Remember, the redder and bigger the comb is, the better. Also, a bottle of high-proof liquor. Ning Chen said after a moment's hesitation. I'll arrange someone to do it right away. Su Gangwei quickly ordered people to catch a big rooster and a bottle of strong liquor. Soon, the two things were brought. A big rooster with a bright red comb and a bottle of erguatu. Ning Chen quickly started to treat the patient. He got a knife and first killed the big rooster, took its bright red blood, and then mixed it with strong erguatu liquor. Finally, prick your middle finger, take a little blood, mix it with chicken blood and white wine, and put it in a large porcelain bowl. These three things are all extremely potent and have extremely strong yang energy. Especially Ning Chen, as a heavenly master, the pure yang energy in his dantian is like a furnace, and the blood in his middle finger is the blood with the most innate yang energy in the human body. The mixture of these three things has an extremely strong yang effect, which is enough to eliminate the cold and evil energy that has invaded Su Chening's body. Su Chening, you need to lie down now. Let me use the prepared liquid medicine to massage your shoulders and back to eliminate the negative energy in your body. Ning Chen said seriously. Su Chening was stunned at first, then nodded shyly. At this point, she completely believed that Ning Chen was a truly capable heavenly master, so she followed his instructions and went into the bedroom. Then I'll have to trouble you, little heavenly master. Seeing this, Su Gangwei and the bodyguards retreated and waited in the living room on the first floor. Let's get started. In the room, Ning Chen gestured to Su Chening. Su Chening's beautiful face was covered with blushing cheeks. She was extremely shy. She turned her back to Ning Chen, took off her shirt, and revealed her beautiful back as white as jade. Seeing such a beautiful scenery, Ning Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva with his Adam's apple moving slightly. The peerless beauty in front of me is not just an ordinary person, but a famous beautiful CEO in the entire Shanghai Stock Exchange. She is the goddess and dream lover in the minds of countless men. Immediately, Su Chening obediently followed Ning Chen's request, lying on the bed, burying her head in the quilt, her face flushed with embarrassment. Ning Chen calmed his mind. As a Taoist priest who cured illnesses and saved lives, and exorcised demons and ghosts, he had to stick to his bottom line and focus on doing what he was supposed to do as a Taoist priest. Soon, he smeared the mixture of chicken blood, liquor and middle finger blood on Su Chening's shoulders and her entire flawless jade-like back. Because of the white wine, which is irritating, when the mixture came into contact with her skin, she immediately let out a ouch sound. It may be a little painful, and in order to allow the medicine to fully penetrate the body and drive away the negative energy, my massage technique will be slightly heavier. You have to bear with it. Ning Chen said in a deep voice. Okay. Su Chening gritted her teeth. Ning Chen pressed his hands down, spread his palms, and pressed them completely against her skin. He continued to increase his strength, rubbing back and forth on her shoulders and back. In order to make it easier to exert force, and to massage her better, Ning Chen had to squat with his legs spread out, half squatting on her waist. This posture and this picture are really inspiring. As he treated her, Su Chening made ouch, ouch, and other blushing and heart-pounding sounds from her mouth from time to time. She felt that in addition to some pain, there were also waves of soreness and numbness. You have too much evil energy in your body, and it really exhausted me. I have finally managed to get all of it out for you. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning when Ning Chen let out a long sigh. A large bowl of medicine that was a mixture of chicken blood, middle finger blood and strong liquor all dissolved into Su Chening's body, forcefully squeezing out the evil aura in her body. At this time, her beautiful back and shoulders were left with red marks, which were caused by rubbing and massage and had nothing to do with the illness. Moreover, the 2 black marks on her shoulders also disappeared. In fact, Ning Chen was not just tired. What was more terrible was that he, a hot-blooded man, was squatting on such a stunning beauty in the middle of the night, and was doing it as fiercely as a tiger. Her body was trembling and she was screaming constantly, which was really too much for him to bear. Those who knew would think that Ning Chen, a Taoist priest proficient in medicine and exorcism, was curing the eldest daughter of the Su family who was haunted by ghosts. Those who didn't know would think that two young people were doing something shameful in the room. Soon, Ning Chen turned over, got out of bed and walked out of the bedroom. He needs to calm down. Although Su Chening was one of the 7 young ladies and was engaged to her, they would become a couple sooner or later, but the prerequisite was that he had to win her trust in order to avert the disaster. Thinking back to her appearance just now, it was really tempting to commit a crime. Don't get dressed yet. It's best to take a shower. Ning Chen gave some instructions and went out. Chapter 9, Slippery Talk. Su Chening felt extremely comfortable all over. She usually felt drowsy, especially at night, and even had difficulty breathing, as if something was pressing on her. Now she felt completely relaxed. She quickly took a bath, the warm water washed over her delicate body, washing away some residual medicine on her back and shoulders. Her entire beautiful back became as white as jade and silk again. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps coming from the stairs. It was Su Gangwei who came hurriedly and asked about the situation with concern. "Little Heavenly Master, how is Xiao Ning? I have helped her eliminate the evil energy in her body. It's no big deal now," Ning Chen said. "Thank you so much, little Taoist priest." Su Gangwei was very grateful. At this time, Su Chening, who had just finished taking a shower, changed into a loose cartoon t-shirt and a pair of shorts. Her hair was fluffy, and she looked indescribably fresh and beautiful, like a lotus emerging from water. "Xiao Ning, are you okay?" Su Gangwei asked hurriedly. "Well, I feel much better now." Su Chening nodded happily, then looked at Ning Chen and said shyly, "By the way, Ning Chen, I feel that the evil ghost is still wandering in the villa and may come to find me at any time. I am very scared. Otherwise, can you accompany me tonight?" Hearing this, Su Gangwei said nothing. He thought to himself that these 2 young people would become a couple sooner or later, so it was no big deal even if they slept together now. So, in order to make room and create opportunities for the 2 young men, he hurried downstairs with his bodyguards. "Sleep with me?" Ning Chen felt that he had heard it correctly. "Why do you come to treat people and even sleep with them? If you don't want to, forget it. I just mentioned it casually." Su Chening blushed, and her rosy face suddenly looked so attractive. She didn't know why she would make such a request to a person of the opposite sex. Growing up, she has never brought any opposite sex home, let alone slept in the same room with them. Unexpectedly, after I mentioned this, it seems that Ning Chen, that little bastard, is quite unhappy. "I can sleep with you, but that will be charged separately. It can't be included in the cost of my treating you and catching ghosts," Ning Chen said seriously. "Even if it is your future wife, you still have to settle the accounts clearly, because this is the rule of being a Taoist priest." "What? I have to pay you extra fees?" Su Chening seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. But she was still afraid, and she gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Okay, charge me if I want. After I catch the vicious pervert who is bothering you, we'll calculate the cost together." Ning Chen added with a smile, "Don't worry, as long as you agree to pay, let alone sleeping with me, I can consider even bigger things." "What are you thinking? What's bigger than that? You're full of glib words and tricks. Don't think you can be so cocky and boastful just because you know a few medical skills. Look at you." "Okay, no more nonsense, I'm going to take a shower, you warm the bed first." Ning Chen grinned and went straight into the bathroom. This time, he came down from the mountain in a hurry, and then took the train to Shanghai. He was exhausted and hadn't eaten a single bite of food before rushing to see the eldest daughter of the Su family. Ning Chen was really tired. Of course he couldn't wait to take a good bath and relax. "Who's going to warm your bed?" "You wish." "No, hey, what are you doing? This is my private bathroom, get out right now." Su Chening sneered at first, then was stunned. Suddenly she became furious and shouted angrily towards the bathroom. Unfortunately, it's too late. Ning Chen was already inside. He turned on the shower head, took off his clothes quickly, and started washing. "I really met a super shameless weirdo." Su Chening was so angry. What was going on? This brat, this hooligan bastard, really thinks this place is his own home. "I'm coming out now, are you sure?" Ning Chen heard Su Chening's angry shout in the bathroom and couldn't help but laugh jokingly, "But I'm not wearing anything." "You stinky Ning Chen, are you crazy? Are you trying to scare me? Su Qianning's face turned red, and she gritted her teeth in anger, thinking that she had run into a rogue. How could that brat have even a hint of the demeanor and bearing of a heavenly master? He is a complete scoundrel and hooligan. Su Qianning, if you really want me to come out, that's fine. I have a little brother who wants to meet you. While taking a shower, Ning Chen said loudly to the outside of the bathroom with a smile. Shameless. Scoundrel bastard. Go to hell. Su Qianning was stunned at first, not understanding what Ning Chen meant, but suddenly she realized what he meant, and she was so angry that she started cursing and her body trembled. Don't be angry, I was just kidding you. It's okay, I'll finish washing quickly and won't let you wait too long. Ning Chen said with a smile. Suddenly, Su Qianning realized something, and her beautiful, bright eyes revealed a look of shock and extreme shyness. It turned out that she had just taken a shower in there, and her small clothes were still in the dirty clothes basket in the bathroom. Those small pieces of clothing are so sexy, if Ning Chen saw them. Suddenly her face turned red and hot. For some reason, she couldn't help but hug herself tightly with her hands, and subconsciously pulled the quilt over her and wrapped it around her body, as if Ning Chen really saw something he shouldn't have seen. Could this scoundrel be the kind of despicable person? He took other people's clothes and did something unspeakable. Su Qianning became extremely nervous when she thought of this, and her breathing became rapid. But she didn't have the nerve to say this out loud. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and kept urging him in her heart, Ning Chen, you stinky boy, you arrogant Taoist priest, you scoundrel, get out of the bathroom right away. Squeak. Just as she was anxiously rushing, the bathroom door opened. Ning Chen came out. He was still wearing the Taoist robe, but he had changed into a robe that was very old but very clean. It has to be said that the handsome and elegant Ning Chen looked even more handsome after taking a bath, and his whole body exuded an ethereal and otherworldly temperament. With this appearance, even if he debuts as a star, he will be no worse than those young handsome guys. For a moment, Su Qianning was distracted and dazed. This boy, with this appearance, is really handsome. Hey, you bastard, what are you doing? Suddenly, Su Qianning was brought back to reality. She glared at Ning Chen, who was about to climb onto the bed, and said angrily. Sleep with you? Isn't that what you asked for? How can I accompany you if I don't sleep in the bed? Ning Chen looked depressed. What's wrong with women nowadays? Why are they so difficult to get along with? Where has the most basic trust between people gone? Who told you to sleep on the bed? You must be dreaming. Su Qianning snorted coldly and pointed at the floor. Sleep on the floor. What? Ning Chen's face was dark, and he muttered unhappily, at least let me sleep on the sofa. Is it okay to sleep on the floor? Well, fine. Go outside and drag the sofa in from the living room on the second floor and sleep on it. Su Qianning realized that it was indeed not appropriate to do so. How could she let the little Taoist priest who had helped her sleep on the floor? Although he is hateful, annoying, slick, and full of tricks, but they really helped her a lot. Soon, Su Qianning was too tired, so she went to bed and turned off the lights. Chapter 10. Sleeping in the same room. After all, it's already past 2 o'clock. Because there was a street lamp outside the villa, the dim light came in through the curtains that were not closed tightly. In addition, Su Qianning still had doubts about Ning Chen's character, so she left on the sleeping light in the bedroom to prevent the bedroom from being pitch black. Ning Chen slept on the sofa, only 1 meter away from the soft bed where Su Qianning slept. The room smelled very good. I didn't know if it was Su Qianning's body odor or if she usually put something like incense in the room. Su Qianning tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Although she was not so scared now and believed that Ning Chen was indeed a genuine Taoist priest with some abilities, she was still very uncomfortable being in the same room with a person of the opposite sex, even if they did not sleep in the same bed. She had never had such an experience in all these years. Very strange, very subtle. Because it was she who took the initiative to ask Ning Chen to stay. She couldn't sleep, and Ning Chen couldn't sleep either. He slept on his side on the sofa. As long as he didn't close his eyes, he could see Su Qianning lying on the bed, with her graceful figure, curvy curves, long legs and slim waist. Even if Su Qianning was covered with a thin blanket, her hot body couldn't be concealed at all. Especially a heavenly master like Ning Chen, who, in addition to inheriting the ancient magical heavenly doctor heritage, also possesses the skills of exorcising ghosts, refining elixirs and medicines, as well as practicing qigong. His physical skills and senses are superior to those of ordinary people, especially his excellent eyesight. His master, who has a big nose, is a master who has opened his third eye. He can tell fortunes and can communicate with gods and the devil. He is extremely powerful. As for him, his third eye has just begun to open, and he has a certain ability to see through things. Although he cannot see through walls, he can still see through gauze clothes, thin blankets, and the like with his eyes. So, at this moment, Ning Chen's heart was once again in turmoil. The figure of my future wife is really fucking so exciting. He felt that he could not continue watching. First of all, it took his yang energy to open his third eye. Secondly, he had also consumed a lot of energy in removing the cold and evil spirit from Su Chening just now. The most important thing is that if you are man, you can hardly resist this temptation. So he turned off his third eye, closed his eyes and went to sleep. Although we couldn't share the same bed on the first night with my future wife, at least we managed to sleep in the same room. Ning Chen, are you asleep? Suddenly, Su Chening, who was tossing and turning and unable to sleep, asked tentatively. Ning Chen changed his sleeping position and said lazily and confusedly, "It will be soon. I will snore after I fall asleep. If it affects your sleep, don't blame me." Snoring. Su Chening felt depressed. How could she sleep if this brat started snoring? Tell me, will the ghost that is haunting me come and cause trouble for me while you are asleep? Su Chening asked worriedly. Ning Chen hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I am here with you. Let alone that little evil spirit, even if the king of hell comes, he will have to hide and dare not come out to cause trouble." Really? Su Chening didn't quite believe it. "Just sleep peacefully, I'm here," Ning Chen said leisurely. "But I am still a little scared." Su Chening wrapped herself tightly in her blanket. Ning Chen said with a smile, "If you are really scared and worried, there is a way." "What method?" Su Chening asked quickly. "Let me sleep on your bed and hold you in my arms. With my strong yang energy, I will protect you. Not to mention that little evil ghost, even the most sinister and terrifying ghost king will not dare to get close to me. Go away." Bar. Su Chening spat in annoyance, knowing that this boy had bad intentions and was full of bad thoughts. The two chatted casually, and soon, Su Chening stopped responding, and a very light snoring sound came from her mouth. It seems that she has been plagued by a strange disease these days, and is exhausted both physically and mentally. Before Ning Chen could fall asleep and snore, she started snoring first. She herself didn't know why she slept so sweetly and peacefully. She hadn't had such a good sleep in a long, long time. Soon, Ning Chen also fell asleep. Until 9 in the morning. Su Chening woke up and stretched. She immediately felt relaxed and comfortable all over. The sufficient sleep she had last night was the most quality sleep she had had in a while. It made her feel like she was reborn. Comfortable. She couldn't help but sigh with a satisfied smile on her face, and this comfortable cry was heard by someone right away. A young man in a suit and tie came to the second floor accompanied by Su Gangwei and two doctors in white coats. This young man, named Wang Quanfeng, is Su Chening's most ardent and closest suitor. Wang Chuanfeng's family runs a security company which is listed in Shanghai and is very famous and a leader in the industry. Moreover, the Wang family has always had a good relationship with the Su family. Wang Quanfeng came this time specially to invite two famous doctors from abroad, hoping to treat Su Chening and show his hospitality. He had just gone upstairs and was able to get close to Su Chening's bedroom for the first time. He was very excited, but he tried his best to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. At this moment, Su Chening's screams that made people feel numb and tingling came from the bedroom, and his blood immediately surged. Wang Quanfeng is a notorious playboy in the circle of wealthy young men in Shanghai. He is addicted to alcohol and sex all day long and behaves in an absurd manner. He is particularly extreme in terms of sex between men and women and has no bottom line or moral integrity. I don't know how many decent women he has harmed. The Yangwang Security Company founded by his father is the largest security company listed in Shanghai and even in southern China. It is the industry leader. Moreover, the Yangwang Company has close cooperation with the Su family's Jiuding Food Group, because the security services of the Jiuding Group are all provided by the Yangwang Company. Therefore, there is close contact between the two families. Wang Quanfeng can be said to be the first to get the moon because he is close to the water. Among the many admirers pursuing Su Chening, he seized the initiative and approached this beautiful woman little by little, waiting for his opportunity to act. Although Su Gangwei knew that Wang Quanfeng was a man of bad conduct and dissolute behavior, he was embarrassed to stop Wang Chuanfeng's pursuit of his precious granddaughter. When Wang Quanfeng specially found two famous foreign doctors to come and see Su Chening, he heard such an extremely seductive voice coming from the room, and his bones suddenly went soft. During the past 6 months, he had been trying very hard to pursue Su Chening. He had used every trick in the book, including sending flowers and gifts, treating her to meals, and waiting for her in the office of Jiuding Group. He had approached her under the guise of work or invited her privately. Unfortunately, Su Chening was unmoved and did not buy into his tricks at all. Men are like this: the more they can't get, the more agitated they become. This time, he felt that bringing a famous doctor to treat Su Chening and taking this opportunity to make good things happen should be a natural outcome. When the bedroom door opened and Su Chening appeared at the door in pajamas, Wang Chuanfeng's eyes almost fell out and his mouth was drooling. This woman is so beautiful. On weekdays, he had only seen Su Chening dressed in work clothes, looking so aloof and cold, keeping people at a distance. At this moment, Su Chening, who was wearing pajamas, had fluffy hair and no makeup, but she looked so natural and unpretentious. Between her eyebrows, there was a natural charm. She was truly beautiful and indescribable. Chapter 11. You have a bloody disaster. Why did you come to my bedroom door? Su Chening quickly found a coat and put it on. In her haste, she only managed to cover the exquisite beauty of her upper body, while the two straight and slender legs below were completely exposed to the air, allowing Wang Quanfeng to see them. This guy's blood surged again. This woman is truly the best of the best. Wang Quanfeng became even more determined to win over Su Chening. Oh, Qian Ning, I have specially found two famous foreign doctors from America with excellent medical skills to examine you. Wang Quanfeng swallowed and said with a smile. No need, my illness has been cured. Su Chening said calmly, and at this moment, footsteps were heard in the room. Ning Chen came over. Suddenly, Wang Quanfeng was stunned. What is going on? In Su Chening's boudoir, a man in Taoist robes suddenly appeared. This guy looks 3 parts like a Taoist priest and 7 parts like a beggar. How did he appear in Su Chening's boudoir? Qian Ning, you felt comfortable last night, didn't you? Now that we have done what we want, I should go now. Bye. Ning Chen grinned, gave some instructions, and headed straight out the door. Who are you? Wang Quanfeng, with his blood boiling, immediately stopped Ning Chen. Was it comfortable last night? Is the work done? When Wang Quanfeng heard this, his head suddenly exploded and he felt a bright green color above his head. Countless alpacas are running wildly on the vast grassland. Although Su Chening was not his girlfriend, he had already regarded Su Chening as the woman he must win. And now, the goddess of his dreams was actually living in the same room with this beggar-like Stinky boy, and it seemed that they had slept together all night. Qian Ning, who is this boy? He lowered his head, suppressing his anger, but his eyes were filled with coldness. He is the miracle doctor who treated me. He cured my illness. Su Chening said to Wang Quanfeng with an indifferent expression. Originally, the scene was a bit awkward. The relationship between her and Ning Chen seemed to have been misunderstood. However, she felt that it was a misunderstanding. It would be a good thing to let Wang Quanfeng give up and stop bothering her. He can cure diseases. Wang Quanfeng didn't believe it at all. Well, his medical skills are very advanced, so, Wang Quanfeng, you don't have to trouble the doctors you found. Please go back. Su Chening directly ordered them to leave. Hearing this, Wang Quanfeng turned his gaze back to Ning Chen, his face terribly gloomy. You can treat illnesses. How dare you, a charlatan, break into Miss Su's boudoir? You're so bold. He shouted harshly at Ning Chen. Ning Chen said leisurely, I am a celestial master. Not only can I treat illnesses, I can also exorcise ghosts, summon spirits, cultivate qi, and make elixirs. Shut up. Wang Quanfeng was extremely angry. If they were not at Su Chening's house and it was not convenient to take action, he would have beaten this charlatan up long ago. You are so angry, but you know that you will be in danger today. Ning Chen looked at Wang Quanfeng and spoke earnestly. In fact, Ning Chen could tell at a glance that Wang Quanfeng was a man who looked fierce on the outside but was actually weak on the inside, with dark circles under his eyes. Moreover, his steps were unsteady when he walked, and he was obviously a dissolute person who had been drained of his body by alcohol and sex. Furthermore, the 3 oil lamps on Wang Chuanfeng's head and shoulders had fluctuating yang fire, sometimes high and sometimes low. It should be that his yang energy was very weak, and he was relying entirely on drugs to support his body. Moreover, Wang Chuanfeng's forehead is black, which is a sign of bloody disaster. Originally, he could prescribe the right medicine to cure Wang Chuanfeng's illness. However, this guy is not a good person, and he can see that his future wife Su Qianing also dislikes Wang Quanfeng, so of course she would not help him. You stinky charlatan, how dare you say that I will have a bloody disaster? You're asking for a beating. Wang Quanfeng was extremely angry. He always felt that this stinky little Taoist priest had done something to Su Qianing, and now, the stinky Taoist priest actually said that he would have a bloody disaster. He was filled with rage, and it was about to burst out. Wang Quanfeng. He is the doctor who treated me, please respect him. Su Qianing said sternly, not intentionally to defend Ning Chen, but out of gratitude. After all, Ning Chen cured her illness. Wang Quanfeng suppressed his anger and said to Ning Chen fiercely, okay. You little charlatan, just wait and see. He went downstairs quickly. Hey, Master Wang, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Now that you're here, let's have a meal together. Su Gangwei's voice was heard downstairs. No, I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first. Wang Quanfeng left in a hurry. He really couldn't stay here. Soon, Ning Chen and Su Qianing went downstairs one after another. Grandpa, you were on the first floor, why didn't you stop Wang Quanfeng? He almost broke into my bedroom. As soon as she went downstairs, Su Qianing complained to her grandfather. Xiao Ning, you know that Master Wang is rich and powerful, and he specially invited a doctor to treat you. We can't refuse his face. Su Gangwei smiled and comforted, besides, you have Ning Chen, the little Taoist priest, to accompany you, so you are safe. HMPH. I get angry when I see him. What a dissolute playboy. Su Qianing was very angry. Who are you talking about? Ning Chen looked innocent. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Wang Quanfeng. Su Qianing said unhappily. By the way, little Master Ning Chen, how should we solve the problem of the evil spirit bothering Xiao Ning that you mentioned? At this moment, Su Gangwei looked at Ning Chen and asked seriously. Ning Chen said in a deep voice, this is very simple. At midnight tonight, I have a plan of my own, but I need Qian Ning's cooperation. How to cooperate? Su Qianing had a strange look on her face. She always felt that Ning Chen was a very cunning boy. I've told you before, the one who's entangled with you is a pervert, and is hiding very deep, so it's not easy to draw him out. So the one who tied the bell must be the one to untie it, and you must be the one to draw out that pervert. Get to the point, how am I going to seduce that pervert? Simple. At midnight tonight, you take a bath and change your clothes. Wear something as cool and seductive as possible. Then, that pervert will be attracted by you and I will be able to subdue him. Let me seduce that pervert. And I have to wear cool clothes, as little as possible. Su Qianing looked surprised. Ning Chen said seriously, yes, this is the best way, because the pervert who is entangled with you is very greedy for you, and it can be said that he is a ghost that will not go away. Only a beautiful woman like you can use your charm to seduce him out. So is it better to wear less? Su Qianing took a deep breath and asked coldly. Ning Chen nodded, that's right. As a pervert, of course he likes you to wear as little as possible. Humph, do you wish I could take off my clothes? Su Qianing suddenly got angry, staring at Ning Chen with her beautiful eyes, and shouted fiercely, you stinky boy, you bastard Taoist priest, I know what you are thinking in your heart, you have a lot of tricks in your mind. Don't think that just because I let you sleep with me for one night, you can get more and more. I tell you, don't even think about it. Faced with Su Qianing's sudden anger, Ning Chen was speechless. This woman has such a bad temper. Chapter 12 I Can't Kill You. You two slept together all night. At this time, Su Gangwei touched his nose and said in a low voice, since you are already together, Xiao Ning, don't be embarrassed. When Ning Chen helps you catch ghosts, you two will still be in the same room. No one else will disturb you. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Grandpa. What are you talking about? Su Qianing became even angrier, and said angrily, I slept with him all night. He slept on the sofa and I slept on the bed. What are you thinking, Grandpa? Listen to what a rotten idea he came up with. He asked me to take off my clothes and treat my illness before, and now he wants me to seduce some pervert. Aren't you afraid that this stinky little Taoist priest will do something bad to me? Su Gangwei chuckled and said, Xiao Ning, in fact, you two will be a couple sooner or later, so this matter is really nothing. What? A couple? Su Chening was extremely surprised. Su Gangwei coughed twice and said seriously, Xiao Ning, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. Back then, Grandpa was saved by that great Taoist master. In order to express his gratitude and to curry favor with that great Taoist master, he betrothed you, who were only 3 years old at the time, to the Taoist master's disciple. And the disciple of the old Taoist priest is far away in the sky, but he is right in front of us. It is this little heavenly master Ning Chen. As soon as Su Gangwei finished speaking, Su Chening in the living room exploded instantly. What? Betrothed me to him? Grandpa? Are you crazy? I was only 3 years old that year. You made the decision without my consent. What do you think of me? Am I just a tool for you to curry favor with that old Taoist priest? Why? Why do you treat me like this? Su Chening's face turned red due to the continuous questioning, veins popped out on her snow-white and smooth forehead, and her beautiful eyes flashed with endless anger. Su Gangwei's face darkened, and he said seriously, Xiao Ning, I have never mentioned this to you for many years, but now, I must let you know about it, whether you like it or not. The fact is this. Grandpa was in danger back then. If it weren't for that great benefactor, the old Taoist, who saved me, you would never see Grandpa, and our Su family would never have come this far. I don't care. I want to pursue my own happiness. Why should my happiness in this life be ruined by a promise from you? That is my lifelong event. Grandpa, you are too hasty. You might as well let me die than let me marry him. Su Chening said hoarsely. How dare you? Suddenly, Su Gangwei stood up from the sofa. The old man, who usually had a kind face, looked very solemn and even a little cold. Xiao Ning, I tell you, if you are still my granddaughter, you must marry Ning Chen, the little Taoist priest. Our Su family is based on integrity, and we must do what we promised. Besides, Ning Chen is the beloved disciple of the old Taoist priest, and he has extraordinary abilities. It is your blessing to marry him, understand? Blessing? Humph, I would rather not have such a blessing. Su Chening gritted her teeth and said angrily. Bang! Suddenly, the anxious and angry Mr. Su raised his arm and slapped Su Chening in the face. Su Gangwei still felt sorry for his precious granddaughter when he slapped Su Chening on the face without much force. Moreover, he regretted it after beating him. It has to be said that this slap did not cause much harm to Su Chening, but it was extremely humiliating. From childhood to adulthood, she has never been treated like this by her grandfather. Grandpa, you actually hit me. I am your granddaughter, the granddaughter you have spoiled all my life. From childhood to adulthood, you couldn't bear to scold me, let alone hit me, but now, for this brat, you actually get angry at me again and again. That's fine, you even hit me, woo-woo. Su Chening immediately burst into tears, feeling extremely aggrieved, and ran upstairs. Su Gangwei's face turned pale, the flesh on his face trembled, and he felt waves of heartache. For the first time in his life, he slapped his granddaughter. How could he not feel sad? In this life, he doted on his precious granddaughter to the extreme. He was really afraid that she would melt if he held her in his mouth, and afraid that she would fall if he held her in his hands. He would feel extremely distressed if Su Chening got the slightest bump or bruise when she was a child. Mr. Su, it seems that I shouldn't stay here. I'll take my leave first. At this time, Ning Chen looked embarrassed and turned away. Ning Chen, I'm so sorry. Xiao Ning was spoiled by me. It's really my fault. I hope you can bear with me. It hasn't been easy for Xiao Ning to come this far in the past few years. Her parents died unexpectedly, which was a huge blow to her. She has a bad temper and is even weird. Please don't despise her, because Xiao Ning has a good heart. She is a simple and kind-hearted child. It's okay. I will definitely be tolerant towards my wife. Ning Chen smiled leisurely. He was a little depressed, but after the old man said that, he felt much better. It seems that Su Chening is not an easy wife to win. It will probably take more than a day or two to win her heart. But Ning Chen has confidence. The more difficult it is to capture the young lady, the more challenging it is for Ning Chen. He firmly believes that he will be able to conquer Suchening sooner or later. Not long after leaving the villa where Suchening lived, Ning Chen thought to himself that he should first find a house to live in and then make long-term plans. After all, after listing in Shanghai, in addition to Suchening, there are also Chen Jie and 2 other future wives waiting for him to capture. Just as he was thinking about it, a young man in a suit and a cap walked towards him quickly. He looked anxious and asked mysteriously, "Hi, handsome guy, you're new to Shanghai, right? I'm a real estate agent. Do you need a place to rent? You can contact me." Ning Chen thought this was such a coincidence, and nodded with a smile. "Great, I was just worrying about where to find a house to live in. I'll take you to see the house. Come with me." The young man lowered the brim of his hat, turned around, walked in front, his face becoming gloomy. After walking with the young man for a while, Ning Chen looked relaxed and not too worried, because the couple had given him 100,000 yuan on the high-speed train before. With this money, renting a nice house should not be a problem. I have a batch of houses available. Look, they are in the community across the intersection. Let's go, the young man urged hurriedly. Then, he ran through the red light, rushed across the sidewalk, stood on the opposite side and waved at Ning Chen. What kind of people are these? They don't obey traffic rules at all. Ning Chen looked at them with disdain, but he was embarrassed to make others wait, so he strode over on the sidewalk. At this moment, a large green truck parked on the side of the road suddenly started and rushed towards Ning Chen madly at an extremely fast speed. It turned out that Wan Quanfeng drove out of the villa and didn't go far away. Instead, he was waiting outside for Ning Chen to appear. Sure enough, he was waiting for it. When he saw Ning Chen, the damn stinky little Taoist priest, walking out of the villa area, he quickly arranged for people to approach Ning Chen and lead him to the intersection under the pretext of introducing a house. He also arranged for another subordinate to get a large truck and wait not far from the intersection. "You little bastard, you stinky Taoist priest, how dare you snatch my woman from me? FK, I'll kill you. FK." Sitting in the passenger seat of the truck, Wan Quanfeng gnashed his teeth, his face full of ferocity, and shouted at the man driving the car next to him, "Speed up! Speed up! Speed up! Hit him to death! Damn it!" The truck driver stepped on the accelerator frantically and, regardless of everything, rammed into Ning Chen, who was just walking onto the zebra crossing. Chapter 13. A stinky maggot wants to go to heaven. Seeing this scene, passers-by were shocked and their faces turned pale with fear. The truck was really crazy. It suddenly started on the side of the road and accelerated at full throttle. It was really terrifying. Wang Quanfeng pulled the collar of his suit and twisted his neck. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, he looked down from above with a cold and ferocious look on his face. In his opinion, Ning Chen, the stinky little Taoist priest, was doomed to die. It is not the first time that he has used a car accident to kill someone he wants to kill. Because his family is rich and powerful, this kind of thing is nothing more than paying some money. At most, he will have to find someone to take the blame and go to jail for a few years, but he himself will not be in any trouble. This time, he planned to do the same. He took advantage of the sudden loss of control of the truck to hit and kill Ning Chen, and completely crush this brat, whom he regarded as his love rival, into meat paste. In order to get Suchening, he has tried every possible means, and in order to get rid of the thorn in his eye, he even decided to kill her and took action. It all happened so suddenly. Passers-by felt that a tragic car accident was inevitable. Walking on the sidewalk, the young man in Taoist robes was doomed to die, and it was extremely tragic that he was hit by a truck and then crushed to death. Some timid passers-by even closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch any longer. As a result, these people missed an extremely shocking scene. When the madly accelerating, speeding truck was about to hit Ning Chen, who would have thought that the young man in Taoist robes, Ning Chen, would actually jump up, his body straight and light, and fly high over the front of the truck. This scene is even cooler and more magical than the movie scenes, as if special effects were added. Ning Chen just managed to avoid the truck's sudden impact. Too fast. What? He actually flew up and dodged. Some people felt that they were seeing things and rubbed their eyes desperately, finding it unbelievable. In the scene just now, the young man flew into the air to avoid the oncoming truck. How he did it specifically can perhaps only be seen clearly by checking the surveillance camera and then playing the footage slowly frame by frame. Boom! The truck failed to hit Ning Chen because it was going too fast and rushed to the right side of the intersection. Finally, with a sharp hissing sound, the driver slammed on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road. Damn it, who is this idiot? How does he drive? Damn it. Ning Chen landed lightly and walked across the zebra crossing, but he was so angry that he kept cursing. If it were someone else, he would have been hit to death. Suddenly, he noticed that the young man waiting for him opposite had a strange look on his face. His whole face was waxy pale, his pupils bulged, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. His legs were shaking with fear. Wrong. Ning Chen suddenly realized that this was definitely not an ordinary car accident or a brake failure, but someone did it intentionally. He quickly rushed to the large truck parked on the side of the road. When he saw the person sitting in the passenger seat, he immediately understood everything. Is that you? Ning Chen glared at Wang Quanfeng fiercely. At this time, Wang Quanfeng and the truck driver were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats, because they just saw that the little stinky Taoist priest who was so close to them actually jumped up and calmly dodged at such a critical moment. He is not a human being at all. You, what do you want to do? Get out of here. Otherwise I'll hit you to death. Damn. Wang Quanfeng shouted viciously at Ning Chen. Although he was a little scared and felt that this boy was a little evil, his arrogance did not diminish at all. It seems that was your idea to hit me with your car just now. Ning Chen glanced at the driver sitting in the driver's seat, then looked at Wang Quanfeng, and understood. This cruel and brutal bastard who treats human life as worthless is the culprit. Yes. It was me who ordered it. So what? You little stinky Taoist priest, how dare you snatch a woman from me and spend the night with Su Chening? Do you know that Su Chening is the woman I have set my eyes on? You're lucky I didn't hit you to death just now. Humph. Wang Quanfeng said angrily. Immediately, he shouted at the driver in the driving seat, what are you doing standing there? Drive, hit him to death. Woof. Young Master Wang. But at this moment, the driver's voice trembled and his face turned pale, because at some point, the guy outside had pulled the car door open very roughly. Bang. Then, Ning Chen grabbed the driver's arm and pulled it hard. The driver was dragged several meters away and fell into a flower bed on the side of the road, screaming in pain. Next, it's your turn. Ning Chen reached out his hand again and pulled Wang Quanfeng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, out. Wang Quanfeng, who weighed more than 140 kilograms, was like a little chick at this moment and was carried out of the car by Ning Chen. Dare to hit me with your car? Create a car accident. Ning Chen kicked Wang Quanfeng hard, and the latter fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Ning Chen slapped him in the face. Bang! Wang Quanfeng's face was instantly left with bright red palm prints and became swollen. One of his back teeth was broken and blood spurted out of his mouth. Asshole, if I don't beat the earwax out of you, I won't be named Ning. I told you that you would have a bloody disaster, but you still don't believe it. Another slap, Ning Chen hit Wang Quanfeng's left cheek hard. Bang! Wang Quanfeng's left cheek was also slapped and swollen. Ouch! Ouch! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Big brother, spare me! Wang Quanfeng cried out in pain. He had just been kicked and his chest was aching. His bones were almost falling apart. How could he fight back? Now he was slapped twice in a row and was grimacing in pain. How could he dare to be arrogant? Looking at Wang Quanfeng, who was beaten into a pig's head and kept begging for mercy, Ning Chen shook his head unsatisfied and murmured, the earwax hasn't come out yet, no. Bang! Another slap hit Wang Quanfeng hard on the face. Wang Quanfeng's head was swaying from the fierce slap Ning Chen received. His face was swollen, and his mouth and nose were bleeding. He looked like a monster. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Wang Quanfeng endured the severe pain and screamed madly. You dare to hit me? My father is a big shot in Shanghai's business community. The company my family runs is the largest security company in Shanghai, and there are hundreds of security elites in my family who have retired from the army. If you offend me, they will beat you to death. Unfortunately, at this time, although Wang Quanfeng spoke toughly, he was actually weak inside and had completely lost his confidence. He didn't know where this little stinky Taoist priest came from, but this guy's slap was really hard. It hurt him so much in the face that it was heart-wrenching. Oh, you stinky Taoist priest, don't think that you can cure diseases and pretend to be a ghost, and you can make the old man of the Su family support you and make Su Chening like you. Dream on. You will regret it, stinky Taoist priest. You hit me, don't even think about leaving Shanghai alive. Oh. Wang Quanfeng wailed in pain, but remained stubborn and kept on threatening. Do you know why I don't refute you even though you keep complaining so much? Ning Chen sneered. Wang Quanfeng asked subconsciously, why? Because, you are just a maggot in the toilet. Have you ever seen people swearing at maggots while defecating? Ning Chen's face was full of contempt, and he continued coldly, remember, you stinking maggot, your fate is in the dung heap. You stinking maggot, you still want to go to heaven. A stinky maggot, want to go to heaven. Hearing these words, Wang Quanfeng was filled with grief and indignation. His face turned red with anger and his whole body was shaking. For him, this was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation he had ever experienced. How dare you? How dare you call me a maggot? You bastard, you're dead. I'm telling you, you. Ah. Dead. Wang Quanfeng roared wildly. If someone richer and more powerful than him insulted him like this, he would have been forced to swallow his anger. But now, this stinky little Taoist priest, whom he never took seriously at all, was humiliating him like this. Chapter 14 Renting a House. Forget it, you stinky maggot. I don't want to hit you anymore. After all, I don't want to dirty my hands. Since you think I'm playing tricks, very good, I will release an evil ghost now for you to see. You can enjoy it for free. You're lucky. Ning Chen said leisurely. Immediately, he took out the things he carried with him. In addition to a tattered cloth bag, there was also an old-looking gourd. Holding the gourd, he silently chanted a string of spells, then removed the stopper and burned a piece of talisman paper. Evil-eyed old ghost. Come out. As he shouted, suddenly, a thick smoke gushed out of the gourd. The smoke quickly enveloped Wang Quanfeng, who was in a state of stunned. Then, the thick smoke dispersed and gathered, and the color became increasingly gloomy and black. In an instant, a ferocious ghost appeared with bared fangs and claws, its feet in the air, its body huge, and a skull head made of eerie white bones with a bloody mouth open. A pair of deep-set eyes, filled with black pus and blood. As sinister and terrifying as it can be. Araha. Seeing such an extremely evil ghost, Wang Quanfeng was so frightened that his face turned pale and bloodless. He screamed in terror and fell to the ground with his legs going limp. He urinated and a foul smell came from his pants. It turned out that Wang Quanfeng was so scared that his shit and urine flew everywhere. There was no way. Not to mention Wang Quanfeng, even those Taoists who had experience in exorcising ghosts would be frightened when they saw such a ferocious, bloody and terrifying ghost. What's more, Wang Quanfeng is just an ordinary man, a playboy who has been drained by alcohol and sex. Because this is one of the many most sinister and fierce ghost kings that Ning Chen has subdued, called the Evil-Eyed Ghost King. In addition to the Evil-Eyed Ghost King, there is also the Soul-Devouring Ghost King, the Sperm-Devouring Ghost King, the Rakshasa Ghost King. They are all ghost kings that Ning Chen has subdued, and all of them are put into the gourd he carries with him. Although these evil spirits, after being subdued by Ning Chen, were suppressed with a variety of forbidden spells and talismans and did not have much harm, but once they were controlled by Ning Chen, they revealed their hideous, bloody and extremely evil faces. Not to mention killing people, they could scare people to death. In an instant, when Quanfeng collapsed to the ground powerlessly, his eyes rolled back and foam came out of his mouth. He was so frightened that he fainted. Evil-Eyed Ghost King. Take it back. Soon, Ning Chen put the Evil-Eyed Ghost King into the gourd and turned away. As a celestial master, his Taoist skills are almost as good as that of the old Taoist priest with the ox-nosed nose. Moreover, he followed ox-nosed nose to practice in his childhood and occasionally acquired very mysterious and magical skills in exorcising ghosts. Over the years, he has traveled around the world and caught many ghosts. He would simply suppress ordinary little ghosts, evil ghosts and fierce ghosts, and then completely destroy them, leaving them reduced to ashes and their souls scattered. The ghost kings he subdued and stored in the gourd were all the most powerful and highest level, from China to all over the world. Sometimes I would summon them out and use them. For example, this time, in order to let Wang Quanfeng see the world, Ning Chen summoned the Evil-Eyed Ghost King, a first-class extremely vicious and evil person, the best among ghosts. Not long after he walked away, Ning Chen received a phone call. Judging from the caller ID, it was the couple who had been rescued on the high-speed train. The middle-aged man is called Jinkai, a local from Shanghai. He works as a senior executive in a real estate agency and is considered to be from the middle-aged wealthy class. Now he has a son in middle age, and his wife has been successfully admitted to the hospital, waiting for the delivery. He feels like he has returned from the gates of hell, and he really feels like he has returned from a disaster. In the hospital, he told the doctor what happened on the high-speed train, describing how dangerous it was and how critical his wife's condition was. He also said that the young Taoist Ning Chen's rescue, using a magical pregnancy-preserving pill, played a crucial role in helping his wife. The doctors were all amazed by this. The doctors told Jinkai that without the help of the young Taoist priest, his wife and the baby in her belly would be in great danger. Now that the situation has settled down, Jinkai immediately called Ning Chen, wanting to meet this benefactor. On the phone, he invited Ning Chen to have a meal together, wanting to thank him again in person. Ning Chen happened to have no place to stay right now, so he thought about going over for a meal and asking Jinkai about it. Since he was a native of Tianjiang, he should know something about the housing rental situation here. The two met in a high-end restaurant in a bustling urban area of Shanghai. Jinkai ordered a large table of delicious dishes, authentic food, and also brought a bag with 100,000 cash in it, which he gave to Ning Chen in person, and thanked him profusely. "Master Ning Chen, this is a little gift from me, please accept it. Thank you for your help on the high-speed train before." Ning Chen waved his hands quickly. "I have already received your money. If you give me money now, who do you think I am?" Jinkai's face was full of gratitude. "Master, the previous 100,000 yuan was used to buy the pregnancy-protecting pills, and now this 100,000 yuan is my wife, the baby in my belly, and my gratitude to you. Please accept it, otherwise I will be uneasy." Ning Chen really didn't want to accept Jinkai's money anymore. After all, he had a good impression of the couple and thought they were good people, so he was eager to help and lend a hand at that time. After thinking for a while, Ning Chen said, "Oh, Uncle Zheng, let's do this. I don't want the 100,000 yuan. Please help me find a house. I plan to stay in Shanghai for a while, but I don't have a place to stay right now." Upon hearing this, Jinkai's eyes lit up immediately, and he laughed happily. "Har har. Master Ning Chen, my great benefactor. You have found the right person. I am a real estate agent, and no one is more familiar with the large and small real estate projects in Shanghai than me. How about this? I will find you a house for free, and as long as you live in Shanghai, I will cover the rent, property fees, water and electricity, etc. Don't refuse me this time. If you agree, I will help you find it." Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "Well, since you are so sincere, it would be too rude of me to refuse. We are friends now. If you need me in the future, Uncle Zheng, just let me know." Jinkai was overjoyed and excitedly shook Ning Chen's hand, saying gratefully, "My great benefactor, it is my honor to be able to make friends with a great man like you." The two had a very happy chat at the banquet. After dinner, Jinkai took Ning Chen to a residential building in the old city of Shanghai. After entering, Jinkai introduced with a smile, "My benefactor, there are many houses for rent in several real estate projects here. I will take you to have a look first. If you like any one, I will arrange it for you." Ning Chen smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Zheng." After looking at several houses, Ning Chen was not very satisfied. As a heavenly master, his first requirement for a residence was feng shui. Although these houses are high-end in terms of layout and decoration design, unfortunately they have bad feng shui. Jinkai was very patient and continued to take Ning Chen to look at houses. He was sincerely willing to do something for Ning Chen, his great benefactor. Suddenly he thought of a property, and his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Benefactor, come with me. I have a top-floor duplex for rent. It has 2 floors, a total of more than 200 square meters. There are currently 2 tenants living in it, and there are still a few empty rooms. If you don't mind sharing the rent with others, then you can consider it." Ning Chen said, "Okay, let's go take a look first." Chapter 15 Stinky Des Beauty. They arrived at a high-end residential building, got into the elevator, and went to the floor where the duplex suite was located. Jinkai took out the key and opened the door of the duplex. As soon as he walked in, the layout design of the house quickly attracted Ning Chen's attention and made him like it even more. Ning Chen walked around the house, looked upstairs and downstairs, and couldn't help but show joy on his face. He said, "Uncle Zheng, you have to say, this house is good. Whether it is the geographical location or the feng shui layout, it is top-notch. Zheng Kai showed a happy expression and said, "My benefactor, I'm glad you like it. Have you chosen this one? Then you can live here. I will arrange everything. You can just move in with your luggage. If you need anything, just let me know. I am an expert in real estate. By the way, let me tell you the situation first. There are 2 rooms downstairs in this duplex that can be rented out. Both have independent bathrooms and kitchens. There is also a room in the attic, which also has an independent bathroom and kitchen. Which one do you like?" Ning Chen had already noticed that the room in the attic had an excellent location and a very good layout. According to feng shui, it was in a windward position. The windows and balcony were arranged in a north-south direction, allowing plenty of sunlight. It also cleverly avoided the shortcomings of the layout of haunted houses in feng shui. Such a loft suite is very convenient for Ning Chen to live and work here, and is also very suitable for practicing Taoism. It can maintain abundant yang energy, is high above, and has excellent feng shui. Ning Chen smiled and said, "I'll take the attic suite. By the way, who is the landlord of this duplex?" Zhang Ming then explained, "This house is quite special. It is a house that the developer has kept for himself and has never sold. Now it is listed with a real estate agency. The whole house has been divided into several separate suites for rent. The property rights of this house are still with the developer. A duplex like this, located in a prime location in a first-tier city like Shanghai, should be worth a lot of money, right?" Ning Chen asked with a smile. Zheng Kai smiled and said, "According to the current market price, it is indeed not cheap, at least more than 20 million. More than 20 million. Ning Chen murmured, "For a house worth more than 20 million, then the rent for each of the individual suites here should be quite high, right?" Zheng Kai smiled and said, "My benefactor, don't worry about the rent. I'll take care of it. As long as you live here comfortably, that's all that matters." Ning Chen smiled and said, "Thank you very much, Uncle Zheng." Now that the house issue was settled, Ning Chen didn't have much luggage, just a cloth bag and a gourd. In the cloth bag, besides some talismans, there were only a few sets of clothes. There's nothing else to it. Ning Chen moved in that day. Zheng Kai arranged for keys, door cards and other things to be delivered. The rental contract has been signed, and Zheng Kai has arranged the rent, property fees, and prepayment of water and electricity. After saying goodbye to Zheng Kai, Ning Chen walked around the bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, rooftop and terrace in the attic, feeling very satisfied. He was just about to go out and go downstairs to take a walk outside when someone opened the door with a key. There came the clear laughter of 2 girls, as clear as silver bells. "Jie, you said that the master you met on the high-speed train was a very young and handsome Taoist priest. Come on, there are so many scammers these days, don't be fooled. Shuzhen, please stop talking nonsense. How could a girl as smart as me be deceived? Hee, are you jealous of me having a wonderful encounter? TSK. I don't care. Really. Haven't you been complaining about your legs being sore all the time? That expert is a great doctor. I'll contact him and ask him to come and treat you. Come on, I don't believe it. Oh, I'm so tired. I took an international flight these 2 days. My legs are numb from standing on the plane." Bang! The door opened and 2 girls came in, talking and laughing. One of the girls was the girl Ning Chen met on the high-speed train. Chen Jie. The other girl, who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, was pulling a trolley case and was wearing a stewardess uniform, a white shirt and a black skirt, stockings and high heels, with a bow tie and ribbon around her neck. She was tall, probably about 1.75 meters tall. As soon as I entered the door, the girl was holding the shoe rack and taking off her high heels and stockings. She had just taken off her stockings to her ankles when she suddenly noticed a shadow on the floor. She looked up suddenly. There was a strange man standing on the stairs of the attic. Suddenly, Xu Zhenqiu screamed in surprise and trembling. You, who are you?" This shout startled Chen Jie, who was walking in from behind. Her eyes fell on Ning Chen. Chen Jie was stunned. There are such coincidences in this world. They were just talking about Ning Chen. Who would have thought that this little Taoist priest would miraculously appear in the house they rented? Could it be that? Chen Jie's mind was full of thoughts and he guessed many possibilities. Could he be a charlatan? A thief? Or a burglar? A super pervert who specifically targets young single female tenants. Yao Shuzhen is extremely vigilant. Because she is single and has been renting a house outside, she has the habit of carrying self-defense tools with her. Suddenly, she pulled out a folding knife from her bag, opened it, and stabbed at Ning Chen. After taking off her high heels, Shuzhen Yao did not take off her stockings completely, but she did it very lightly and quickly. Oh my god, are all the women in the city so fierce? Ning Chen quickly dodged and perfectly avoided Shuzhen Qiu's attack. Then, he moved behind her as fast as lightning. He stretched out his right hand and deftly grabbed her wrist holding the knife. With a little force, he snatched the knife with his bare hands. You bastard, you're asking for a beating. When the knife was taken away from her, Shuzhen Qiu's heart trembled. She tensed herself up and her pretty face was tense. But as her body swayed, her long hair spread out like a waterfall and spun in the air. It was truly beautiful and picturesque. Ning Chen took the opportunity to smell the fragrance of the beautiful stewardess's hair. It smells so good. How dare you, a lunatic, break into a private house in broad daylight? Qiu Shuzhen roared in anger after being taken advantage of by Ning Chen. In a rage, she kicked the brat. At this moment, Ning Chen made a sudden move and with incredible speed, he grabbed Qiu Shuzhen's raised leg in his hand, and lifted up the stockings hanging at her ankles, just right and perfectly, and put on her stockings. What a wonderful pair of legs, wearing black stockings, it's absolutely stunning. Ning Chen sighed with a smile. Feeling that the pair of slender legs that she was so proud of were being played with and needed by this playboy who broke into her house, Shu Qi was so ashamed and angry that her face turned blood red. From childhood to adulthood, when had she ever been treated so frivolously by someone? Beautiful woman, beautiful legs, unparalleled beauty. Ning Chen stood tall, looked at the beautiful stewardess in front of him with a smile, and made comments. Asshole. Shuzhen Yao was so angry that her face turned red and her liver and stomach ached. It's you. Ning Chen. Suddenly, Chen Jie was so surprised that her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. She never thought that she would meet the Taoist priest on the high-speed train in the house she rented, and he was her fiancé who claimed to be engaged to her. Chapter 16, Subduing the Female Ghost. What, you know each other? Shuzhen Qiu was very surprised. She looked at Ning Chen and then at Chen Jie, feeling a little confused. The young Taoist priest in front of him, wearing a Taoist robe, with messy hair and unkempt appearance, has no relationship with Chen Jie, the campus belle of Shanghai Business School. Chen Jie nodded and said, he is the little Taoist priest I told you about. On the high-speed train, he even saved the life of a pregnant woman with a big belly. Is that the man you are talking about? He doesn't look like a hermit at all. Jill, are you sure he is not a burglar? Shuzhen Qiu looked at Ning Chen warily. Her first impression of this guy was extremely bad. As soon as they meet, he touches her legs and puts stockings on her. This guy is definitely a gangster. Ning Chen smiled and said to Qiu Shuzhen, Miss, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Chen Jie's husband. We will live together in the future. Please take care of me. What? Husband? Qiu Shuzhen was even more confused. She looked at Chen Jie and asked in great surprise, Jie, is what he said true? Didn't you never have a boyfriend? How come you suddenly have a husband? Chen Jie blushed with shame and found it difficult to speak. She blamed her family's elders for betrothing her to the little Taoist priest when she was only 2 years old. Where can I seek justice for something like this? Ning Chen smiled and said, don't ask her, she's embarrassed. After all, she's secretly happy that a young man like me, who is so charming, handsome, and popular, can become her husband. Bar, can you say less? I get angry when I see you. Just wait and see, sooner or later I will go to my family to explain things, confront my dad, and tear up the engagement between you and me. Chen Jie said angrily. Engagement? Yao Shuzhen's eyes widened, and she turned around, full of curiosity. By the way, Jill, what's the engagement? Is he really your husband? This is really explosive news. I wonder if the boys in your school will be trapped in love and commit suicide by jumping off the building after knowing this. Chen Jie pouted and said unhappily, Shuzhen, don't make fun of me. Anyway, the thing between him and me is not what you think. I didn't admit that I was his wife. It's just that my father was seriously ill that year, and Ning Chen's master, a hermit, saved my father, so my father betrothed me to the disciple of that master, the boy in front of you. You also saw that he was playful and frivolous, so I don't want to be his wife, so don't listen to his nonsense. Ning Chen smiled and said, my dear wife, don't be embarrassed. Sooner or later, you will fall in love with me. When the time comes, don't be jealous because I am too outstanding and dazzling, and because there are a lot of girls around me. My suggestion is that you should be mentally prepared from now on and learn more about how to control your husband. That way, you can keep your husband, that is, me, firmly by your side. Shame on you. Chen Jie was so angry when she heard these words that she blew her nose and glared. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She grabbed a slipper from the shoe rack and threw it at Ning Chen. Oh my God! Murdering my husband! Ning Chen pretended to be surprised and startled, but inadvertently, he stretched out his hand and gently pinched it. With only 2 fingers, he deftly and steadily caught the flying slipper. This brat is really unreasonable. How could I live with someone like him? Chen Jie was so angry that she shook her head. Soon, in order to confirm whether Ning Chen was really the tenant here, Xu Zhenqiu picked up her mobile phone and called the real estate agency and the property management here to confirm. Finally, regrettably, I got the news that Ning Chen was indeed the new tenant who had just moved in here today. It seems that if they don't move out from here, they will have to live under the same roof with him and become roommates. The 2 girls changed their shoes, and Chen Jie sat on the sofa angrily. Yao Shuzhen went to her room and changed into a long dress and long pants. She used to share their house with Chen Jie. The 2 girls were very casual and comfortable with each other. They often came home wearing cool clothes, such as shorts and suspenders, and were not afraid of exposing themselves. But now, with an extra man in the house, there is more restraint. Xu Zhenqiu can only guard against Ning Chen like she would a wolf. The key point is, she can't say anything, because he is really a tenant here, and he is also Chen Jie's fiancé who is engaged to her. Qiu Shuzhen sat on the sofa, put her mouth close to Chen Jie's ear, lowered her voice, and whispered, Jie, now your husband has moved in, I have become a single dog, and I will have to eat dog food every day in the future. I can't stand it. Simply, I will move out in a few days. Chen Jie hurriedly said, Shuzhen, why are you moving out? You have already paid the rent for half a year, and the rent here is not cheap. Although you are a flight attendant and your income is not bad, you can't squander it like this. Don't worry, as long as I am here, I will not allow this brat to mess around, and I will find a way to kick him out later. The 2 girls were chatting, and Ning Chen had nothing to do, so he moved a chair and sat in the living room. Because the living room was shared, the 2 girls couldn't chase him away. Admiring the 2 girls from a close distance, his wife Chen Jie, needless to say, had a first-class figure and appearance. The only small flaw was that the back of her body was not tight enough and was a bit flat. But this is not a problem because he has already given Chen Jie 3 sets of buttocks enlargement cream. By the way, Jill, have you applied the buttocks enlargement cream I gave you? Ning Chen asked suddenly. Chen Jie's face immediately turned red, and she snorted, Humph. What do you care if I put it on or not? I'm warning you, don't keep calling me wife. Who is your wife? Ning Chen chuckled and said, I'm just kindly reminding you that the plaster has an expiration date and can only be used for 7 days at most. If you don't use it in time, it will have no effect. By the way, now that we live together, I can use my unique massage techniques to help you make your butt bigger and more perky for free. Don't thank me, after all, you are my wife. Your body has become more sexy and hot, and in the end, I, as your husband, will be the one who benefits. Upon hearing this, Chen Jie stomped her feet in anger, feeling ashamed and angry. Her face turned red so much that blood seemed to be dripping out. Qiu Shuzhen, who was standing by, held back her laughter with a stern face and said in a low voice, Jill, I noticed something was wrong with you last night. You hid in the bathroom secretly, took off your pants, and put some kind of plaster on your butt. I thought you had hemorrhoids. It turned out to be a buttocks enhancement cream. The name sounds very powerful. Shuzhen, look at what you said. Are you still my good sister? Are you here to make fun of me too? Chen Jie snorted. Yao Shuzhen waved her hands quickly. Jill, I'm not making fun of you, you're the one who's always tangled up in your opinion, saying that the biggest flaw in your figure is that your butt isn't big enough and perky enough, and you even say you envy me, but I envy you too, you have such a thin waist and an impressive butt. If I had a figure like yours, I wouldn't care if my butt wasn't perky enough, it would be enough to seduce a lot of men. Go away, stop talking nonsense here. Chen Jie said unhappily. Hey, Jill, it turns out you have already tried it. Have you felt the magic of the buttock enlargement cream? Ning Chen asked with a leisurely smile. Chapter 17, Saying One Thing and Thinking Another. When asked this, Chen Jie didn't know what to say. If she was asked to thank Ning Chen, she didn't want to do that. But no matter what, since she applied the buttocks enhancement cream last night, she really felt the changes in her body. That place really became tighter and more upturned, and after a night, when she woke up early in the morning, she really felt the effect of increasing fat. It's not very obvious when wearing clothes, but if you take them off and touch them with your hands, you can definitely feel it. There is a clear difference from before. Jill, why aren't you talking? It seems that the plaster you applied last night really worked. With your temper, if it didn't work, wouldn't you scold your husband severely? Xu Zhenqiu laughed, she really couldn't help laughing. It is, a little effective, but not particularly obvious. Ning Chen, since you didn't lie to me, I won't bother you today. But I warn you, you live here and share the rent with the two of us girls, don't go after Xu Zhen just because she's so pretty and has a great body and she's a flight attendant. I'm telling you, Xu Zhen is my good sister, if you dare to do anything bad to her, I'll beat your head off. Damn, so brutal. Which head? You can hit the upper head as you like, I can take it, but if it's the lower one, don't do anything rash, you will regret it later. Ning Chen said with a grin. Chen Jie was so angry that she gritted her teeth, while Qiu Shuzhen on the side laughed so hard that she fell backwards. At this moment, Chen Jie's cell phone kept beeping. She picked it up and saw that it was a group message from the university class group. Many people tagged her, saying that she must attend the dinner tonight and must not be absent. Because Chen Jie was one of the class committee members and was also known as the school belle, several boys in the class sent her private messages, asking her to be present. After replying to the message in the group, Chen Jie put away her phone, prepared to go out, and said to Qiu Shuzhen, by the way, Shuzhen, I'm going out for dinner tonight. If you cook, please cook less. The two girls have been sharing an apartment for more than half a year and have a very good relationship, so they would cook at home from time to time. Qiu Shuzhen nodded, but then shook her head and said, Jill, we usually cook at home for two people. Now you are going out for dinner, but your husband is still here. If I cook, do I still have to cook for two people? Upon hearing this, Chen Jie immediately became alert and said to Ning Chen, you should take care of the meal yourself, and don't think about Xu Zhen. Ning Chen shook his head and said, no, I'll just eat at home. If I can have dinner with the beautiful stewardess Qiu Shuzhen, even if it's instant noodles or bran, I'll be very happy. No. Chen Jie snorted coldly, and in a hurry, she grabbed Ning Chen's arm and pulled him out. Why don't you just come with me? I'm having a dinner party outside, and you won't be one more person. Since you gave me the plaster, I'll take you out for dinner tonight. Suddenly, Xu Qi smiled and thought to herself, Chen Jie, you say you dislike Ning Chen but your body is quite honest. You keep your husband tightly guarded, are you afraid that I will seduce him? Nothing is more serious than saying one thing and thinking another. Pulling Ning Chen out, Chen Jie hailed a taxi on the roadside. Together, the two of them took a car to a famous seafood restaurant in the bustling downtown area of Shanghai. Chen Jie is a junior student in the Department of Commerce at Shanghai Business School. After this summer vacation, she will be a senior when school starts again. She will face the pressure of going out for internships and finding a job. Nowadays, there are college students everywhere, especially in Shanghai, a first-tier coastal city with many universities. Every year, there are countless fresh graduates looking for jobs. Although finding a job is not a problem for Chen Jie, because her father has already made arrangements for her at home, when the time comes, she can go back to help with housework, and everything will be fine. However, she still wants to make some money out there, so she has no interest in falling in love right now. Even though she has had many suitors at school over the past 3 years, she has never had a formal boyfriend. Now, her most fierce pursuer in the class monitor Qin Fengyu, is inviting several good classmates to dinner together under the guise of inviting them together, but in fact he is just asking Chen Jie out to pursue her passionately. Sitting in the taxi, Ning Chen looked left and right with a smile, full of curiosity about this bustling metropolis. Suddenly, a look of disdain fell on him from the side. What's wrong, Jia? Ning Chen asked with a smile. Chen Jie said with a look of disdain, I will take you to the class reunion later, but look at you, what are you wearing? I saw you wearing a tattered Taoist robe on a high-speed train, and you are still dressed like this now. You, please don't let me down. Ning Chen said with a smile, what's the big deal? I'm a heavenly master, and this outfit is my standard. Besides, I feel very comfortable wearing this. What do you think is comfortable? Look at yourself, like a beggar. If I had known, I would not have brought you out. Chen Jie said unhappily. Ning Chen curled his lips and said, Jie, my dear wife, don't make a mistake. It was you who wanted to bring me out. I was supposed to have lunch with that beautiful stewardess at home. That was such a wonderful thing. Alas, you forced me to come out, and now you regret it. You women, how come you change your mind faster than turning the pages of a book? Chen Jie said angrily, Humph, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Remember, when it's time for the dinner, you'd better not talk. Just eat your meal. By the way, I'll say it again, I solemnly warn you, I don't admit that I am your wife, don't talk nonsense anymore. Ning Chen didn't take it seriously, muttering to himself, I don't care whether you admit it or not, we are engaged anyway, you are my wife, and now the wife wants to go out for dinner and bring her husband along, isn't this normal? Chen Jie blushed as she kept calling him wife. She scolded him, what are you mumbling about? What husband and wife? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Okay, I won't say anything more. Ning Chen said with a smile. Not long after, the taxi stopped in front of a seafood restaurant in a bustling downtown area of Shanghai. As soon as the two got off the car, they saw a large group of people surrounding the place and they didn't know what was happening. Out of curiosity and as there was still some time before the dinner, Chen Jie and Ning Chen went over. It turned out that among the crowd, there was a middle-aged man with a big belly, half sitting and half paralyzed on the steps. Next to him was a man and a woman, who looked like a secretary and an assistant. They both looked anxious and kept asking around about the middle-aged man's condition. Boss Fan. Boss Fan. How are you? Boss Fan, we called an ambulance, it will be here soon. The middle-aged man called Mr. Fan turned out to be the CEO of a famous Shanghai-listed chain restaurant group, named Fan Wang. He had a big belly, just like a pregnant woman, with beads of sweat on his forehead, and his breathing was very heavy and rapid. He must have had some sudden illness, and he was dizzy and unconscious for a while. Soon, accompanied by the sound of woo-woo, a group of doctors and nurses got out of the ambulance that had just arrived and came to the middle-aged man. Chapter 18 I'll be your grandson. I'm Jiyu Chanlu, the director of Shanghai Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Please make way and let me see Mr. Fan. A man in his 50s walked in front. Dean Jiyu, you are finally here. I feel so uncomfortable now. My stomach hurts and I feel weak all over. You have to save me, save me. Fan Wang shouted anxiously and painfully. It seemed that he was an acquaintance of Jiyu Chanlu, the director of the Chinese Medicine Hospital. No wonder, when the ambulance arrived, it was the dean himself who came to treat Fan Wang. Acquaintances are one thing, but Fan Wang being a big boss with money and power is a more important factor. Otherwise, how could such a senior dean come here in person? Jiyu Changli squatted down and took Fan Wang's pulse. The director of the Chinese Medicine Hospital looked increasingly serious and solemn. Several minutes passed. The crowd watching were all extremely anxious and worried, and they didn't know how well he felt when he diagnosed Mr. Fan's pulse. At this time, a sarcastic voice came from the crowd. With this level of skill, you are still the director of a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. You took such a long time to feel a pulse, and you still can't find out the disease. If you continue to check people like this, people will die if you can't find out the disease. As soon as such bold and wild words were spoken, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out that the person who spoke was Ning Chen. Everyone saw that it was a young man in Taoist robes. They all looked at him sideways, thinking that he was too presumptuous and arrogant. How dare this brat who looks 3 parts like a Taoist priest and 7 parts like a beggar to point fingers at Director Jiyu of the Shanghai Municipal Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine? Where does the courage come from? Jiyu Changlu took the patient's pulse for a long time but couldn't find out the specific cause of the disease, and he was very anxious. There was no way. Fan Wang's illness was actually a bit strange. He had been practicing medicine for so many years and had never encountered such a difficult and complicated disease. Therefore, after diagnosing for several minutes just now, he still couldn't figure out the cause of the abnormal pulse. Now he was hit hard and looked down upon by this young man. He was so angry that he said to Ning Chen in a stern voice, "Young man, who are you? Mr. Fan has a sudden illness and I am here to give him emergency treatment. Don't say anything sarcastic here. If you delay my treatment and aggravate Mr. Fan's condition, you will be in trouble." Ning Chen smiled leisurely and said, "You are the director of a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, but you use the traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis method of observation, auscultation, and palpation. It is simply an insult to the word traditional Chinese medicine. I can tell at a glance what is wrong with this uncle. It is not a big problem at all. You are a quack doctor, so stop wasting his time here." Upon hearing this, Jiu Chanlu became furious. As an authority in the city's traditional Chinese medicine circle, he was a famous Chinese medicine expert and also the dean of the hospital. How could he have been despised like this? What's more, he is just a young boy who looks to be in his early 20s. Before he could speak, Ning Chen walked over quickly and asked Fan Xiao Wang, "By the way, uncle, did you eat something you shouldn't have? People like you should avoid eating and not indulge in your food. If you continue like this, you will eat yourself to death sooner or later." Suddenly, Fan Qiantong's pupils bulged, and his face showed shock. He stammered, Who are you? How do you know that I am greedy? In my life, the biggest and only hobby of Fan Xiao Wang is eating delicious food. Could it be that I ate the wrong thing and got an upset stomach?" Ning Chen said unhappily, "Look at you, your belly is as big as a pregnant woman in her 9th month. Do you know how to write the 4 words, diseases come from the mouth? You look pale, sweat is pouring down like rain, your lips are black, and your eye bags are loose and black. This is obviously because you ate something you shouldn't have eaten, and it also attracted evil spirits into your body, causing abdominal pain, weakness, and severe loss of qi and blood." Hearing him say these words and describing his illness, it seemed to be true. Suddenly, Fan Xiao Wang seemed to have seen a savior. Surprise flashed in his eyes, and he quickly begged Ning Chen, Master, please, save me." Jiu Chanli, who was standing aside, had an unpleasant expression on his face. He said to Fan Xiao Wang, "Boss Fan, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. Do you think he is someone who knows medicine? I think he is just a charlatan." Fan Xiao Wang said hurriedly, "No, Dean Fan, you felt my pulse for a long time but you didn't tell me anything. But this young master said it very accurately. I did have an upset stomach. Just now, I greedily ate a few pieces of snake meat in my restaurant. I also heard from my chef that we recently received a very rare sericulture snake. I was greedy and must have eaten the snake meat, which led to the current situation." Ning Chen nodded and said, "That's right. Snakes are full of bacteria and viruses. The snake you ate was infected with evil spirits. Generally speaking, it is evil spirits. Even if you boil it at high temperature, you can't completely eliminate it. You are lucky today to have met this heavenly master. Otherwise, you would have lost your life here. Oh my God! Master! Heavenly Master! Please save me, save me." Fan Xiao Wang's face was full of pleading, like a drowning man grabbing the last straw. Seeing this, the assistant and secretary beside him kept begging Ning Chen, Master! Please save our boss Fan, please. Nonsense. What evil spirits? What dirty things? It's all nonsense. Snakes may carry germs, that's true, but what evil spirits are you talking about? You're just kidding. Little guy, don't play tricks here and confuse people with lies. This is a matter of life and death. You are not a doctor. Can you cure the patient just by saying a few words? I've never heard of someone being able to tell a disease by just looking at it for a few seconds. That's complete nonsense. Boss Tan, don't rush to seek medical treatment. If this guy can cure my illness, I will stand upside down and have diarrhea." There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, and almost everyone was mocking and ridiculing Ning Chen, thinking that he was just talking nonsense and making a fuss. "TSK, what do you know? You are a bunch of mediocre people. I am a heavenly master, there is no disease that I cannot cure. Let alone humans, how about wild boars, leopards and tigers? When those animals are sick, I can cure them and make them obedient." Ning Chen said. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. "I just heard you talk nonsense and thought you were a real miracle doctor. It turns out you are a veterinarian who treats animals. How dare you come forward to treat Mr. Fan? They are all lumber discs, why is yours so prominent? A young veterinarian who treats animals in a zoo is so arrogant. This guy must have a problem with his brain. Boy, just keep talking nonsense here and bragging about your faults. I'll hold down Hooer Towar's coffin lid for you, so keep going. After hearing everyone's comments, Fan Xiaowan's heart began to beat fast. He asked in a trembling voice, "Little Heavenly Master, can you really cure diseases?" Ning Chen said seriously, "Of course. If you encounter those quack doctors, your illness will definitely be very difficult to treat. But you are lucky to have met me. I can prescribe you a medicine that will cure your illness." "Really? Thank you so much, Master," Fan Xiaowan said excitedly. Jiyu Chanli, who was standing by, looked disdainful and said, "Young man, don't prescribe medicine blindly. This is a matter of life and death." "Shut up, you quack. Where do you get the courage to talk nonsense here? Since you don't believe in my medical skills, what will you do if I cure your uncle's illness?" Ning Chen looked at Jiyu Chanlu leisurely. Jiyu Chanlu was originally holding back a rage, and upon hearing what he said, he immediately said coldly, "If you can really cure Mr. Fan's illness, I will be your grandson." Chapter 19 Fan Xiaowan's Gratitude. Very good, very good. Just wait to be my grandson. Ning Chen laughed and said proudly. Immediately, Ning Chen turned his head and looked at the assistant and secretary beside Fan Xiaowan, and said, "You two prepare a cup of hot water." Okay. The assistant and secretary nodded hurriedly and quickly brought a cup of hot water. Ning Chen nodded and smiled, then took out a piece of talisman paper and a black object from the cloth bag he was carrying, and he didn't know what it was. "Young man, what did you take out?" someone in the crowd asked curiously. Ning Chen said leisurely, "Look carefully, this is a piece of talisman paper, and this is the feces of a big eagle. The combination of the two can play the role of dispersing qi, activating blood circulation and relieving constipation. You don't understand anything, so don't ask." "What, eagle droppings? Fuck, are you disgusted? Can eagle feces be used as medicine? Mr. Fan, do you really want to listen to this brat's nonsense? He uses eagle feces as medicine to treat your illness. This is the most absurd and funny thing I have ever heard of. It's ridiculous." Jiyu Changlu exclaimed and looked at Ning Chen in horror. As an old Chinese doctor who has been practicing medicine for many years, he has never heard that eagle feces can be used as medicine. You know shit. This uncle got an upset stomach from eating snake meat. The evil spirit entered his body and went into his internal organs, which is very dangerous. Snakes are most afraid of eagles. Use eagle feces to restrain the poison inside the snake. Add my talisman paper and it will definitely cure the disease, Ning Chen said slowly. Then, he smeared the black eagle droppings on the yellow talisman paper and waved it in his hand. A magical scene appeared. What shocked everyone was that the talisman paper stained with droppings actually burned by itself and emitted a foul smell. Then, Ning Chen poured all the black paste made from the burning talisman paper and feces into the cup of hot water. "Give it to uncle to drink." Ning Chen looked at Fan Xiaowan's secretary and assistant and gave instructions. Hurry and give me some to drink. Hurry. Fan Xiaowan frowned tightly. He was so seriously ill that he didn't care about the stench and shouted anxiously. "Mr. Fan, are you sure you want to drink it? Stop talking nonsense. I feel so uncomfortable, let me drink it." Soon, the assistant and secretary, one pinched his nose, and the other poured black water into Fan Xiaowan's mouth. Gurgle. Gurgle. Under the gazes of the crowd with different and colorful expressions, Fan Xiaowan drank the glass of water that looked extremely disgusting and nauseating. I saw him frowning tightly, with a very ugly expression on his face, and then he started vomiting violently. The ground was covered with a pile of vomit, which looked as disgusting as it could be. Not only that, in the vomit, there were actually some things that were wriggling, like maggots. Everyone felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Boss Fan. Boss Fan. How do you feel? Mr. Fan. Soon, Fan Xiaowan's complexion returned to normal, and his belly, which was originally swollen like a pregnant woman, shrunk a lot. The dizziness and vertigo completely disappeared, and his mind became clearer. Thump. Immediately, Fan Xiaowan knelt in front of Ning Chen, excitedly grasped Ning Chen's arm, with endless gratitude in his eyes. Master. Master. Benefactor. Thank you for saving me. Thank you. Look for yourself. After eating the problematic snake meat, strange worms were wriggling in your stomach. If I hadn't helped you vomit them out, you would have been dead. Now you have returned to normal. Remember, in the future, be more careful and don't be greedy. Ning Chen said seriously. Thank you. Thank you. Master, I will definitely follow your instructions, and will definitely abstain from food in the future and will not dare to indulge in the desire for food again. Fan Xiaowang thanked him profusely and bowed to Ning Chen again. Okay, get up quickly. Ning Chen looked leisurely and said honestly, I am a heavenly master who came down from the mountain. I need to collect a little reward for curing diseases and saving lives. This is the rule of the heavenly master profession, so I must. Fan Xiaowang was filled with gratitude and knew very well what he should do. He quickly told his assistant to bring the bag over, and in front of Ning Chen, he took out 2 cards, one was a bank card and the other was a VIP card. Master, there is 100,000 cash in this card, and the password is the last 6 digits of the card number. This card is a platinum card of the Xiaowang catering group that I run. As long as you consume at any restaurant under my catering group, all the bills are free, and there is no limit on the amount of consumption. This is a small gift from me, please accept it, master. Fan Xiaowang handed the 2 cards to Ning Chen respectfully. 100,000 in cash. Unlimited platinum card of the restaurant group. This is definitely a big deal. 100,000 in cash may not be considered a lot, but Mr. Fan's Xiaowang Catering Group is the leader in the Shanghai-listed catering industry, with more than 100 stores in Shanghai and southern China. He has their highest level platinum card, which means any consumption can be free of charge. This is really quite a bargain. Moreover, it is said that Mr. Fan's Catering Group has only issued less than 10 platinum cards of this top level. In addition to giving him a reward and a platinum card, Fan Xiaowang and Ning Chen exchanged contact information. Seeing that Ning Chen was still using an outdated Nokia phone, Fan Xiaowang immediately thought to himself, a master is a master, and the phone he uses is so unique. Fan Xiaowang thanked him again, then said goodbye to Ning Chen with his assistant and secretary. Master, I am convinced. I am really convinced. At this time, Jiyu Chanlu, who witnessed the whole process of Ning Chen's treatment, was completely convinced. He changed his previous contentious attitude and became polite to Ning Chen. He bent down and bowed to show his respect. Okay, old man. Ancient Chinese medicine is profound and extensive. You are too ignorant. Ignorance is not a crime. Just be more humble and cautious in the future. Ning Chen said calmly. That's what the Heavenly Master taught me. I will follow his teachings. Jiyu Chanlu lowered his head, feeling extremely ashamed. Although Ning Chen's calling him old grandson made him quite embarrassed, he was still graceful. Since he had made a bet with Ning Chen before, he had to keep his word. He calmly accepted the call of old grandson. Master, you are very skilled and have extraordinary medical skills. I admire your medical skills very much. Could you please leave your contact information? If there is anything I don't understand, I can ask you for advice. All right. Ning Chen nodded and exchanged contact information with Jiyu Chanlu. In the remarks column of the phone number, he noted Jiyu Chanlu as old grandson. After getting Ning Chen's contact information and saying goodbye, Jiyu Chanlu left with satisfaction. The crowd also dispersed. Especially the guy who just kept saying that if Ning Chen could cure illnesses, he would stand upside down and have diarrhea. He ran away faster than a rabbit. A moment later, Ning Chen and Chen Jie entered the elevator together, ready to go to the seafood restaurant upstairs. Ning Chen, I didn't expect you to be so capable. A smile flashed in Chen Jie's beautiful eyes. Of course, I do have real skills. Ning Chen said proudly. Chen Jie said, before, when you saved the pregnant woman on the high-speed train, I thought you were just lucky and the pill happened to work for her. Now it seems that your profession is indeed a bit magical. Otherwise, you can teach me so that I can be as good as you, and I won't have to worry about finding a job in the future. Ning Chen smiled and said, you don't understand. Not everyone can be a heavenly master. Maybe among 1,000,000 people, there is one person who has the wisdom and talent to be a heavenly master. In addition to talent, it takes many years of study and practice to achieve some success. Someone like me, who became a heavenly master at a young age, can go down the mountain and venture out on my own. I am a rare genius in 1,000 years. Just brag. Chen Jie curled her lips. Little did they know that every word Ning Chen said was true. Chapter 20 Qin Feng Yu. Chen Jie thought to himself, this Ning Chen is really capable. He has earned 200,000 yuan by treating patients twice, and he also got a platinum card. For a young man of his age, this is really amazing. Maybe I really have a prejudice against Ning Chen, which is a bit wrong. At this time, a BMW M4 came roaring and stopped in the parking area outside the restaurant. A young man about 1.75 meters tall, wearing all branded clothes and with dark circles under his eyes, walked out of the car. This man was the protagonist of tonight's dinner, the class monitor of Chen Jie's class, Qin Feng Yu. Squad leader. Old Qin. Brother Qin. A group of young men and women quickly came over and called out to him in a friendly and flattering manner. In fact, they had arrived just now, just to wait for Qin Feng Yu to go upstairs to eat together. In the Shanghai Business School, it is not uncommon for students to drive a BMW to school. Some even drive better cars, such as multi-million-dollar supercars. However, in their class, Qin Feng Yu's family conditions are considered to be superior. In addition, he was the class monitor, and among his classmates, he had the support of hundreds. So at the dinner before the start of the new semester, he just called out in the group and there were many responses, more than 20 classmates came. Qin Feng Yu walked in front and took his classmates into the elevator and came to the seafood restaurant. He had already booked a large private room, so he walked in directly, sat down on the main seat, crossed his legs, and looked leisurely. Everyone, please sit down, sit down. Lao Sun, Ju Kai, Qiangzi, come and sit down. Qin Feng Yu smiled and greeted several classmates who came in. Some of them were his close friends. When he saw them, he immediately asked them to come over and sit down. Soon, all the students who were going to attend the dinner arrived. There were 7 boys, more than 10 girls, and some of them brought their boyfriends or girlfriends, so there were about 20 or 30 people in total. There are many girls in the business department, and many of them are beautiful. By their senior year, the girls are very good at dressing up, so looking around, this big table is filled with beautiful girls. Not to mention eating, just looking at them is pleasing to the eyes. When Qin Feng Yu saw that there was a strange boy beside Chen Jie, surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. For Qin Feng Yu, it was a great surprise to see that there was a boy next to his goddess Chen Jie. What was even more incredible was that this boy, wearing a tattered Taoist robe and looking unkempt, did not look like a student from a business school or any nearby university. Instead, he looked like a small-time swindler. Could it be that the reason why Chen Jie has never had a boyfriend and has kept herself clean is because she has too picky tastes? She doesn't like handsome and cool city boys, but instead likes a little Taoist priest who appeared from some deep mountain or forest. However, he quickly rejected his own judgment and secretly guessed that Chen Jie was always kind-hearted. He must have seen the young man dressed as a Taoist priest outside and found him a beggar begging on the street, so he was kind-hearted and brought him over for a meal. The reason for this speculation is that no matter who it is, no one would associate this little loser who looks 3 parts like a Taoist priest and 7 parts like a beggar with Chen Jie's boyfriend. At this time, everyone expressed their curiosity and asked Chen Jie. By the way, Chen Jie, why don't you introduce this handsome guy next to you? He looks like a hermit, right? Jie, which mountain is this expert next to you practicing on? Har, Jie, you should dress like a Taoist nun, so that you can match perfectly with this Taoist-looking boy next to you. Everyone joked that these days, there are more and more boys and girls dressed in ancient Chinese costumes, and cosplay style is very popular. At this time, Qin Feng Yu said half teasingly and half contemptuously, Chen Jie, this is a dinner party among our classmates. If you have boyfriends or girlfriends, it's fine. But if you are beggar begging on the street, don't bring him into their house. I'll ask the waiter to pack some food for him to take away and eat outside. Hearing this, Chen Jie's expression became a little embarrassed and her face turned red to her ears. She knew that bringing Ning Chen here would definitely cause some criticism. Although she was mentally prepared, she did not expect the teasing and laughter from her classmates to be so intense. She wanted to explain, but found she didn't know how to start. Because, who exactly is Ning Chen to me? What should she say? When Ning Chen noticed Qin Feng Yu, he could roughly see that this boy surrounded by everyone was not only the class monitor as everyone called him, but also the most popular one among the boys present. It was obvious that these boys all followed his lead. Qin Fengyue's eyes fell on the dozen or so girls present. There was nothing unusual. However, when he looked at Chen Jie, the greed and covetousness in his eyes, which were deliberately hidden but could not be concealed, were still keenly captured by Ning Chen. It seems like this guy has evil intentions towards my wife Jill. So Ning Chen stood up and said loudly, I am not a beggar, but a Taoist priest who came down from the mountain. Also, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ning Chen, and Chen Jie is my wife. These words were like a bolt from the blue, or like a bomb dropped into a calm lake, instantly causing an uproar in the box. What? You are Chen Jie's husband. Are you Jill's husband? Jill is your wife. Oh my god. Jia, no wonder you've never had a boyfriend, you're already married. This is breaking news. No, this is super big news. Our class beauty, our school beauty, goddess Chen Jia, actually has a husband and is married. Oh my god, this is incredible. Jill, you hit it well enough. Chen Jia blushed and stood up to explain, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't marry him. It was just a childhood marriage arranged by our elders. Those things are all dross from the old times. I don't accept them. Looking at everyone, she continued, Ning Chen is indeed a Taoist who practices in the mountains. Now he has come down the mountain and has come to Shanghai. I saw that he had nowhere to eat, so I brought him here for a meal out of humanitarian concern. Don't make random guesses. After hearing this, everyone's expressions became even more interesting. Qin Fengyu coughed twice, his face was uncertain, with a provocative look in his eyes, and he said coldly to Ning Chen, little brother Ning Chen, since you are a Taoist practicing in the mountains, why did you come down the mountain? Don't you practitioners pay attention to the purity of the six senses and cut off the worldly affairs? Why, now the Taoists practicing in the mountains are also going to come down the mountain to find a wife and start a family. Chapter 21, Just a Charlatan. If you don't enter the world of mortals, how can you cut off the world of mortals? Ning Chen smiled leisurely and said, my dear brother, you are right. I came down the mountain to find my wife. Chen Jie is my wife. Here, I ask everyone to take good care of my wife. If anyone is rude to my wife, I will be rude to him. Chen Jie pulled Ning Chen's arm and said with a red face, Ning Chen, sit down. I told you not to talk after you came here, why are you saying all this? Besides, don't call me wife, I don't admit that I am your wife. Don't embarrass me in front of so many classmates. Okay, I won't say anything. Ning Chen was very calm. Since Chen Jie said so, he sat down casually. He looked around and waited for the food to be served. Qin Fenyue's eyes fell on Ning Chen again, becoming even more gloomy and cold. He could not imagine that such a stunningly beautiful urban girl like Chen Jie actually had a child marriage that was a relic of the old times. This undoubtedly made his path to defeat Chen Jie bumpy and created an obstacle. However, although Qin Fengyu strategically regarded Ning Chen as a love rival, tactically he felt that he could get rid of this stinky Taoist priest with just a little skill. How can such a shabby and poor little Taoist priest be compared with a tall, rich and handsome man like me? Humph. Besides, Chen Jie did not acknowledge the childhood marriage contract. Qin Fengyu thought secretly that for him, Chen Jie's attitude was a major benefit. At least Chen Jie did not admit that this stinky Taoist priest was her husband. By the way, Ning Chen, you who are Taoist priests should have studied in a religious school. It is said that nowadays, whether you are a Taoist priest or a monk, the diploma threshold is not low. What is your academic qualification? Qin Fengyu asked Ning Chen leisurely while waiting for the food to be served. Ning Chen shook his head. I didn't even go to elementary school, how can I have any academic qualifications? For a moment, all the students present were speechless. He has even attended primary school, he is the most illiterate among the illiterate. It's unbelievable that such a person had an engagement with Chen Jie. Since you have no academic qualifications, how do you, a Taoist priest, make a living? Are you going to Hungjin Film and Television City to be an extra wearing such clothes? A classmate asked with a smile. Ning Chen shook his head and said seriously, as a heavenly master, there are many ways to make a living. Being an extra is such a waste of talent. Really? You have many ways to make a living? Tell us about it, so we can open our eyes. Besides, you don't look like a master with profound Taoism skills. Qin Fengyu sneered. Ning Chen smiled and said, I can cure illnesses, read faces, observe feng shui, exorcise demons, catch ghosts, and solve problems. I can do everything. But in my line of work, if I don't do anything, it's fine. But if I do, the appearance fee is not low. Really? How high is the appearance fee? Tell us so that everyone can see it. Qin Fengyue's face was full of ridicule. Ning Chen was telling the truth. I just saved 2 people before, and each of them gave me 100,000, which is a relatively low appearance fee. However, considering that I have just come to Shanghai to go public, I can just treat it as a more favorable fee for the general public, which can also be regarded as a blessing to all living beings. Seeing his serious look, everyone couldn't help laughing. Just a 20-year-old boy, dressed as a Taoist priest, easily gets an appearance fee of 100,000. What a joke! It's still 100,000, why don't you go and rob it? Everyone thought it was ridiculous and thought to themselves, Chen Jie, you are such a loser for having a husband who was engaged to you when you were a child. They refused to believe it, and Ning Chen was too lazy to talk anymore. When everyone looked at Chen Jie, their eyes became strange. Jill, we are all classmates. Don't be angry if I say something unpleasant. Your husband, who was engaged to you when you were a child, is really capable. Unfortunately, he is just a bragging skill. A casual appearance fee of 100,000. That's enough for some minor stars. Being a Taoist priest makes so much money these days, can you introduce me to one? It's hard to find a job after graduating from college nowadays, how about letting your husband take me to make money? Some boys started to make a noise and started to ridicule and mock. Chen Jie glared at Ning Chen unhappily, thinking that you have no idea how to control your mouth. These days it is popular to make money quietly. You have earned $200,000, so just be happy about it to yourself and don't tell anyone else. After being bombarded by everyone, Chen Jie blushed and said, don't bully Ning Chen. There is no such thing as a 100,000 appearance fee. He is joking with everyone. Ning Chen was stunned at first, then thought, Jill's wife is really low-key. She must be worried that her husband, am too outstanding and will be targeted by other girls. Yeah, that must be it. I told you. Money is not that easy to make these days. My dad has opened several companies, but he only made over 10 million this year. He also told me to be more frugal with my spending. My living expenses used to be hundreds of thousands a month, but now, I only have tens of thousands left, which is totally not enough. Fortunately, I can ask my dad's company's finance department to reimburse me for gas when I drive. After saying that, Qin Fengyu pretended to be careless and dropped the car key of the BMW M4 on the table in front of him. He smiled and said, by the way, Ning Chen, you don't even have an elementary school education. It's almost impossible to find a job in a big city like Shanghai. However, since Jia and I were classmates, let's do this. I'll arrange a job for you. My dad's company is short of a security guard. You can go and do it first. I can at least give you 3,000 to 5,000 a month. Although you can't make a fortune, you can survive in Shanghai. Hearing this, everyone looked at Qin Fengyu with envy. Wow. Wow. Class monitor, your family is so rich. Lao Qin, please introduce me to a job. Many girls present exclaimed in admiration and looked at Qin Fengyu with stars in their eyes. Qin Fengyu was very proud, with a smile on his face. He really enjoyed the feeling of being praised. Moreover, he had just shown off the strength of his family invisibly. As a student of a business school in Shanghai, he usually drives a BMW M4 to school and has tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of pocket money a month. For such a tall, rich and handsome guy, he can have a new girl sitting in the passenger seat of his car every 3 to 5 days on average. He is also used to squandering money to show off his financial strength, and he can easily pick up girls. Compared with Ning Chen, his sense of superiority has swelled to the extreme. He thought secretly, Ning Chen just said that his appearance fee was 100,000. He was just a stinky Taoist priest who came down from some unknown mountain. He was just a charlatan. According to his guess, this kid probably only has some mediocre kung fu at best. How could such a stinky Taoist priest get such a high appearance fee? Qin Fengyu suddenly had a feeling and realized that he was worrying too much. To deal with this beggar-like brat, as long as he showed a little bit of skill, he could crush him like stepping on an ant and leave nothing behind. Wow! 3,000 to 5,000 a month? That's a high income. Ning Chen laughed, pretending to be very happy. He looked at Qin Fengyu and asked, it seems pretty good when you put it that way, but what does a security guard usually do? Chin Feng Yu said seriously, it's nothing more than standing guard there, doing duty, and being responsible for the registration of people and vehicles coming in and out. No academic qualifications are required. All you need is that you are not a fool and can recognize a few characters. Taunt me? Ning Chen snorted in his heart, but with a smile on his face, he said, no problem. I can accept a salary of 3 to 5,000, but I have to go to your father's company to work every day. As long as I show up once, you have to give me an appearance fee of 100,000. What do you think? Chapter 22. You can't be considered men. Chin Feng Yu was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter, thinking to himself, you little stinky Taoist priest, you are really crazy about money. Why don't you rob a bank? Everyone burst into laughter and looked at Ning Chen as if he were a fool. At this moment, while Chen Jie went to the bathroom, several girls in the class who had a good relationship with Chen Jie became concerned about what was going on between her and Ning Chen. By the way, Jill, is that little Taoist priest really your husband? Your parents are so unreasonable. How could they marry you to a stinky boy who works as a Taoist priest in the mountains? That's right. What era is this? How can we still have child marriages? This is your lifelong happiness. Do you really want to marry him in the future? Jie, you are so beautiful. You are the campus belle of Shanghai Business School. The boys chasing you can circle around the university town several times. How did your family arrange such a husband for you? Chen Jie looked depressed. How should I know? It was all arranged by our parents. I will call my dad later and ask him about the situation. No matter what, I will never marry him. But he just came to Shanghai. After all, his master is my dad's lifesaver. Now he has nowhere to stay and doesn't know where to eat. I had no choice but to bring him here. When I came here, I told him not to talk and just eat his food. I didn't expect him to talk nonsense in front of so many people. I was so angry. Okay, Jia, let's go. The dishes should all be served in the private room. This time, Lao Qin wants everyone to eat together. He is really aiming for Peigong. What's the meaning? Chen Jie looked confused. What else could it mean? Our class leader, Lao Qin, has been pursuing you for such a long time. We are all about to be seniors, and we will go out for internships and jobs, and soon we will go our separate ways. How could he give up if he doesn't succeed in pursuing you? We are all just guests, and you and Lao Qin are the protagonists. Several girls were chattering around Chen Jie. Chen Jie's face turned red, but she felt annoyed. Of course she knew that the more Chin Feng pursued her, the more he had sent her flowers and invited her to dinner. However, she has always been the one who would refuse if possible and decline if possible. Because the type she likes is not Chin Feng Yu's type. Besides, Chin Feng Yu has a bad reputation and changes girlfriends more frequently than he changes clothes. Such a boy, even if his family has some money and he is relatively good in all aspects, is not in Chen Jie's eyes. When Chen Jie returned to the box again, the classmates present were launching a fierce attack on Ning Chen. Ning Chen, regardless of whether the engagement between you and Chen Jie really exists, in short, there is a huge gap between you and Chen Jie. You are not the same kind of people at all. Chen Jie is the campus belle of our Shanghai Business School. The boys pursuing her are better than each other. They are either tall, handsome, and can play basketball, or they are young talents with excellent character and academic performance, or they are rich second generations from wealthy families. And you, what future do you have as a Taoist priest these days? That's right. To put it bluntly, your business is all based on fraud and deception. That's right. What era is it now? Everyone believes in science. Who would believe a little Taoist like you? Even if you say you can cure diseases and read faces, what's the use? Don't we go to regular hospitals for treatment when we are sick? As for reading faces, there is no scientific basis for it. It's just to fool the elderly. Hearing everyone questioning and mocking Ning Chen, Chin Feng Yu showed a satisfied smile. He knew that he didn't need to show up now, as Ning Chen, this little charlatan in the martial arts world, had already attracted criticism from everyone. Ning Chen, listen to my advice. You should learn a proper craft, or go to the labor bureau to take a class and learn some skills. If you don't want to work as a security guard in my dad's company, I'll contact you to work in an electronics factory. There are many girls in the electronics factory, so you won't have trouble finding a wife. At this time, Qin Fengyu said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Ning Chen didn't take it seriously. He ate his meal calmly and acted like a hard worker. However, in everyone's eyes, his indifference seemed completely heartless and desperate. Who knows, he is just too lazy to explain. Hey, Jill, come and sit down. Look, I picked up a lot of food for you. Suddenly, Ning Chen looked up and saw Chen Jie walking in from outside the box, and hurriedly greeted her with a smile. Chen Jie felt somewhat uncomfortable after hearing so much criticism and doubt from her classmates. But when she saw that Ning Chen was still able to remain calm and composed in the vortex of numerous doubts and criticisms, compared with all the noisy things around him, especially Qin Fenyue's arrogant and domineering attitude, he seemed even more precious. He is so low-key and unpretentious, neither humble nor arrogant, and is not surprised by praise or criticism. Suddenly, Chen Jie felt a little respect for Ning Chen, accompanied by a little heartache. We are all young people, but these classmates, each of them claims to be the chosen ones of heaven, spend their family's money openly, eat and drink as much as they can, and live more carefree than anyone else. As for Ning Chen, he can already earn money with his own hands. To be honest, what qualifications do they have to point fingers at and criticize Ning Chen? Thinking of this, Chen Jie walked over with her graceful figure in front of everyone's strange looks, sat down in the seat next to Ning Chen with ease, and picked up the bowl and chopsticks. Ning Chen, you eat too. Why are you picking so many dishes for me? I'm on a diet. Chen Jie said with a smile. Ning Chen laughed and said, Look, this is a chicken leg, this is a duck gizzard, there is also peeled crab meat, and shelled lobster meat, hurry up and eat. Chen Jie saw that not only the bowl, but there was also a bowl in front of her that was also filled with crab meat, lobster meat and other foods that Ning Chen had carefully selected and peeled. She was immediately moved. Glancing at Ning Chen, her eyes were filled with shyness, and she lowered her voice and said, Thank you. Ning Chen actually heard it, but pretended not to hear it clearly. What? What did you say? Chen Jie blushed and said, Thank you. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful and considerate. Everyone was laughing at you, but you were peeling shrimp shells for me. Ning Chen smiled and said, Jie, my dear wife, we are friends now. No need to be so polite. TSK, who is your wife? You just want to take advantage of her with your mouth. Ning Chen smiled and said, If you don't take advantage of me with your mouth, then how can you take advantage of me with your body? Seeing Ning Chen's teasing eyes, Chen Jie immediately stopped talking, thinking to herself that this brat, even though he is a young Taoist priest who came down from the mountains, he is very good at talking and most people can't beat him. Have you ever heard of this saying? The cheapest thing in the world is a man's useless gentleness. Suddenly, Qin Fengyu, who had seen the interaction between Chen Jie and Ning Chen, felt jealous, but his expression was arrogant and disdainful, and he sneered. Everyone expressed their agreement. That's right, the cheapest thing in the world is a man's gentleness when he has nothing to lose. To gain a foothold in this society, a man still needs to be rich and capable. That's very well said. What can a few sweet words and small favors do? The boys surrounding Qin Fengyu were obviously teasing Ning Chen, saying that what he had just done to Chen Jie was a kind of useless tenderness of a man. What do you mean? Ning Chen looked at Qin Fengyu and the other boys and said calmly, I'd like to ask, what kind of man is not useless? Is it the men like you who take your parents' money and squander it in school? Oh no, you can't be considered men. At most, you can only be considered boys. As soon as these words came out, the boys around Qin Fengyu all changed color. Ning Chen's words hit the nail on the head. Chapter 23 Get out of here. Let me tell you what kind of man is not completely useless. He has education, a diploma, can find a decent job, and can buy a house and a car in this city. That's an excellent man. Of course, these conditions are only the most basic for our squad leader Qin Fengyu. Apart from that, a man's charm comes from all aspects, from his words and deeds to his mind and bearing. Let me ask this brother Ning Chen, what are you comparable to our squad leader Qin Fengyu? At this moment, a well-mannered boy sitting next to Qin Fengyu stood up and said proudly. Obviously, he was targeting Ning Chen. Suddenly the atmosphere in the box became a little solemn. Ning Chen smiled and said, I may indeed be far inferior to your squad leader in some aspects. After hearing what he said, everyone thought that this young Taoist priest finally had some self-awareness. However, Ning Chen's next words made all the students present uneasy. This classmate Qin Fenyue's reincarnation skills are indeed quite good. Other than that, I can't see how he is better than me. You little stinky Taoist priest, we didn't break up with you for Chen Jie's sake, so you better take care of yourself. You said something about a 100,000 yuan appearance fee before. I was going to teach you a lesson, but I didn't want to ruin the joyful atmosphere of the dinner. I didn't expect you to speak so arrogantly again and again. Qin Feng suddenly became angrier and said coldly, Ning Chen, you little Taoist priest, if you are really as powerful as you boast, then take some practical actions for everyone to see. Don't embarrass yourself and Chen Jia. Ning Chen smiled and asked, what do you mean? Qin Fengyu pointed at the table full of delicious food and said coldly, if you are really capable, just pay for today's dinner. In this day and age, wealth is a very important aspect of competition between men. If you don't have money, you can't let Chen Jia live with you and beg on the street, right? Do you want a girl to support you? I'm very sorry to disappoint you all. I don't have any money with me. Ning Chen said. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar, and the looks they gave him became even more contemptuous. Don't be impatient, I haven't finished yet. I see that this seafood restaurant is part of the Shaohuang catering chain group. Great, all their consumption in this private room today can be free of charge. I say it. Ning Chen patted his chest and said confidently. After hearing what Ning Chen said, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then overwhelming doubts and ridicules arose, especially Qin Fengyu, who was full of contempt and snorted coldly, Ning Chen, you little Taoist priest, are you crazy? Let me tell you, this seafood restaurant is a famous seafood restaurant in Shanghai. The bill for our table tonight is not low. I roughly calculated that it should be more than 20,000. You said that all bills here tonight are free, why are they free? Huh? Just relying on your face, are you going to use your face to swipe it? Or do you want to take everyone to escape the bill? We can't afford to lose this person. At this moment, Ning Chen took out the platinum card that Fan Shaohuang had given him from his pocket, called the waiter in, handed it to the waiter, and said, Beauty, use my card to pay for this room. Others may not know the origin of this card, but the waiters working in the restaurant recognized it at a glance. This is their highest level membership card of Shaohuang Chain Catering Group, a platinum card with unlimited spending. As long as you consume at any restaurant under the Chain Catering Group, you can get a free bill. This waiter had previously received a VIP with a platinum card, who was a well-known wealthy man listed in Shanghai and had a close relationship with the owner of the chain restaurant group, Fan Shaohuang. Mr. Taoist, are you sure this card is yours? The waiter was shocked and bewildered. He looked at Ning Chen and asked subconsciously. Because he really couldn't accept that the little Taoist priest in front of him was actually the owner of the platinum card. Of course it's mine. Just now, your President Fan gave me this card. Do you need me to contact your President Fan to confirm the ownership of this card? Ning Chen said coldly. Oh no. Dear sir, since this card is given to you by President Fan, you are the highest level member of our chain restaurant group. You are very welcome to dine here. As long as you show this platinum membership card, all your consumption here tonight will be free of charge. You only need to hand me this platinum card and I will swipe it for you at the front desk. Please wait a moment. I wish you a pleasant meal. The waiter bowed 90 degrees to Ning Chen. How could he dare to question him? You know, these days some wealthy second generations like to dress sloppily and act like pigs and eat tigers to show off. The waiter was worldly wise, so he quickly took the platinum card and went to the front desk to swipe it. Seeing this scene, Qin Fengyu and the others simply didn't believe that Ning Chen really possessed the highest level platinum card of this chain restaurant group. Not to mention him, even Qin Fenyue's father was not eligible for a platinum card. Therefore, Qin Fengyu sneered and mocked, Ning Chen, aren't you a Taoist priest? I suggest you read your fortune first to see if you will have a bloody disaster soon. I think that when the waiter comes later, he may bring a lot of security guards with him. With your fraudulent behavior, you will be in big trouble. Ning Chen disagreed and said with a smile, how about this, if I successfully settle the bill, what will you do? Qin Fengyu responded sharply, saying coldly, are you competing with me? This dinner tonight was originally my treat, but I am not happy with you and think you are too pretentious, so I want to teach you a lesson. How about this, if you are really capable of letting them give you a free meal, then how about I take your last name? Ning Chen shook his head, looking disdainful, I don't want you to share my last name. Our Ning family doesn't have descendants as ugly as you. You little stinky Taoist priest. Qin Fengyu was extremely angry. He stood up with his fists clenched. Ning Chen said coldly, if I let them get away with it, it's very simple, you get out of here. Also, don't have any thoughts about my wife Jill in the future. You little bastard, you dare to threaten me. Qin Fengyu said coldly, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the box became more solemn, and the confrontation between Ning Chen and Qin Fengyu became tense. Qin Fengyu's hatred towards Ning Chen reached its peak. From the beginning to the end, he never regarded this stinky Taoist priest as an opponent who was equally matched with him. But now, Ning Chen actually dared to threaten him. He felt that being threatened by such a shabby beggar was a great humiliation. So he said sternly with a cold face, good, very good. You little Taoist priest, you have guts. If you can get free, I will do as you say. However, if you want to brag here and make fun of everyone, then you kneel down and crawl between my legs, and I will spare you. Make a deal. Ning Chen answered very straightforwardly. Chapter 24 I am Ning Chen's sister. Make a deal. Qin Fengyu was stunned for a moment, and everyone looked shocked. This kid Ning Chen actually agreed? Or is it so straightforward? Qin Fengyu thought to himself, this stinky Taoist priest did not play by the rules at all. He wanted to scare him and make him surrender, but he did not expect that he would agree so readily. Suddenly at this moment, the waiter just came over in a hurry. Behind him, there were 7 or 8 people, several of whom were wearing dark blue security uniforms. They were obviously the security guards here. Seeing the security guard coming, the students became nervous and started to guess. It seemed that Qin Fengyu, as the class monitor, was indeed knowledgeable and experienced. He actually guessed right. It was estimated that the membership card that Ning Chen had just taken out was either fake or stolen, and now it was discovered by others and they came to arrest him. However, the next scene left everyone speechless. A middle-aged man in a light grey suit walked up to Ning Chen, bowed deeply, and said respectfully, Mr. Ning, welcome to our restaurant. I was busy with something just now and couldn't spare the time, so I couldn't come to you and offer you a glass of wine. I'm really sorry. You are a Platinum VIP guest, so all the expenses in this room tonight are free. In addition, as a privilege for Platinum VIPs, we will give you 2 bottles of red wine for free. After saying that, a waiter brought over 2 bottles of red wine and handed them to Ning Chen. Hello, Mr. Ning. Hello, Mr. Ning. At this time, many security guards all bowed and saluted Ning Chen. Suddenly, the box fell silent and everyone's expression changed drastically. Especially Qin Fengyu, who was instantly plunged into endless shock. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He stared at Ning Chen blankly, as if he had seen a devil, and complained in his heart, this stinky boy is actually a Platinum member. Damn, these days, rich people have so many tricks. He wears such a tattered Taoist robe and pretends to be a stinky Taoist priest. Damn. At this time, Ning Chen waved his hand and said, please save these 2 bottles of red wine for me. We have already finished the dinner and everyone is full, don't waste it. Hearing this, the classmates were all impressed and thought that this guy was really a weirdo. His words and actions were really hard to guess. He was already a Platinum member of the highest level, but he was reluctant to give everyone 2 bottles of red wine. In fact, Ning Chen was not reluctant to part with it, but he felt that these college students who did not study hard and instead came out to spend money on wine and women were not worthy of drinking these 2 bottles of red wine. Just when everyone was dumbfounded, someone pushed the box open again. Several bodyguards in suits who looked like thugs came in escorting a young lady. When this young girl appeared in front of everyone, not only the boys but also the girls were stunned by her beauty. Because this young lady is so beautiful, wearing a cheongsam, which outlines the perfect body line, especially the slit of the cheongsam, which is very high. When she walks, her slender and white long legs are looming in the cheongsam. This graceful and sexy outfit, coupled with her cold and aloof temperament, is simply stunning and unparalleled. Everyone in the box looked at this woman, and they all admired her in their hearts. Goddess. This is a real goddess. When everyone was in a daze, Ning Chen smiled and approached the cheongsam goddess, saying, Hey, Su Chening, my wife, why are you here? I'm just having a meal outside, you don't have to control me so much, right? What? Wife? This beautiful goddess is actually his wife. Suddenly, everyone was dumbfounded again. Who could have imagined that this beautiful Cheongsam lady in front of him, who was flawless from head to toe, was actually the wife of Ning Chen, the young Taoist priest? Everyone was extremely shocked. Su Chening said angrily, "Don't shout nonsense, you little brat. Who is your wife? If Grandpa hadn't asked me to chase you out to find you, fearing that you would be in danger if you wandered around Shanghai alone, I wouldn't bother to care about you. Come with me now, Grandpa is waiting to have tea with you." It turns out that this Cheongsam goddess is Su Chening. Su Chening grabbed Ning Chen's arm and was about to walk out of the box. "Hey, beautiful lady, who are you? How do you know Ning Chen?" Chen Jie was anxious at this time. When Su Chening came in, even Chen Jie, who was the campus belle of Shanghai Business School, felt that this Cheongsam beauty was not inferior to herself in terms of appearance or figure. And now seeing that Ning Chen and this Cheongsam beauty actually knew each other, she inexplicably felt a little jealous and quickly grabbed Ning Chen's other arm, trying to pull Ning Chen over. I am Ning Chen's sister. What's wrong? I want to take my brother Ning Chen home now, is that not possible? Humph. Who are you?" Su Chening blushed and thought for a long time about how to introduce herself. She couldn't say that she was Ning Chen's wife, so she had an idea and thought that since she was older than Ning Chen, she might as well be his sister. It seemed reasonable. "Sister? Ning Chen, explain yourself to me clearly, aren't you a Taoist priest in the mountains? How come you have a sister?" Chen Jie stared at Ning Chen coldly and questioned. Ning Chen looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. The one on the left is Jie's wife, and the one on the right is Chen Ning's wife. Both of them are wives with whom he is engaged, so he can't offend either of them. "It's like this, Jie, my wife. Actually, Chen Ning has the same status as you. It's all because my master, the old Taoist priest with a big nose, only accepted me as his disciple, so." Having said this, Ning Chen did not continue with the next words. Chen Jie, who was as smart as snow, guessed it immediately. It seemed that Su Chening must be an elder in the family who had been cured by Ning Chen's master, so she was betrothed to Ning Chen. Such a ridiculous thing, it happened to me. Chen Jie was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Being dragged by Su Chening, Ning Chen hurriedly turned around and shouted to Chen Jie, "Okay Jie, I'll go over with Chening first. She's sick and I haven't finished treating her yet." "What are you talking about? You are sick," Su Chening said unhappily. "Wait." Suddenly, Ning Chen broke free from Su Chening's pull, walked up to Qin Fengyu with big strides, and said with interest, "Qin Fengyu, it's your turn to perform now, get out of here." He deliberately emphasized the tone of the word roll. As a result, all the students in the box held their breath and became nervous. "You?" Qin Feng became more and more angry and stretched out his hand to attack, but his wrist was clamped by Ning Chen's hand. He felt the force becoming stronger and stronger, and he bent over in pain. I'm leaving. I'm leaving." Qin Fengyu realized that he had hit a wall. This stinky Taoist priest had unknown origins and an unfathomable background. He had no choice but to bow his head. So he lay down, rolled on the ground, and finally rolled out of the box. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Chapter 25 Su Chening's touch. Chen Jie was also in a daze and felt a little dizzy. What was going on? During this moment of daze, Su Chening pulled Ning Chen hard, took Ning Chen away, and rushed out of the box. Seeing two gorgeous goddesses fighting for the little Taoist Ning Chen, the male compatriots present were so envious and jealous that they were about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. "Oh my god, that's not fair. What's going on? If I had known that being a Taoist priest in the mountains was so promising, why would I have gone to school and received 9 years of compulsory education? If I had known earlier, my parents would have sent me to the mountains to become a Taoist priest. Everyone has lumbar discs, why is his the only one with such a prominent disc?" Everyone started talking and beating their chests. It was only then that Chen Jie came to her senses and discovered that Ning Chen was missing, so she quickly rushed out of the box. Su Chening pulled Ning Chen out and dragged him to the Maserati President parked on the side of the road. "The driver is Uncle Da. Uncle Da, go back to Tianshui City," Su Chening ordered. "Okay, Mr. Su." The driver, Uncle Da, nodded and drove quickly to the villa area of Tianshui City. Ning Chen muttered in frustration, "My dear wife Chen Ning, you have such a strong hand. Look at you. You twisted my arm until it turned red. Su Chening said angrily, stop talking nonsense. You tossed me around for so long last night, and now I just twisted you a few times, what's wrong? As soon as these words were spoken, Uncle Da, who was driving in front, couldn't help but show a look of shock, and the expression on his face became weird. What? President Su and this guy spent a lot of time together last night? Could it be that this little Taoist priest-looking guy has an unusual relationship with President Su? But President Su has always been single. There are so many outstanding young talents pursuing her in Shanghai, but she doesn't like any of them. How could she be with this shabby-looking boy? Did you meet a bad boy? Uncle Da was full of doubts and became alert, but he remained silent, because he knew very well that President Su had a cold personality, was arrogant, and was usually very strict and serious. Moreover, he didn't know what happened in the Su family's villa in Qianshui City last night. Although Uncle Da is just a driver, his identity is quite special. Su Chening calls him Uncle Da. He drives for the Su family and has been driving for more than 20 years. Before that, he had always been a driver for Su Chening's father. 3 years ago, Su Chening's parents died in an accident. Uncle Da remembered their old friendship and was used to being the Su family's driver. In addition, Mr. Su strongly urged him to stay, so he still stays in the Su family and stays with Su Chening. He treated Su Chening as the respected President Su, and also regarded this girl as his own niece. Oh, Uncle Da, I forgot to introduce him to you. He is Ning Chen. Many years ago, my grandfather was critically ill and was saved by an old Taoist priest. To express his gratitude, my grandfather betrothed me to the old Taoist priest's beloved disciple, who was him. But Uncle Da, don't listen to him shouting about wife, I don't admit that I am his wife. Uncle Da, don't be polite to him. If he does anything wrong or is rude or abrupt, you must tell me or I will punish him. When Uncle Da heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and understood what was going on. He looked at Ning Chen a few more times through the rearview mirror. Oh, so you are the disciple of the old Taoist priest. I have heard about the old Taoist priest. So, Ning Chen is the brother-in-law. Uncle Da considers himself as a member of Su Chening's maternal family, so there is nothing wrong in calling Ning Chen brother-in-law. Ning Chen had a good impression of Uncle Da, a middle-aged man with an honest face, and said with a smile, Uncle Da, you are too polite. We will be family from now on. Please take care of me, Uncle Da. HMPH. Damn Ning Chen, Uncle Da is being polite to you, but you really want to take advantage of him to climb up the ladder. Su Chening said unhappily. Uncle Da smiled and said, Boss Su, I've heard the old man talk about that old Taoist master back then. He was a very advanced Taoist master, a rare master in the world. I'm sure our son-in-law must also have a very deep Taoist skill. With him by Boss Su's side, Boss Su will definitely be even more powerful. Ning Chen smiled and said, Uncle Da, I love listening to you talk. You are a very smart person who knows the big picture and has a good eye for talent. HMPH, you little brat, what are you talking about? Do you mean to say that I don't know the big picture and that I'm a fool? Su Chening snorted coldly. Ning Chen hurriedly said, Chen Ning, my wife, I just said it casually, don't rush to take it for granted. Of course you are beautiful, generous, stunning, an intelligent peerless beauty. After all, a super invincible, handsome, and suave heavenly master like me must have an excellent wife like you to be a good match. Su Chening said angrily, go away. You can praise me, but can you stop flattering yourself? With your carefree look, what does being handsome, cool, and suave have to do with you? Don't you see my shining points? I am so outstanding. Can't you see them? My melancholy eyes, my stubble, my miraculous medical skills are like the stars shining in the night sky. Can't you see them? Oh, I get it. It must be because I'm too good and too dazzling that you can't open your eyes. Har har. Ning Chen chuckled. Ooh. Su Chening made a vomiting gesture and looked at Ning Chen as if he was mentally retarded. She wondered how unlucky she was to have run into such a stupid thing. The most hateful thing is that this idiot is her fiancé who is engaged to her. She sighed secretly, my life is so miserable. Looking at the two young men bickering, Uncle Da couldn't help but smile. After all, as an elder, he has more experience and often sees things more clearly than these young people. Moreover, as someone who has been through it, he feels that although Su Chening and Ning Chen, a young couple, do not seem to be a good match, the more bickering they are, the easier it is for them to achieve a happy ending in the end. Not long after, the car arrived at the Chenshui city villa. Ning Chen and Su Chening got out of the car and returned to the villa. Su Gangwei had already made tea in the living room and arranged for the servants to prepare snacks. When he saw Ning Chen coming back, he quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Little Master Ning Chen, come quickly, come this way. I heard from Xiao Ning that you have already eaten outside. I originally asked the servants to prepare food. How about eating some more?" Ning Chen smiled and waved his hand. "Grandpa Su, you are too polite. We are all family, there is no need to be so polite." Su Gangwei looked at Ning Chen, then at Su Chening, and teased, "Xiao Ning, look at him. His bearing and broad mind, can you compare with him? You lost your temper this morning, but Chen Chen didn't take it to heart and was still willing to come back to help you cure your illness and catch ghosts. You really should thank him." Su Chening sat on the sofa, turned her head to the side, and sulked to herself. In fact, she went to find Ning Chen because she felt somewhat guilty. And what Grandpa said touched her. Ning Chen came all the way to Shanghai. After getting off the train, he didn't go anywhere but came here the first time. He helped her cure her illness and exorcise ghosts without even eating a bite of food. As for her, she had a bad temper like a spoiled young lady and made it impossible for Ning Chen to stay here. Su Chening now thinks that she was indeed wrong. Chapter 26, Ghost Hunting Set. "Come on, Master, please sit down and have some tea. I haven't prepared anything good. This box contains 500,000 yuan. You can use it as pocket money first. Our Su family has been doing business in Shanghai for decades, but we don't have any treasures to show off. I hope you don't mind this little money." Su Gangwei pushed the silver safe on the coffee table in front of Ning Chen. In fact, this box contains not only 500,000, but 1 million. However, 500,000 of it was taken out by Su Chening to thank Ning Chen for helping her treat her illness. The other 500,000 is a token of Su Gangwei's appreciation. Ning Chen shook his head and said, "Grandpa Su, Su Chening is my wife. How can I charge money for treating my wife?" Su Gangwei smiled and said, "Ning Chen, others may not know, but I do know that in your profession, if you don't do anything, then it's fine. But if you do treat illnesses and save lives, you must be rewarded. This is the rule of your profession, and I dare not break the rules. Besides, this little money is nothing, just some pocket money. If you don't accept it, I will feel uneasy. Xiao Ning will also feel guilty." At this time, Su Chening said unhappily, "Ning Chen, can you please accept it quickly? You are a grown man, don't be so hesitant, just take the money, look at your clothes, what's the difference between you and a beggar? Besides, you just came to Shanghai, you have nothing on you, use this money to buy yourself some decent clothes, and if you want to live here, then live here, if not, it will cost money to find a house outside, so don't be so reluctant." He, what Xiao Ning said is true. Su Gangwei laughed. Since Su Chening had expressed her attitude and had good intentions, and Mr. Su was also very sincere, Ning Chen did not refuse and accepted the box. Next, the three of them sat and drank tea. In the magnificently decorated living room, the clock hanging on the wall pointed to 11 o'clock in the evening, which was the midnight hour. "Master, I have to trouble you again tonight to help Xiao Ning catch ghosts. The evil aura on her body has been removed, but the lingering evil ghost will still come to trouble her from time to time." Su Gangwei put down the teacup and said seriously. Ning Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, leave the ghost catching to me. All you need is Chen Ning's cooperation. If she doesn't cooperate, it will be difficult to catch the evil ghost. As long as she cooperates, everything will be easy." Su Gangwei hurriedly said, "Xiao Ning, you heard it too. When the Taoist priest catches ghosts later, you just need to cooperate with him as much as possible. He is not only the beloved disciple of the Taoist priest, but also your future husband. You should trust him." Su Chening's face turned red. Now that things had come to this, she had nothing more to say. There was a brief silence. In the huge villa, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in from the window of the upstairs balcony. Ning Chen's mind trembled, his brows knitted slightly, and the pure yarn qi in his dantian fluctuated slightly. He could vaguely sense that a stream of evil energy was rushing into the villa. Ning Chen stood up and said in a deep voice, "It's time to catch ghosts. Everyone in the villa except Chen Ning and me, get out." Su Gangwei nodded solemnly, and quickly retreated with his servants. Soon, the main door of the villa was closed, and the front, back and side doors were all closed, leaving only a window on the balcony on the second floor. This was also Ning Chen's deliberate arrangement. "Chen Ning, go upstairs to your bedroom." Ning Chen's face was gloomy. Exorcising ghosts was no joke. He was now gradually gathering the furnace-like pure yarn qi in his body, so that the evil ghost energy could take advantage of the opportunity and sneak into the villa. The two went upstairs. That evil ghost is very cunning and hides everywhere. It will never get close to you easily. So as I said before, you must lure that evil ghost closer so that I can take it down. Now, it's up to you. Ning Chen said seriously. Then what should I do? Su Qianning's face turned red from her neck to her ears. Ning Chen had told her the method before, but she was very resistant. But now she is in a difficult situation and the evil ghost must be caught, otherwise she will not be able to live in peace. Therefore, she specially prepared a set of underwear to wear under the cheongsam. Now, she only needs to take off the cheongsam she is wearing outside to reveal a small red suit underneath. Looking at the peerless beauty in front of him, Ning Chen persuaded, "Chen Ning, don't be shy, don't be afraid, I am a heavenly master, I am very professional. Even if you take off all your clothes, I will not have any distracting thoughts in my mind. Because this is my job. In order to catch ghosts, you can use your seductiveness a little bit, then the evil ghost will be attracted to you, and then I will capture it in one fell swoop and make its soul fly away." Well, okay. Su Qianning entered the bedroom and prepared to undress. Ning Chen followed in and said seriously, "Just take off your cheongsam and pose on the bed in a more seductive way. Can you do that?" Su Qianning took off her high heels and climbed onto the bed. The hem of her cheongsam swayed from side to side, revealing two snow-white, slender legs. Then, she lowered her head shyly and gently unbuttoned her cheongsam. At this moment, Su Qianning's face was so red that blood seemed to drip out. In her entire life, she had never done such an extremely embarrassing thing. When had she ever done anything so shameful? But in order to cooperate with Ning Chen in catching ghosts, she had no choice but to give it her all. When she took off her cheongsam, her proud body and perfect curves were revealed. Especially the red tight-fitting suit on her body, which wrapped tightly and made her curves and figure more exquisite. Such a sexy, hot, mysterious and seductive scene made Ning Chen's blood boil and his heart beat faster. Wow, this little suit is so cool. It seems that in order to catch that pervert, Chen Ning's wife has risked everything. He stared at the peerless beauty on the bed, and suddenly he felt a heat in his nostrils, and a warm liquid flowed out uncontrollably. He touched it with his hand, and it turned out to be a nosebleed. Ning Chen quickly retracted his gaze. He couldn't continue looking, otherwise it would ruin everything. As a passionate man in his early 20s, at his age, his blood is full and his yarn energy is at its strongest. Such stimulation is a bit too much for him to handle. Soon, on the big bed in the bedroom, Su Qianning lay down completely flat in order to cooperate with Ning Chen in catching ghosts as much as possible. She twisted her body, looking indescribably charming and exuding endless amorous feelings. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew in from the open window on the second-floor balcony. The cold wind blowing on people's bodies makes them feel chilly. At this time, Ning Chen hid behind the bedroom door and gathered all the pure yarn qi in his body that was like a furnace fire. At the same time, Ning Chen turned off all the lights in the room. The only light came from the street lamp outside the villa. The light shining in prevented the bedroom from becoming completely dark. Whoosh! Another gust of cold wind blew over, rushing into the second floor of the villa and rushing into Su Qianning's bedroom. Su Qianning, who was lying on the bed, suddenly felt a cold wind blowing in, gloomy and eerie, blowing on her body, with an indescribable chilly feeling. But she can't cover herself with the quilt now, she has to wear such a tight little suit to seduce that pervert. She was nervous and shy, and subconsciously looked behind the door, hoping to get some comfort from Ning Chen's eyes, as well as a hint as to what to do next. As a result, Ning Chen just nodded at her, and no one knew what he meant. Chapter 27. There's more behind it. Su Qianning was stunned, her expression was complicated and her brows were tightly furrowed. She changed her posture and turned sideways, and at this moment, an extremely thick dark shadow suddenly rushed into the bedroom. Suddenly, the shadow dispersed and turned into a human shape. Especially the head of the figure, with a hideous and ferocious face, and black stuff like blood flowing from the corners of his eyes, and his pupils full of desire were staring straight at the peerless beauty Su Qianning lying on the bed. The ghost's mouth was still drooling, and he pants towards Su Chening with great excitement and greed. Of course, these are just illusions, not reality. After death, people turn into souls. If they don't rest in peace, their spirits will linger around, floating between heaven and earth in the form of ghostly and evil auras. Normally these ghosts dare not come out to do evil, but when night falls, especially at midnight every day, when the sky and earth reach the lowest point of yin, these ghosts will come out to wander. And the evil ghost in front of him is none other than the pervert who has been haunting Su Chening. Some time ago, this evil ghost began to haunt Su Chening. Every late night, it would linger in her bedroom, constantly invading her body with evil spirits. And this is exactly the fundamental reason why Su Chening's body is getting weaker and she is haunted by nightmares all night long. Suddenly, Su Chening, who had just turned sideways and was about to change her lying position, turned around and suddenly saw such a dark, ferocious ghost figure, especially the bloody, terrifying, and lustful eyes, staring at her straight and horrified. "Arr!" Su Chening was so frightened that she screamed and trembled. She curled up backwards, grabbed the quilt on the bed, and wrapped herself tightly. "Arr! Ghost, ghost!" With her screams, the evil spirit that was about to bully her seemed to be affected by some force. A black shadow flashed, and the hideous and terrifying face gradually became blurred. At this moment, Ning Chen, who had been hiding behind the door, suddenly stretched out his right hand. On his index finger and middle finger, there was a piece of talisman with complex patterns on each. He slapped it directly at the evil spirit in front of him. Next, Ning Chen completely released the pure yarn qi in his body, which was like a furnace fire. Suddenly, the evil ghost suddenly turned into a puff of black smoke. Soon, Ning Chen held the gourd and shouted, "Collect!" Then the black smoke was completely absorbed into the gourd. Then Ning Chen took out another piece of talisman paper, shook his palm, and it ignited without fire and turned into green smoke. He waved his hand, green smoke dispersed in the air, and a human figure appeared in front of Su Chening. This is a yin gathering talisman. The evil spirit just now still has a trace of its ghost lingering. Su Chening, take a look at this person. Do you recognize him? Ning Chen yelled. Su Chening was so scared that she hid under the quilt. How could she dare to show her head? But when Ning Chen shouted like that, she still mustered up her courage, lifted the quilt and revealed her eyes. When Ning Chen used the yin gathering talisman to gather the remnant soul and transformed it into a human form, she saw the human form and her pupils bulged out. Her pretty face tensed and her mouth opened wide. She trembled in shock and murmured, So, it's him. How could it be him? Bang. Receive. With a bang, the soul yin energy that Ning Chen had gathered with the yin gathering talisman and transformed into a human form was instantly collected by Ning Chen in the gourd. Then, Ning Chen plugged the gourd. This time the ghost hunting was completed successfully. Ning Chen shook the gourd twice and murmured coldly with disdain, "Humph. You are just a little ghost, not worth mentioning. Fortunately, I used the ghost-catching talisman and the Qinquan gourd. If I had known earlier, I would have smashed you into pieces with one palm and made your soul fly away." As soon as he finished saying this, he quickly noticed Su Chening sitting up from the bed. Because she was frightened, her body was trembling slightly, and her long hair was loose. This beautiful woman, who was as silent as a cicada, actually had a breathtaking beauty, coupled with her impeccable hot body, which made Ning Chen's heart surge. He quickly reminded her, "Chen Ning, the evil spirit that is haunting you has been captured by me. You can put on your clothes, everything is fine. Don't be afraid." After being reminded by Ning Chen, Su Chening finally came to her senses, nodded quickly, and put on her coat. But she was still in shock, muttering, "It's him. It's actually him. I saw clearly the appearance of that evil ghost just now. I didn't expect it to be that guy Li Di." "Li Di?" Ning Chen asked in surprise, "Who is the Li Di you are talking about?" The yin gathering talisman that Ning Chen used just now temporarily gathered a wisp of ghosts in an instant, revealing them in human form, so Su Chening was able to identify who the evil ghost was. At this time, Su Chening said in a trembling voice, "It's Li Di. Li Di is from their Wang family, and is a follower of Wang Quanfeng. I have seen that man several times. He follows Wang Quanfeng. It is said that he has a very bad reputation and does all kinds of evil. He often follows Wang Quanfeng to bully decent women. He is evil and dissolute. I didn't expect that it was his ghost that haunted me." Upon hearing this, Ning Chen was startled and asked hurriedly, did this Li Di die recently? Su Chening nodded and recalled, yes, it was probably last month. I heard that Li Di died. It was said that he had a strange disease and died. Ning Chen nodded and said in a deep voice, that's right. It must be that bastard Li Di. He coveted your beauty and had been lusting after you for a long time. He was extremely eager for you. He couldn't get you when he was alive, so he haunted you after his death. However, this kind of thing usually only happens to the souls who have been extremely wronged or have strong desires. Only then will they haunt the person they are looking for. So, does Li Di have any quirks or associate with any strange people? Su Chening shook her head. I don't know much about Li Di's situation. I already hate Wang Quanfeng and his people. I didn't expect that this evil ghost was actually Li Di. I wonder if this matter is related to Wang Quanfeng. When she said this, her beautiful eyes were filled with grief and indignation. It's not impossible. Ning Chen said. Humph. Wang Quanfeng, you are really not a good guy. Not only have you been pestering me all these years, I have rejected you time and again, but you still shamelessly harassed me. Now that your henchmen are dead, your ghosts are still haunting me. Humph. I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Ning Chen said in a deep voice, this matter still needs to be investigated. Why does Li Di's ghost keep haunting you? This matter is quite strange, perhaps there is a deeper conspiracy behind it. From now on, you have to be more careful of those members of the Wang family, maybe not just Wang Quanfeng, but also Wang Chuanfeng's father. Hearing this, Su Chening's heart trembled, and she suddenly thought of something, but she quickly lowered her head and remained silent. Although he was quite disgusted with Wang Quanfeng, thinking that he was a dissolute man and a playboy, Wang Chuanfeng's father, Wang Jianlong, ran the Shanghai Yanwang Security Company, which started as a small shop with only a few people. After decades of hard work, it has grown and developed into the leader of the Shanghai-listed security industry. Wang Jianlong has a good reputation in the circle. He is honest, trustworthy, pragmatic and hard-working. Therefore, although Su Chening suspected that this matter was related to Wang Quanfeng, she did not think that this matter was related to Wang Jianlong. Chapter 28, Little Eye of Heaven. At this time, Ning Chen asked, by the way, Chen Ning, does your Juding Food Group usually have a lot of dealings with their Yanwang Security Company? Su Chening said seriously, our Juding Food Group's professional security personnel, as well as the security and firefighting equipment for the entire office building and factory, are all provided by their Yanwang Company. When my parents were still alive, the two companies had always maintained a very good relationship. Later, my parents died unexpectedly, and I came back from abroad to take over the company. Although I thought about changing suppliers for the security personnel and security equipment businesses, I later listened to my grandfather's arrangement and continued to cooperate with their Yanwang Company. Ning Chen hurriedly asked, why do you want to change suppliers? Su Chening said, for a long time, the security personnel and security equipment of Juding Group have been provided by Huadong Company, but the price they offered was higher than the market average. At that time, I was also thinking about controlling costs and wanted to select the most cost-effective supplier for these two businesses through bidding, but it was later abandoned. Could it be that the Wang family holds a grudge against this? Ning Chen said doubtfully, I don't know about your business dealings, and I have no say in it, but you should remember to be wary of the Wang family in the future. Su Chening nodded. She had to admit that her trust in Ning Chen gradually deepened. She even couldn't help but develop a certain dependence on this little Taoist priest. By the way, Ning Chen, tonight, can you sleep here like you did last night? She suddenly asked shyly. Ning Chen was stunned at first, then he asked with a smile, sleeping with you again? It's, isn't it? Su Chening said shyly. She knew that although Ning Chen was a talkative guy, he was strictly speaking a gentleman, so she nodded and continued, I'm still a little scared and can't sleep alone. How about you sleep on the bed and I sleep on the sofa? After saying this, Su Chening lowered her head and blushed. Ning Chen smiled and said, how can that be possible? How can I bear to let a beautiful girl like you sleep on the sofa? Besides, you are my wife, how can I let my wife sleep on the sofa? HMPH. I know what you're thinking. Are you thinking about sleeping in bed with me? Let me tell you, you'd better give up this idea right away, because it's impossible. Su Chening said angrily. Ning Chen sighed helplessly and said depressedly, it's really painful to have such a beautiful wife but not be able to sleep with her. If I am guilty, please punish me according to the law instead of torturing me like this. Seeing his dejected look, Su Chening found it funny and couldn't help but chuckle. Her smile blossomed like a colorful flower blooming in the night sky. Okay, Ning Chen, I know it's a bit unfair to let you sleep on the sofa, but don't worry, you helped me cure my illness and catch ghosts, I won't treat you unfairly. Ning Chen's eyes lit up with joy, and he quickly asked, then how are you going to repay me? Su Chening blushed again, lowered her head shyly, and murmured, then how do you want me to repay you, and what do you want? Ning Chen blurted out, of course I want you. As soon as these words came out, Su Chening's face turned red with shame, and she looked up, feeling extremely ashamed and angry. You little stinky Taoist priest, I thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to be so treacherous. Ning Chen looked aggrieved, I am wronged. I just told the truth. Facing a beautiful wife like you, don't I have any thoughts in my heart? Don't I want you? You women are so difficult to deal with. After saying that, he sighed. Su Chening was both angry and amused, thinking to herself that what Ning Chen said was not wrong. As the saying goes, a beautiful lady is the ideal match for a gentleman, this is only natural. And Ning Chen dared to speak out his true thoughts instead of hiding them in his heart. In fact, he was frank enough. Besides, if Ning Chen wanted money, a house or something like that, but not her, then Su Chening, as a woman, would probably feel a little uncomfortable. Just as he was thinking about it, Ning Chen skillfully moved the sofa in from the living room on the second floor, lay down on it without taking off his clothes, and began to sleep. Looking at this rather funny scene, Su Chening felt a little guilty, thinking to herself, Ning Chen has been busy taking care of her illness from yesterday until now, but he slept on the sofa for 2 days in a row without any complaints. Moreover, she had questioned and criticized him in various ways before, but he did not care. His broad-mindedness and tolerance far surpassed many men. What's more, he is indeed a very powerful Taoist priest, not a charlatan or a swindler. Go to bed quickly. Ning Chen yawned and glanced at Su Chening, who was sitting on the bed. Su Chening hummed, lay down and covered herself with the quilt. She secretly took off her outer clothes inside the quilt, thinking it would be more comfortable to sleep in tight clothes. How could such a fragrant and beautiful scene escape Ning Chen's eyes? It turned out that Ning Chen, who was lying on the sofa, happened to have his eyes on the bed. Because of curiosity and the desire to admire the charming body of Su Chening's wife again, he secretly opened his third eye. It doesn't matter if it is opened. Once it is opened, you will see Su Chening, who is hiding in the quilt, secretly taking off her coat. After watching for a while, Ning Chen felt like he had turned off his third eye. After all, opening the third eye consumes a lot of inner energy, and if it reveals the secrets of heaven, it can even shorten one's lifespan. With his current level of Taoism, even if he opened his third eye, he could only see through some relatively thin obstructions at a close distance. If the distance was far away, or the obstruction was too thick, he would not be able to see anything clearly even if he opened his third eye. However, this time, when he took a look, in addition to appreciating Su Chening's feminine beauty, he could also feel that Su Chening's attitude towards him had changed a lot. The night before, Su Chening was really on high alert and slept in bed with her clothes on. But tonight, she was obviously much more relaxed. She took off not only her outer clothes, but also her defense against Ning Chen. Soon, Su Chening fell asleep. Maybe she was too tired these days. Now that the evil ghost was caught, she no longer had any worries and could finally sleep soundly. Ning Chen also closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. Shanghai listed company, Yujinyuan. This is a famous villa area in Shanghai, comparable to top luxury residential areas such as Qianshui City Villa area, with prices easily exceeding 200,000 renminbi per square meter. In Yujin Garden, Wang Jianlong and his son Wang Quanfeng each own a villa. Wang Jianlong has only this one son, and because he lost his wife in middle age, he is very doting on his only son. A year ago, he spent more than 30 million to buy a villa for his son. Today, Wang Jianlong controls the Yang Wang Security Group and has appointed his 20-something son, Wang Quanfeng, as the company's general manager. He has single-handedly made his son a rich second generation who is envied by countless people. But his son was uneducated, dissolute and wasteful, indulging in sensual pleasures and indulging in wine and women all day long. Wang Jianlong also warned his son many times to walk on the right path and do some real work so that he could take over the Yang Wang Security Group in the future. Unfortunately, Wang Quanfeng says one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. He behaves well in front of his father, but continues to do as he pleases behind his father's back. Just yesterday, I went to the villa area of Qianshui City and specially found a doctor to treat Su Chening. However, I suffered a loss unexpectedly. I failed to seduce Su Chening, but was frightened to death by a little Taoist priest who appeared out of nowhere. If his men had not rushed him to their hospital for emergency treatment, he would probably still be lying unconscious next to the flower bed outside the villa area in Qianshui City. Chapter 29 Bully Black Tiger. In a villa in Yujing Garden, Wang Quanfeng, who had just returned from the hospital, had a livid face. Thinking back to what happened yesterday, the anger and hatred in his heart were beyond words. He called over the henchman who had been with him yesterday and asked him coldly, "What kind of tricks did that kid use yesterday? You should have seen it clearly from the side. Tell me about it." The subordinate was silent. He was still frightened when he recalled the incident. He said in a trembling voice, "When that stinky Taoist priest faced you, Mr. Wang, I remember he seemed to have a gourd in his hand. After opening the gourd, I don't know what kind of sleight of hand he used, but a black smoke like an evil ghost floated out of the gourd. I didn't see what happened in detail. I was scared to death at that time. I only knew that the shadow of the evil ghost was very scary. It seems that the stinky Taoist priest is really evil. How bizarre." Wang Quanfeng sneered, "That little stinky Taoist priest actually dared to go against me. The trick he performed yesterday must have been a trick. I don't believe there are really ghosts in this world, damn it. You quickly find someone to investigate where that little stinky Taoist priest is now. If I don't kill him and throw him into the sea to feed the fish, I'm not named Wang." "Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll do it right away." "I'll do it right away." Soon the subordinate turned around and went to do his job. Wang Chuanfeng's face was gloomy and he picked up his cell phone to make a call. "Hey, is this Boss Black Tiger? Bring some people with you to Yujing Garden." "Oh, it's Mr. Wang. Har har, are you happy today? I'll just come over. My brothers are all rough guys, not worthy of being in a refined place." Wang Quanfeng said angrily, "What's so happy about this? Damn it, I was tricked yesterday. Hurry up and bring more people to help me get back my grievances." Upon hearing this, Heihu on the other end of the phone hurriedly said, "Boss Wang, with me here, there's nothing that can't be solved. I'll bring all the people over right now and just follow your orders, Boss Wang." Wang Quanfeng nodded and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up. As long as you help me settle this matter, I will definitely give you some benefits in the future." "Boss Wang, look at what you said, it's too polite, we are all friends, we are family." After hanging up the phone, the bully leader who had been hanging around in the West City area of Shanghai for many years, a young man nicknamed Black Tiger, walked out of a nightclub and quickly gathered people, gathering together more than a dozen young hooligans who followed him. Soon, the group drove 2 vans and headed towards Yujing Garden. Not long after, Heihu, the leader of the West City bullies, brought his men to meet up with Wang Quanfeng. Wang Quanfeng took out a bean bag from his car, stuffed it into Heihu's pocket, and said, "Boss Heihu, you have to help me settle this matter today. I have booked a booth at the Rich Man Hotel tonight, and I'll invite you brothers to drink, sing and have a sauna together." Upon hearing this, Heihu and his brothers all showed expressions of joy. Heihu patted Wang Quanfeng on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Boss Wang, why are you being so polite? We have been friends for so many years, how can I say I am helping you? Your business is my business. Damn it. Who has provoked Boss Wang? Tell me his name and coordinates, I will bring my brothers and go over to chop him down right away." Hua Jinkai smiled calmly and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I have arranged for someone to investigate that little bastard. We don't know where he is yet. Wait for my people to call us back, and then we will go over and punish him." Heihu nodded and put a cigarette in his mouth. Someone came over and lit it for him immediately. He also opened the cigarette and shared it with everyone. These bullies and thugs are all ferocious and dressed in fancy styles. All exposed parts of their bodies are covered with various tattoos, a typical image of street bullies. These people followed Black Tiger and roamed around the West City area. They were a notorious gang of evil forces who specialized in doing some shameful things. Over the years, Heihu and Wang Quanfeng have been in collusion, and they each get what they want. Heihu covets Wang Chuanfeng's money, while Wang Quanfeng also needs the help of bullies like Heihu to settle some things. The two hit it off immediately and became close friends. They were waiting for Wang Chuanfeng's men to call back. Taking advantage of this free time, Heihu smoked a cigarette, puffed out clouds of smoke and said with a smile, "By the way, Mr. Wang, a new batch of fresh goods have arrived at the rich man's place recently. They are all very beautiful, with amazing figures and looks. We must go there tonight and have some fun." Wang Quanfeng said disdainfully, "I'm tired of playing with those bastards in the chicken coop." Heihu put out his cigarette, patted his forehead and said, "I almost forgot, Mr. Wang, how can a tall, rich and handsome man like you, a member of the upper class, play with those rouge and powder in a brothel? Har har, I know that Mr. Wang, you are interested in the beautiful CEO of Juding Group, the daughter of the Su family." Wang Quanfeng sneered, "Boss Black Tiger, you are a gangster with a bunch of rough guys under you, but I didn't expect you to have some literary talent." "That's right, those rouge and powder in the brothel can't even compare to a toe of the eldest daughter of the Su family. I have been fascinated by the woman surnamed Su these days. If I don't get her and put her on the bed and give her a good lesson, I will feel uncomfortable all over. Damn it." Hearing this, Heihu laughed dissolutely. "Boss Wang, a tall, rich and handsome man like you, with excellent conditions in all aspects, can't you win over the little girl from the Su family? Although she is the president of Juding Group and looks high and mighty, she is still a woman no matter what. As long as she is a woman, she deserves to be punished. Later, my brothers and I will help Boss Wang think of a plan. We can kidnap the little girl from the Su family and throw her on the big bed in your house. We can give her some drugs or something, and everything will be settled, right?" Wang Quanfeng laughed coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. It's not easy to deal with that little girl from the Su family by force. Besides, their Su family and our Wang family have business dealings. If they really do what you said, my old man will tear me apart after the truth is revealed." Heihu smiled and nodded, "That's right. I just said it casually. I am a rough person. Mr. Wang, please don't take it seriously." Just as Wang Quanfeng was about to speak, his cell phone rang. When he picked it up, he saw that it was his men who had hit him. "Boss Wang, we have already investigated clearly. The Stinky Taoist priest just walked out of the Chenshui city villa yesterday. I guess he was talking about staying overnight at Boss Su's house again last night." Upon hearing this, Wang Quanfeng's eyebrows twisted together. He said with a cold expression, "Keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on him closely. I need you to know all his movements." "Yes," a voice came from the phone. Soon, Wang Quanfeng hung up the phone and waved his hand, "Let's go." Heihu led this group of bullies and drove out of Yujing Garden. Chapter 30 Golden Apple Orphanage. On the other side, Ning Chen walked out of the Chenshui city villa. He slept soundly last night. When he got up in the morning, Su Chening had already washed and dressed. She called the company's secretary and drove him to Juding Food Group. During this period, Su Chening was suffering from a strange disease and had been handling the company's affairs online in the villa. Now, a lot of things have accumulated and she has to go to the company to deal with them and hold meetings. After all, she is now the helmsman of Juding Food Group. Her grandfather has retired behind the scenes and handed over all power of the group to her. Su Chening lived up to her grandfather's trust and managed the Juding Group in an orderly manner with her outstanding business talent. Now that she is well again, she has devoted herself to her work. Ning Chen was still dressed in Taoist robes, walking on the street. Now he came down the mountain to overcome the 7 great tribulations in his body and find the 7 young ladies with whom he had an engagement. Now that he has found the 2 young ladies, Chen Jie and Su Chening, he still has to look for the remaining 5. Only after finding them and winning their hearts can he resolve the 7 great disasters. But how can we find him in this vast sea of people? He felt a slight headache for a moment. At this moment, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and saw someone following him closely from the side. When he walked fast, the man walked fast too. When he slowed down, the man slowed down too. He took out his cell phone and played with it as if nothing had happened, pretending to be nonchalant. "Humph, following me? I want to see what kind of waves you, the chickens and dogs in the toilet, are planning to make." How could Ning Chen not realize that he was being targeted? But he didn't care and continued walking forward. This time, coming down the mountain to Shanghai to list is like returning to his hometown for him. He has feelings for the city of Shanghai because he spent his time in a welfare home in Shanghai before he was 5 years old. He was an orphan since childhood, without a father or mother and no relatives around him. Since he could remember, the Shanghai Golden Apple Welfare Home has been his childhood home. This time when he returned to Shanghai, he had already treated Su Qingwan and finished hunting ghosts, so he wanted to go back to the Golden Apple Welfare Home to see the old director and visit the uncles and aunts who worked at the welfare home. Shanghai has developed rapidly in recent years, and urban planning is changing with each passing day. However, no matter how it changes, Ning Chen is not familiar with other places, but he is still as familiar with the Golden Apple Welfare Home as before. Arriving at a certain street in the west of Shanghai, Ning Chen walked along the winding alley and found the Golden Apple Welfare Home behind a group of old residential buildings. This welfare home has been able to survive to this day thanks to donations from caring people in the society. Apart from the old dean, the only formal employees left were a cook and a cleaner. Those who usually come to take care of the children are all caring people in the society. They come here as volunteers and play with the children. When Ning Chen walked to the gate of the welfare home, someone stopped him. He looked up and saw that this old man was none other than Grandpa Chen, the former director of the welfare home. Many years have passed and Grandpa Chen has become much older. As soon as Ning Chen saw him, a warm feeling surged in his heart, and he called out affectionately, "Grandpa Chen." The director of the welfare home, Lao Chen, and the dignified Ning Chen. Suddenly, the old man recognized him and excitedly held Ning Chen's hands. "Child, it's you. You are Ning Chen, right? Look, you look exactly the same as when you were a child. Now you have grown up and become a young man, but your eyes and nose have hardly changed since you were a child." Old Chen is an old director who is devoted to his duties. He treats every child in the welfare home as his own. Although he is old, he can still clearly remember the appearance of those children who walked out of the welfare home. What's more, Ning Chen was born handsome with thick eyebrows and big eyes, so it was not surprising that old Chen could recognize him. "Yes, yes, yes. Grandpa Chen, I am Ning Chen. I was the most mischievous child in the orphanage back then, and I caused you a lot of worry. For so many years, I haven't been able to come back to see you, Grandpa Chen. I am grateful for your care for me back then. Thank you, Grandpa Chen." After saying this, Ning Chen bent his legs and was about to kneel down to worship. He has always been loyal and righteous. Grandpa Chen treats him as his own son, and he also treats Grandpa Chen as his own grandfather. This kneeling came from the bottom of his heart. Hey, don't do this. Ning Chen, good boy, you are grown up now, Grandpa Chen is very happy to see you. Come in quickly. Before Ning Chen could kneel down, he was helped up by Grandpa Chen. Grandpa Chen's eyes became red as he saw the orphans he had taken care of many years ago, who now knew how to be grateful and came back to visit him. Soon, Ning Chen entered the welfare home and visited the cook and the handyman who worked there. They are all old and have reached retirement age, but they are reluctant to leave the children in the welfare home. They have not quit their jobs and are still contributing their remaining energy here. Ning Chen certainly couldn't come back to the welfare home empty-handed this time. In front of Grandpa Chen, the cook and the handyman, he took out some money and handed it to Grandpa Chen. "Grandpa Chen, this little money is a token of my appreciation. I want to thank the orphanage for raising me. You can use it to repair this dilapidated orphanage. You can share the remaining money with Grandpa Chen and the aunts and uncles. It has not been easy for you to take care of the children in the orphanage for so many years. I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of myself and the orphans." After saying that, Ning Chen bowed deeply to them. Seeing this scene, the three of them had tears in their eyes. We are all deeply relieved and moved to see such a good child who knows how to repay his gratitude and returns with glory. Grandpa Chen quickly refused. No, you have too much money. The operation of the welfare home is supported by donations from caring people in the society, and my aunt and uncle are all old and don't have much pursuit of money. Your money didn't come from the wind, you should take it back. It's not easy for young people to make a living outside these days. You need to buy a house and a car, get married and have children, everything costs money. Ning Chen smiled and said, "It's okay. The money is only 200,000. After renovating the welfare home, buying some toys for the children, and improving the food, there won't be much left." After some polite exchanges between the two sides, Dean Chen couldn't win over Ning Chen, so he had to accept the money for the time being, and record it in the account and make it public. He regarded the 200,000 yuan sent by Ning Chen as a donation from caring people in the society, and in the future, where the money is used will also be displayed openly and transparently. This action immediately deepened Ning Chen's respect for Grandpa Chen. The cook and the handyman both strongly support Lao Chen's approach. Originally, they could have taken a portion of the money, but they gave it up and were willing to keep the money for the construction of the welfare home, to improve the children's meals, and to buy them some clothes, toys and other items. Chapter 31 Sister Xiaoyun. Everyone was very happy because of Ning Chen's arrival, so when it was almost noon, the cook specially added a few more dishes so that they, together with the more than 20 children in the welfare home, could enjoy a sumptuous lunch together. When the children in the welfare home learned that brother Ning Chen was here to help them, they all showed innocent and bright smiles on their faces. They surrounded Ning Chen, calling him Big Brother one by one, and were very affectionate. On the somewhat shabby playground of the welfare home, Ning Chen played games with the children, playing basketball and so on, as if time had gone back more than 10 years ago. At that time, he spent several years here as one of many orphans. Although it was a bit hard, he was very happy. At this time, a girl with a backpack came to the door of the welfare home. The girl looked to be in her 20s, wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, with a ponytail and plain noodles. Her skin was not white, but a healthy wheat color. Her facial features were delicate and three-dimensional. She looked beautiful and charming. She was nearly 1.7 meters tall, with a thin waist and long legs, and a great figure. The girl walked with a brisk and lively pace, with a sense of heroism in her beauty. Dean Lao Chen just posted a notice, and this notice quickly attracted the attention of this extremely beautiful, refreshing and cool girl. She stood in front of the notice and read it carefully. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she smiled brightly. She whispered softly, "It's him? Ning Chen. When did Ning Chen come back?" Soon, she greeted the security guard and entered the welfare home. It turned out that the girl's name was Fang Qinyun, and she was a volunteer at the welfare home. As soon as she came in, she greeted the old director, Lao Chen, and the handyman uncle in a very familiar and friendly manner. "Xiaoyun, you're here. Xiaoyun, you came at the right time. Today, a mysterious guest came to our welfare home. I wonder if you recognize him." Fang Qinyun smiled and said, "Grandpa Chen, is the person you are talking about Ning Chen?" Old Chen smiled and nodded, "Yes. Ning Chen is back. I haven't seen him for more than 10 years. He has grown into a big boy. He is so energetic." Fang Qinyun smiled, and was suddenly attracted by the innocent and cheerful laughter of the children on the playground. Looking around, she saw a boy in Taoist robes among the children. She couldn't help but show a puzzled look, thinking, could this man be Ning Chen? Although she is 2 years older than Ning Chen, when they were young, she and Ning Chen were both orphans in this welfare home, and they could be said to be childhood sweethearts. So many years have passed and she and Ning Chen have lost contact. She thought they would never meet again in this life, but she didn't expect that today when she came here to volunteer, she would unexpectedly meet her childhood friend. She walked over excitedly and shouted, "Ning Chen!" Hearing the girl's voice as clear as a silver bell, Ning Chen turned around, was slightly stunned, and looked up and down at the girl in front of him. He really couldn't remember who this beautiful girl was. He didn't say anything. All the orphans ran towards Fang Qinyun, chattering and shouting. "Sister Xiaoyun! Sister Xiaoyun! You're here, Sister Xiaoyun! Sister Xiaoyun, did you bring us any delicious food? Did you bring us any toys?" These children are very familiar and close to Fang Qinyun. Fang Qinyun immediately squatted down very gently, clapped her hands and hugged the little ones, then took out a lot of snacks and toys from her backpack and distributed them to everyone. "My little cuties, did you miss me a lot?" Fang Qinyun looked at these little friends with a smile and asked in a very cute tone. The little ones all shouted loudly, their voices tender and affectionate. "Think! Think!" Soon, the children received snacks and toys. They were very happy and kept saying "Thank you Sister Xiaoyun, thank you Sister Xiaoyun." Fang Qinyun smiled at the children, glanced at Ning Chen, and said, "Little cuties, go play. I'll find this big brother." The children were all very obedient and went back to the big room of the welfare home to play, leaving Fang Qinyun and Ning Chen alone on the playground. When the two looked at each other, they felt as if time and space were disorganized. "Xiaoyun? The kids all call you Sister Xiaoyun. Are you Fang Qinyun?" "Sister Xiaoyun." Suddenly, Ning Chen finally remembered that the girl in front of him was Fang Qinyun, the orphan who grew up with him in the orphanage when he was a child. At that time, he also called her Sister Xiaoyun over and over again. He never thought that now, after more than 10 years, he would be able to meet his childhood friend here again. Because when he was 5 years old, he was taken away by an old Taoist priest with a cow nose to the mountains to become a Taoist priest. At that time, Fang Qingyun was only 7 years old. Fang Qingyun smiled and said, "Ning Chen, it turns out you are really the naughty and mischievous king. Why did you think of coming back here to take a look?" Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, they hit it off right away and there was almost no barrier between them. They quickly became closer to each other. It's like meeting a good friend whom I haven't seen for many years, or a relative whom I meet again after a long separation. Ning Chen felt a little embarrassed, touched his head, and laughed. "I have always wanted to come back to visit, but there was no suitable opportunity. This time I happened to go back to Shanghai to do some things, so I came here to see the old dean, my uncle and aunt. By the way, why are you here?" Fang Qingyun took out a red vest from her backpack and laughed. "Look. This is what I wear when I volunteer here." "You are volunteer at the welfare home?" Ning Chen immediately felt admiration. When the children who came out of the welfare home grow up, not everyone knows how to repay the kindness they received. Unexpectedly, Fang Qingyun actually became a volunteer here. Looking at the volunteer clothes she took out, it was already a little white from washing, which showed that she had been volunteering here for more than just a day or two. Ning Chen remembered that when he was a child, Fang Qingyun was older among so many orphans and was the eldest sister among the children. She was gentle, kind, well-behaved and sensible. It seemed that this kind-hearted and lovely girl has not only grown into a graceful and beautiful lady, but also has a grateful heart. It's really excellent. Fang Qingyun, I didn't expect you to be a volunteer here. Compared to you, I feel so ashamed. Ning Chen said. Fang Qingyun smiled and said, "You are not bad. When I came here just now, I saw the notice posted outside. You are rich now. You donated 200,000 yuan to the welfare home at once. This amount of money is not a small amount. By the way, look at the way you are dressed. What kind of job do you have now? Are you filming a movie? Is this a costume?" Ning Chen smiled and shook his head. "How can I act? This outfit is my professional attire. Actually, I am a Taoist who practices in the mountains." "Taoist? Is Taoism a legitimate profession? This is a modern society. Don't tell me that you are in the same business as those fortune tellers on the streets." Fang Qingyun was surprised. It was not that she wanted to laugh at Ning Chen on purpose, but it was true that in this day and age, who still considered Taoism a legitimate profession. Especially for a young man in his early 20s, what else can he do? Become a Taoist priest. Ning Chen smiled without further explanation. Chapter 32, Fart. By the way, Sister Xiaoyun, what are you doing now? Are you married? Do you have a boyfriend? Ning Chen asked with a smile. Fang Qingyun smiled mysteriously and said, "I will keep all the questions you asked confidential." Ning Chen showed a look of regret. "Alas, so you must have married. I never thought that Sister Xiaoyun, who was not very outstanding when she was young, has grown up to be so graceful and beautiful now. I was thinking of getting close to you and pursuing you, but it seems that I don't have that blessing and opportunity." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Fang Qingyun blushed and said angrily, "You little brat, you are still as naughty and mischievous as when you were a child. I am your sister, older than you, and there is no possibility between us. Besides, your current profession is not recognized by everyone. I don't care if you are a real Taoist priest or a fake one, but I warn you, if you got the 200,000 by cheating, return it to the owner immediately." Ning Chen hurriedly said, "My dear Sister Xiaoyun, this is unfair. I am a serious Taoist priest. I cure illnesses and save lives, exorcise demons and catch ghosts, and help people solve their problems. All the money I earn is clean." Fang Qingyun was confused and snorted, "Humph. I don't believe it. Judging from the way you were naughty when you were a child, I guess you are still doing some sneaky things now that you have grown up. Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, I won't take into consideration the fact that we came from the same orphanage." When Ning Chen heard this, he suddenly showed surprise in his eyes. "Why, Sister Xiaoyun, are you a policeman?" Fang Qingyun was trying to keep it a secret, but she let it slip. She could only nod and say, "Yes, after I left the orphanage, I went to school and later was admitted to the police academy. After graduation, I returned to Shanghai and became a police officer. Now I work as a criminal police officer in the Criminal Police Brigade." Wow, you are amazing, you are actually a criminal police. Your job is very dangerous. By the way, I have a lucky charm for you, maybe it can help you in a critical moment. After saying that, Ning Chen took out a crumpled yellow talisman paper from his worn cloth bag and handed it to Fang Qingyun. Fang Qingyun didn't want it at first, but out of curiosity, she took it and looked at it, and immediately showed disdain on her face. What is this? It's just a tattered, strange yellow paper. You little Taoist priest, are you trying to cheat me? I know, in your line of work, the more familiar you are with someone, the easier it is to take action, right? Ning Chen laughed in silence, and said with a dark face, "Oh. Sister Xiaoyun, you wronged me. How could I cheat you? You should keep it. It's best to carry it with you. You criminal police often encounter bad guys. You have to catch those big bad guys. If you encounter danger, this talisman paper can help you." Fang Qingyun didn't believe it at all, but she didn't want to lose Ning Chen's face, so she thought to herself that she would put it away first, and when Ning Chen couldn't see it anymore, she would just throw the talisman paper into the trash can. The two chatted for a while. The welfare home opened for meals. Due to the poor conditions, the large dining table was made by putting together several desks used by the children. Today, Fang Qingyun, who was a volunteer, and Ning Chen, who donated 200,000 yuan, two young people from the welfare home, came here, so lunch was much more sumptuous than usual. Everyone ate with the children and it was quite lively. After a while, outside the welfare home, on the roadside not far away, two vans rushed over like the wind, and a black Porsche followed behind, also rushing over quickly and stopping on the roadside. Soon, a large group of people walked out of the car. They were none other than the dozen thugs and bullies from the XC district of Shanghai City led by He Hu. And, when Quanfeng walked out of the Porsche. "Mr. Wang, are you sure that the stinky little Taoist priest entered this welfare home?" He Hu walked over and asked in a deep voice. Wang Quanfeng nodded. "The information my men sent me must be correct. Go in quickly, bring that brat out, and give him a good beating. I'm waiting for your good news here." He Hu nodded, full of confidence, and said with a determined look, "Don't worry, Boss Wang, I will take care of this matter. Whether to break his legs or arms is entirely up to Boss Wang. That brat dared to embarrass Boss Wang, so let's teach him a lesson." Soon, He Hu and these gangsters rushed towards the door of the welfare home. At this moment, the security guard of the welfare home was having dinner with everyone, so there was no one guarding the door for the time being. Bad guy. The bad guys are coming. The men led by He Hu rushed in, looking ferocious, and scared everyone who were eating. Especially the children, who huddled together in fear when they saw a group of thugs with tattoos all over their arms and necks and ferocious looks. Some timid children were so frightened that they started crying loudly. He Hu yelled at the old dean, Lao Chen, fiercely, "Hey, you old man, who among you is Ning Chen? Hurry up and tell him to get out here. I have something to do with him." Old Chen put down his bowl and chopsticks, protecting the children behind him. He remained calm in the face of danger and said coldly, "Who are you?" "This is the Golden Apple Welfare Home. These are a group of poor children. Don't mess around, or I'll call the police." He Hu sneered, "You dare to call the police? From now on, this welfare home will never have a peaceful day. Get that bastard named Ning Chen out of here." At this time, seeing that the situation was not good, when Director Lao Chen picked up his mobile phone and was about to call the police, a hand reached out and gently pressed down on his arm. "This person is Ning Chen." He smiled at Dean Chen and said, "Grandpa Chen, it's okay. I'll go talk to them. Maybe they are kind-hearted people in society who want to support our Golden Apple Welfare Home." Old Chen, the cook, and the handyman were all ashamed. Everyone thought, how could this group of evil and vicious guys be kind-hearted people in society? It doesn't look like a good thing at first glance. Dean Chen was very worried and said hurriedly, "Ning Chen, these people are not easy to deal with. Let's call the police. Don't fight them. You will be the only one who suffers." Ning Chen smiled gently and said, "It's okay, Grandpa Chen, don't worry, I know what to do." "Hey, you little brat, are you Ning Chen? Come here now." He Hu shouted at Ning Chen with disdain. Ning Chen waved his hand and said, "Go out and talk. Look at all the children here. Let them eat first." After saying that, Ning Chen strode out of the welfare home. He Hu's group thought to themselves, how dare this brat pretend to be so arrogant and walk out alone? I must give him a good beating later and let him know how powerful we are. Soon, Ning Chen stood at the entrance of the welfare home. Next to him was a ping-pong table, a crude table built with 2 stone slabs. He nonchalantly supported himself with both hands and sat on it, swinging his legs leisurely, looking at the group of bullies with a serious look. Tell me, what do you want from me? I'm in a hurry, and the kids are waiting to have dinner with me, so hurry up and fart. Chapter 33. Are you worthy of it? Upon hearing this, Heihu and the group of gangsters and bullies looked at each other, all with angry and ferocious looks on their faces. You little stinky boy, you are so arrogant. You are little stinky Taoist priest who rolled down from some mountain, but you speak so arrogantly. Do you know who you have offended? Heihu said coldly with a ferocious look on his face. Ning Chen smiled leisurely and said, I have offended many people, including many ghosts. However, those who dare to cause trouble to me, whether they are human or ghost, will all have a bad end. From the tone of your voice, who are you trying to avenge? Heihu said viciously, that's right. Damn you, you little stinky Taoist priest, how dare you offend our President Wang, how dare you play tricks to scare our President Wang? I tell you, in this area of Shichen, Shanghai, I, Heihu, have my way. I'm going to cut you off today and make you bleed. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, and call me grandpa twice, I'll consider being gentle with you later. Boss Wang? Is it that stinky maggot Wang Quan phone? Ning Chen frowned slightly and smiled calmly, grandson, just use all your skills. Do you think I will frown? Fuck, this little stinky Taoist priest is so arrogant. Damn it, if I don't beat this little dog up so hard that his head bleeds and his ears and noses fly, I will change my ways. Boss Black Tiger, this little brat is so crazy. Damn it. How dare he disrespect our Black Tiger boss? It seems this little bastard is tired of living. Suddenly, these gangsters and bullies started shouting. Heihu waved his hand and said to 2 of his thugs, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, gangster, Jeansy. I'll give you 10 seconds. Is that enough? Make his nose bleed and break his arm. Okay. Upon hearing the order, 2 burly thugs and bullies quickly rushed towards Ning Chen. These 2 men were both as strong as bulls. When they rushed forward, their bodies were accompanied by gusts of wind, and they looked extremely ferocious. Seeing this, Heihu took a cigarette, lit it, and smoked leisurely, waiting to see the show. Unexpectedly, a few seconds later, a scene that stunned them appeared. The 2 thugs who had just rushed over, just as they approached Ning Chen, seemed to have been hit by a cannonball. With 2 bangs, their bodies flew backwards. Finally, it hit the ground not far from Heihu's feet. Both thugs were holding their stomachs, sweating profusely in pain, looking extremely painful, and screaming in agony. Suddenly, Heihu lost his composure. He had just taken 2 puffs of his cigarette when he threw it to the ground and stepped on it with his leather shoes. Damn it! This little stinky Taoist priest is really good. Brothers, grab your weapons and fuck him. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen thugs and bullies showed ferocious looks on their faces and took out fighting weapons from their shirt or trouser pockets. There are steel pipes, folding knives and batons. Suddenly, a large group of people rushed towards Ning Chen, who was sitting on the ping-pong table made of stone slabs, like a mad tide. Ning Chen smiled indifferently and snorted coldly. He looked around and couldn't find anything useful that he could use as a weapon. In the end, he simply slapped the stone slab of the ping-pong table with his hand. With a little force, the 5 fingers of his right hand actually pierced the stone slab. He grabbed the stone slab and slammed it towards the group of thugs and bullies rushing towards him like a sweeping force. Bang! 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 As soon as these armed thugs and bullies rushed over, Ning Chen grabbed the stone slab and hit them like ping-pong balls, knocking them away one by one. This scene is so brutal and outrageous. Black Tiger, who was standing at the back, was dumbfounded and terrified. Is this guy still a human being? He poked the stone slab with his bare hands, swung it up as a weapon, and slapped these hooligans and bullies away. Ning Chen continued to hold the stone slab and slapped the gang of bullies. Several thugs and bullies stood up and rushed towards Ning Chen again, but were once again knocked away by Ning Chen, with their heads bleeding and bruised like pigs. Several more thugs and bullies had their arms and legs broken by the stone slabs, and lay on the ground, unable to stand up. After this operation, Ning Chen stood there and looked around. The dozen or so thugs and bullies present were all lying on the ground, making the scene a mess. I was just thinking about hitting the ping pong ball a few more times. Why are you all lying down? Ning Chen sneered and raised his middle finger at these bastards with great disdain. I'm going to kill you. FCK. At this time, how could Heihu swallow this anger? As the bully of West City, with so many brothers under him, they were beaten down by a small stinky Taoist priest. As the eldest brother, if he doesn't do something, what prestige will he have in front of his brothers? He roared angrily, his eyes filled with grief and indignation. He pulled out a meter-long, shiny machete from the van and chopped at Ning Chen. Although he was arrogant, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and his whole body exuded boiling murderous intent. He was somewhat frightened in his heart, because he had just witnessed with his own eyes that the young Taoist Ning Chen slapped away more than a dozen of his subordinates with his domineering power. But now, he is in a dilemma and has to go on regardless of the consequences. Clang! With a sound, Ning Chen raised the stone slab to block the machete that was chopping towards him, and then kicked Heihu hard in the heart. Bang! Black Tiger was hit hard and flew backwards, leaving his men and machetes on the ground. Ning Chen approached and kicked the machete in Heihu's hand away, then stepped on Heihu's shoulder. He bent down, took out a cigarette and lighter from Heihu's shirt pocket, lit it for himself, and took a puff. Puff! It's so hard to draw. Damn, I'll just give it to you. Ning Chen spat out the cigarette and forced it into Heihu's mouth. The filter was facing outwards and the burning cigarette but was pointing towards Heihu's mouth. Heihu was burned by the cigarette butt, his mouth was full of blood blisters, and he screamed in pain. Why are you shouting? Is it because cigarettes are not good? I see you guys like smoking so much, you smoke whenever you want. Ning Chen smiled leisurely. Heihu spat out the cigarette butt with all his strength and shouted in pain, have you ever seen someone put a cigarette butt in their mouth to smoke? Damn, I have no experience, sorry. Ning Chen chuckled, picked up the cigarette butt, lit it again, and prepared to put it into Heihu's mouth once again. No. Big brother, please forgive me, big brother. Taoist. Please let me go. I was wrong. Heihu was so frightened that his face turned pale. He had just been kicked hard by Ning Chen, and his chest felt stuffy and painful, and he almost passed out. Now Ning Chen burned his mouth with a cigarette butt, and his mouth was full of blood blisters due to the pain. How miserable he was. Where is your arrogance just now? Didn't you say that you are the boss in West City and your word is final? Tell me, how are you going to solve this matter today? Ning Chen stared at him jokingly. Master Dao, please let me go. Let's not worry about what happened today. Let's just be friends. How about being friends? Heihu said bitterly. Bang! Ning Chen suddenly slapped Heihu hard on the face. The slap was so fierce that it knocked out Black Tiger's back teeth. He flew out with blood foam. Ah! The Black Tiger howled in pain again, suffering terribly. Who is your friend? Are you worthy enough? Ning Chen sneered. Chapter 34 Compensation and Tuition. Master Taoist. Spare my life. Please, let me go. You name the conditions, and I will agree to them as long as I can do it. Heihu struggled hard, but it was as if he was crushed by a mountain. He could not move at all. He was also tortured by the little Taoist Ning Chen. Now he only wanted to survive. As for revenge, let us leave alive first. Ning Chen said leisurely, okay, I am too lazy to hit you. After all, I am a good young man with good character, peace-loving, a gentleman uses words instead of fists, and I follow the 5 virtues and 4 beauties. Upon hearing this, Heihu and the gang of thugs and bullies rolling on the ground were all shocked and ashamed. They thought, you Taoist priest, when you used the stone slab to slap us away just now, you were a gentleman who only spoke and did not use force, and you loved peace. Then, Master Dao, can you let us go? Thank you. See you later. Heihu's eyes lit up with joy, as he heard information that was beneficial to him from Ning Chen's words. No hurry. Ning Chen still stepped on his shoulders and continued, you can see that this is an orphanage and the children are very pitiful. Since you have come here, it's fine if you don't support the children, but since you frighten the children, shouldn't you give them some mental damages? This. What's this? Let me calculate it for you. There are more than 20 children. I'll give you a lower price of 3,000 yuan for each child's mental damages. Isn't this a very fair price? I'll give you a round number of 70,000 yuan. Hurry up and take the money. You little stinky Taoist priest, you little brat, you beat me up and you still want to blackmail me. FK. After hearing what Ning Chen said, He Hu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was extremely sad and angry. His eyes were wide open with blood filling his pupils. He couldn't help but curse. Unfortunately, before he could finish the last word, mother, Ning Chen slapped him hard in the face again. You still dare to curse? Didn't your kindergarten teacher teach you to be civilized? Didn't your elementary school teacher give you moral education lessons? Ning Chen said angrily, raising his hand and slapping her again. Bang! After these blows, He Hu's face looked like a pig's head, with blood flowing out of his mouth and nostrils. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll give you the money. I'll give it to you. Master, please stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me. He Hu was in excruciating pain and quickly begged for mercy. Okay, this is compensation for mental damage. Next, let's calculate the compensation and tuition fees. Ning Chen said seriously. Compensation. Tuition. He Hu was stunned, his whole body twitched, and his face was numb. When he heard the words compensation and tuition, his eyes were full of surprise and dullness. Yes, compensation. And tuition. Ning Chen raised his hand and pointed at the ping-pong table, and said coldly, see, in order to show you authentic Chinese kung fu, I taught you on the spot, it was very hard, and there is a piece of stone slab missing from the table. Shouldn't you compensate me and pay the tuition? When the gangsters lying on the ground heard Ning Chen talk about compensation and tuition fees, they felt a pang of heartache and the expressions on their faces were as wonderful as they could be. Damn, didn't you check the almanac before going out today? How could I have encountered such a tough guy? Moreover, this tough guy not only defeated them all cleanly and neatly, but also stepped on their Black Tiger boss and started extorting money from him. The Black Tiger roamed around the West City area of Shanghai, doing all kinds of bad things, showing off its power and doing all kinds of evil. How could it have ever suffered such humiliation? He struggled desperately, but the more he struggled, the harder Ning Chen stepped on him. He felt so much pain that he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Words came out of his mouth one by one, Master Dao. Master Dao. Don't do this. I have already promised to compensate you 70,000. What else do you want from me? Ning Chen slapped him again, hard on the face, knocking out several of his teeth, and said coldly, I haven't finished what I'm saying yet, who told you to interrupt? I tell you, the compensation and tuition fees can't be reduced by a single cent. First of all, the compensation. I just saw this ping-pong table made of a large stone slab. The material of the stone slab is quite special. It should be Italian silver grey marble imported from abroad. I estimate that such a piece will cost at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Let's count it as 20,000 yuan. In addition, I just taught you Chinese kung fu, and you all learned it very seriously. You all lay on the ground one by one, and your attitude was good. I will charge you less. Well, I will count it as 10,000 yuan. So all added up, it's not much, 100,000 yuan. Bring 100,000 yuan here, and you can get out. Upon hearing this, He Hu and this group of bullies were about to faint from anger on the spot. Damn it! A large group of people came rushing to deal with this stinky Taoist priest, but unexpectedly, they were tricked by him. Not only did they get beaten up, but they also had to pay 100,000 yuan in compensation. Feeling Ning Chen's foot stepping on him harder and harder, He Hu could no longer hold on and begged, okay. I'll pay. I'll pay. Taoist priest, please spare my life, Taoist priest, please spare my life. Ning Chen smiled and said, if you had such a good attitude earlier, you wouldn't have to do this. Hurry up and give me the money. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. If you give me 100,000 yuan, I will ask Director Chen of the welfare home to post a notice, and treat this money as a donation from you kind-hearted people in society. In his heart, He Hu cursed Ning Chen, the stinky Taoist priest, 1,000 times, and thought to himself, I am your damn social philanthropist. Damn, I'm a gangster, how could I possibly donate to a welfare home? If this gets out, won't my colleagues laugh at me? But now, with Ning Chen's hand firmly in his grasp, how could He Hu dare to say no? Hurry up! Ning Chen shouted and let go of He Hu. He Hu nodded his head like a garlic falling down. Master Dao. Master Dao. Don't worry, I will go and collect the money right away. Give me some time, let me collect the money. Ning Chen grabbed the slate and snorted, hurry up, and called to raise money. I'll give you 5 minutes, oh no, 3 minutes. If you can't raise the money, your head will explode, and I'll invite you to come and admire your own brains. He Hu was so frightened that his scalp went numb. He took one look at the stone slab in Ning Chen's hand and trembled all over. The gangsters and bullies present struggled to get up and supported each other. When they saw the slate in Ning Chen's hand, they were trembling with fear. There was no way. They were just knocked away by this stone slab, and feces and urine flew everywhere. It was simply the fear of being dominated by the stone slab, lingering in my heart and unable to dissipate for a long time. He Hu nodded repeatedly, and shouted at the gangsters with tears on his face, those of you who have money on you, take it out. Those who have money in their phones, transfer it quickly. Pay me more. At this moment, the sound of fighting was heard outside. Dean Lao Chen rushed out and his face turned pale when he saw the scene. He originally thought that Ning Chen was beaten by this group of thugs and bullies, but he didn't expect that it was Ning Chen standing there, and the one who was beaten black and blue and unrecognizable by this group of thugs. Good God! Old Chen gasped and rubbed his eyes hard, he simply couldn't believe what he saw. Chapter 35, A Severe Setback. Old Chen came to Ning Chen tremblingly and asked tremblingly, Ning Chen, what's going on? Did you fight with them? You are not injured. Ning Chen smiled calmly, Grandpa Chen, I'm fine. You came just in time. Did you see these people? They are all kind-hearted people in society. They just exchanged martial arts with me. I taught them on the spot and showed them a few moves. They were very moved and wanted to donate money to support our Golden Apple Welfare Home. It's really hard to refuse such kindness. Grandpa Chen, quickly bring the QR code for payment. Don't reject the enthusiasm of these kind-hearted people. Love, caring people. Old Chen was stunned. He would never believe that this group of vicious and ferocious people could be caring people in society. However, since Ning Chen said so, and now He Hu and these gangsters and bullies have taken out their mobile phones and are willing to scan the code to pay through various methods such as WeChat and Alipay, Lao Chen had no choice but to take over the QR code of the welfare home's public donation account. He kept saying, thank you. Thank you everyone. On behalf of the Golden Apple Welfare Home and those children, I want to express my gratitude to you. After saying that, he bowed deeply to He Hu and his group. He Hu was so angry that he wanted to curse, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. These hooligans and bullies are all extremely frustrated. Just think about how they punched the Nanshan nursing home and kicked the Beihai kindergarten, but now they are scanning the code to pay at the door of the welfare home. They were all covered in dust and dirt, how miserable they looked. Finally, these dozen people raised 100,000 yuan. When Ning Chen saw that 100,000 yuan had arrived, he couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand and said, thank you all for your donations. When you become rich in the future, don't forget to do more useful things for society, do more charity, and make the world full of love. 10,000 alpacas were running through He Hu's heart, but he dared not say a word. Ning Chen looked at the group of people and said, all right, you all should leave now. After hearing these words, He Hu and these gangsters and bullies finally felt relieved and ran away quickly, supporting each other and running as fast as they could. Seeing this, Lao Chen touched his head, looking puzzled, wondering what was going on with Ning Chen. This group of people are obviously a bunch of street thugs and bullies. At this moment, the handyman uncle, the cook auntie and Fang Qinyan also came over and asked Ning Chen what happened. Ning Chen sighed, it's true that there are still many good people in this society. Even those bad people, after being influenced by me and after I promoted the values of a harmonious society in the new era to them, they all turned over a new leaf and performed charitable deeds. No one was willing to believe it, but they didn't dare to ask too many questions. After all, they have received another 100,000 yuan in donations, and Lao Chen and the others are very happy. Back at the welfare home, Ning Chen continued to eat with the children. At this time, Fang Qinyan came over, patted Ning Chen on the shoulder, and said coldly, have you finished eating? Come with me after you finish eating. After saying that, Fang Qingyun walked into a library in the welfare home and waited for Ning Chen there. Director Chen and the others might not be clear about what happened just now, but Fang Qingyun was at the door of the welfare home and saw it clearly. At that time, she was about to take action to stop those gangsters and bullies, but she didn't expect that Ning Chen was so powerful. She is a criminal police officer. If there is any need to intervene in such fighting, it should be done by the police officers in the welfare home. It is not appropriate for her to interfere. She had always had a doubt in her mind, and now was the time to have a good talk with Ning Chen. On the other side, He Hu and more than a dozen thugs and bullies left the welfare home in defeat and returned to their van. Wang Quanfeng, who was sitting in the Porsche, had no idea what had just happened. Now suddenly seeing this group of brothers injured and disabled, it is so miserable. Especially He Hu, whose mouth was full of blood bubbles and whose face was beaten into a pig's head. He was horrified at the time and quickly asked He Hu, "Boss He Hu, what is going on? With so many of you, can't you deal with that stinky Taoist priest? Or does that stinky Taoist priest have helpers?" He Hu shook his head, his face livid, and shouted at the brother driving the van, "Go! Go! Go first!" He then sat down painfully on the seat of the Porsche and said with difficulty, "Let my brothers take care of the wounds first. This is not a place to stay for long. That guy is not easy to deal with. Mr. Wang, you should ask for help from someone else." "Ask for help? What do you mean?" "Boss Black Tiger, I have great confidence in your ability to get things done. Please don't mess this up for me." Wang Quanfeng had a cold expression on his face. He Hu was now extremely angry and irritable, with a nameless rage in his heart. He said unhappily, "Boss Wang, do you think I want to mess things up? The little stinky Taoist priest you asked us to deal with is a master of kung fu and has great strength. He is simply a damn evil god. You have done a terrible harm to me and these brothers. Not only did we get beaten up, but we also had to pay 100,000 in compensation." Upon hearing this, Wang Quanfeng shrank his neck in horror and said in a trembling voice, "What? You were all beaten by him? That little stinky Taoist priest is so powerful." He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "He Hu, don't worry. I will make up for the 100,000 yuan you lost. I will also arrange for the medical expenses and nutrition expenses of the brothers. Since that little Taoist priest has some skills, let's go back first and settle the score with him later." The anger in Wang Quanfeng's eyes gradually faded, replaced by murderous intent. He knew that Ning Chen, the stinky Taoist priest, was not easy to deal with. However, the stinky Taoist priest had snatched away the woman he liked and scared him half to death. Now, his fighting spirit was severely dampened. So he had to do everything he could to make the stinky Taoist priest disappear from this world forever. In the library of the welfare home, Ning Chen finished his meal, walked over with a smile, looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, and said, "Sister Xiaoyun, what do you want to see me for? Do you have something to tell me in private?" Fang Qingyun said with a cold face, "Who wants to whisper to you? Let me tell you, I saw everything you did at the gate of the welfare house just now. Humph, you are really good at it, you little Taoist priest. Why don't you practice in the mountains instead of coming down to fight?" Ning Chen looked aggrieved. "I am wronged. Am I happy to fight? If I don't teach those hooligans a lesson, what if they rush into their welfare home and bully the children?" Fang Qingyun snorted coldly, "You still think you're worried about those bastards bullying the children? Now that you've beaten them up like that and extorted a sum of money from them, do you think they'll just let it go?" Ning Chen shook his head, then nodded, "Maybe not, maybe. Who cares? If they dare to come for revenge, I will still slap them away with a stone slab." Chapter 36. Hold your thighs tightly. Fang Qingyun said unhappily, "You little brat, are you addicted to fighting? Are you going to stay in the welfare home all the time? Who knows when those street bullies will come back?" In the welfare home, except for Grandpa Chen and the uncles and aunts, there are only a bunch of children. If you don't think about yourself, you have to think about them. Ning Chen was unhappy and pouted his lips and said, "Your words don't sound like something a criminal police officer would say. I am here to uphold justice and eliminate evil and promote good. If they really dare to cause trouble, you, as a police officer, should arrest them and punish them as they should be punished." After hearing what he said, Fang Qingyun was speechless. Thinking about it, it made sense. But she was still worried, because those gangsters were like a time bomb, and she never knew what evil things they might do. Forget it, forget it. I won't say anything to you. I'll contact the local police later and ask them to keep a close eye on the Golden Apple Welfare House to prevent those evil people from doing evil. Ning Chen smiled and said, "That's right. I have my folk methods, and you have your official methods. Can we still be afraid of those evil forces? Okay, don't be too happy too soon. Anyway, you should be careful about what happened today. Those villains will never give up and will definitely come to trouble you again." Ning Chen smiled and said, "Sister Xiaoyun, I have to hold your thighs tightly." Fang Qinyan blushed, subconsciously looked at her long legs in tight jeans, and snorted coldly, "What do you mean? Why do you want to hug someone's thighs for no reason? You are a hooligan." Ning Chen's face was dark. "What do you think? I mean, I have to please you and curry favor with you. With you as a criminal police sister, I won't be afraid when I meet bad guys in the future." Fang Qinyan asked in confusion, "Come on. Oh, by the way, where did you learn that set of kung fu just now?" Ning Chen smiled and said, "I am a Taoist priest who came down from the mountains. I can cure illnesses, exorcise demons, catch ghosts, and do feng shui and fortune telling. Of course, I will also learn some kung fu to protect myself. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very dangerous to walk in the martial arts world?" Fang Qinyan didn't say anything. She always felt that this brat was quite weird and had a certain tendency towards violence. Fortunately, what he had just done was indeed to eliminate evil and promote good. The two chatted for a while, and Fang Qinyan received a phone call. She picked up the phone and a look of annoyance appeared on her pretty face. "Aunt, please stop trying to persuade me. I don't want to date now. I'm already very busy with things in the criminal police brigade, and I have to do volunteer work on my days off. How can I have the time to talk about love? Besides, the blind date you found for me is too unreliable." A middle-aged woman's voice came from the phone. "Xiaoyun, I'm doing this for your own good. Look, you're already a grown-up girl in your 20s. If you stay at home all the time, even though your aunt and I and your uncle are willing to support you and live with you, it will be inconvenient to go out and come in. Besides, you should get married at your age. Your job is so busy, and a year has passed in a flash. Do you have to wait until you're 30 or 40 to consider marriage?" Fang Qinyan was even more irritated after being lectured by her aunt on the phone. "Okay, aunt, I know my limits. You just feel that I am an eyesore and uncomfortable living at home. I will look for a house outside in the next 2 days. Once I am settled, I will move out." "Xiaoyun, look at what you're saying. Is it easy for your uncle and I to raise you? Why are you becoming more and more disobedient? Is the issue I'm talking to you about whether you should live at home or not?" Fang Qinyan muttered unhappily, "Aunt, I know what you mean. I will never forget the kindness you and uncle have shown me in raising me, and I will definitely repay you well. But I want to make my own decisions about my personal affairs, okay? You kid, you still make your own decisions. Humph, the older you get, the more stubborn you get. If I had known earlier, your uncle and I should not have taken you out of the orphanage and let you fend for yourself. It's because of your deceased parents that we have taken good care of you all these years. Anyway, this afternoon, go to the Red Romantic Cafe to meet your brother Wang. You have to go whether you want to or not. Otherwise, don't recognize your aunt and uncle, and we won't have a niece like you. Okay, that's it." Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up. Fang Qinyan put away her phone, scratched her hair in frustration, and looked melancholy. It turned out that she left the orphanage because she was adopted by her uncle and aunt, and she has been living in her uncle and aunt's home ever since. Now that she has grown up and become a young lady in her 20s, her uncle and aunt are arranging her marriage and have introduced her to many potential partners. But she was very proud and looked down upon any of the candidates introduced to her by her uncle and aunt. And this time it was even worse. Her aunt and uncle ridiculously introduced her to an old man in his 40s, saying that he was well off and boasted to her without considering her feelings at all. "Sister Xiaoyun, why are you so sad? Who called just now?" Ning Chen asked with a smile. "It's your business," Fang Qinyan said unhappily. "Look at what you said. We are childhood sweethearts, and now we are destined to meet again after a long time. If you encounter any troubles or problems, just tell me, maybe I can help you solve them," Ning Chen said with a smile. These things at home had made Fang Qinyan depressed for a long time, and she had no one to confide in. Now that Ning Chen asked her this, she told him all her grievances and the whole story. Ning Chen smiled and said, "Isn't that all? After all, your uncle and aunt raised you to this age, you have to be obedient. Don't make them sad. If they ask you to go on a blind date, just go. If you feel uncomfortable going alone, I'll go with you. You'll go with me. Fang Qingyun rolled her eyes. Come on. Bringing a little Taoist like you to a blind date will probably make people laugh at you to death. Ning Chen said, what's the big deal? Nowadays, there are so many people wearing ancient costumes and Chinese clothes. My outfit is not too different, right? Besides, you are the one on the blind date, not me. I am just accompanying you. Oh, I don't even have to sit at the same table with you. Is that okay? Fang Qingyun thought to herself that it was indeed too boring and uncomfortable to go on a blind date alone, and she would feel a little better with Ning Chen's company. So she nodded and said, okay. When the time comes, you just stay aside. I will meet the man I met on the blind date and explain everything to him as soon as possible. Ning Chen made an okay gesture. Next, the two helped out at the welfare home for a while and worked as volunteers for a few hours. At about 4 o'clock, they said goodbye to the children, waved goodbye to Director Chen and the uncles and aunts, and walked out of the welfare home. On the roadside, Ning Chen stopped a taxi and got in with Fang Qingyun. Soon, the two arrived at the Red Romance Cafe. Red Romance. This name is so rustic. Fang Qingyun complained unhappily after getting out of the car and walking towards the coffee shop. Chapter 37 Blind Date. As soon as Fang Qingyun walked into the Red Romantic coffee shop, she was stunned and her eyebrows were twisted together. Where is this place? The people who come here to drink coffee are all middle-aged people. It is simply a gathering place for uncles and aunts. Fang Qingyun had no choice but to bite the bullet, find the phone number of the middle-aged man her aunt had sent her, and call him. At this time, in the middle of the cafe, a middle-aged man in a suit took out his mobile phone and answered the call. Hello. You are Miss Fang, right? Yes, I am Wang He, and Aunt Fang introduced me to you. Where are you now? This middle-aged man spoke in a loud, chattering voice. Fang Qingyun immediately noticed the man in the cafe and said with her phone in hand, I saw you. She quickly hung up the phone and walked towards the middle-aged man Wang He. Wang He was stunned at first, then he saw a young girl walking towards him. His eyes suddenly lit up and he looked Fang Qingyun up and down. When Wang He saw this tall, beautiful girl, his eyes almost popped out of his head with excitement. He quickly straightened his suit, rubbed his hands nervously, and extended his hand to Fang Qingyun who had just walked over, greeting her excitedly. Hello, you are Miss Fang, right? Aunt Fang showed me your photo, and I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person than in the photo. Out of courtesy, Fang Qingyun stretched out her hand, shook it quickly with Wang He, and then took it away. She sat down, waved, and called the waiter over, 2 cups of coffee, thank you. Seeing this beautiful girl actually take the initiative to sit down and order coffee, Wang He was so happy that he thought there was definitely hope. He had been on many blind dates, but he had never seen such a proactive girl. The key point was that this young and beautiful girl was more beautiful than any girl he had seen before, and had a great figure. When he thought that his spring had finally come. He never expected to be so blessed as to meet such an outstanding girl. He tried hard to calm himself, but his heart was already surging with excitement. He was like a chicken with its blood pumped up, and he swore that he would win over Miss Fang in front of him. Fang Qingyun got straight to the point and said calmly, Hello, Mr. Wang He. Wang He smiled and nodded quickly, and couldn't stop talking. Hello, Miss Fang. I heard from Aunt Fang that your name is Fang Qingyun, right? What a beautiful name, as beautiful as you are. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful, and your figure is top-notch. I guess you must exercise regularly. By the way, Aunt Fang introduced that you work in the police station. Do you do desk work or are you on duty outside to handle cases? Mr. Wang, stop. Stop. Fang Qingyun made a stop gesture and continued, Mr. Wang, let me first say that there is no possibility between us. This time I invited you to have coffee, and let me make it clear to you that my family forced me to go out for a blind date, and I have no plans to get married right now, so I apologize if I have wasted your time. Upon hearing this, Wang He's face changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, It's okay. I know that young girls like you must be a little shy and reserved when you go out on blind dates. Don't worry, I'm older than you, and I will definitely tolerate and accommodate you in every way. It's not a question of whether to be tolerant or not. I came here just to give an explanation to my aunt and let her know that you and I had a blind date. But we shouldn't waste each other's time. I'll leave after I finish my coffee. Fang Qingyun said in a deep voice. Wang He was slightly startled. He lost his wife a few years ago and had no children. Now he was doing a booming seafood business, so he always thought that with his current conditions, it should not be a problem for him to find a beautiful woman. Of course, he would definitely look for a young girl, preferably one who had never been married. When Aunt Fang introduced Fang Qingyun to him before and talked about her situation, he liked her very much. Now that he has seen her in person, he likes her even more. But now, what does Fang Qingyun mean? This little girl actually said that she would leave after drinking the coffee. Wasn't she deliberately playing a trick on him? Do you think I'm too old and not handsome enough? Wang He asked calmly, adjusting his suit and bow tie. Fang Qingyun shook her head and said, You misunderstood. After hearing this, Wang He's depressed mood improved a lot. He thought that a beautiful and lovely young girl like Fang Qingyun would like handsome guys. After all, most young girls nowadays attach great importance to the appearance of men, especially those girls who are not very worldly wise and like to dream of Prince Charming and Princess. Now he realized that Fang Qingyun in front of him was probably not that kind of girl. So Wang He's self-confidence instantly increased a lot. In fact, he had no idea that Fang Qingyun didn't care at all about his age or what he looked like, because she never looked at Wang He much from beginning to end. She just wanted to go through the motions and leave quickly. But Wang He misunderstood and thought there was a chance. He quickly adjusted his mindset and began to speak non-stop. Ms. Fang, since you have entered society and started working, you should be able to deeply understand that in today's society, the most important thing for men is ability and making money. If you don't have money, everything is empty talk. My business is doing pretty well now. I provide fresh seafood to several large restaurants in Shanghai. I have a very good relationship with those big bosses. Now I can make at least 2-3 million yuan a year, and at most 5-6 million yuan. In addition, I bought a house in Shanghai 10 years ago, and now I have also replaced it with a BMW 7 Series. If you follow me, their house, car and so on will not be a problem. Perhaps my only flaw is that I'm more than 20 years older than you. But these days, age isn't a problem, and height isn't a distance. As long as we get along well, I think we're still a good match. Fang Qingyun didn't really listen to what Wang He said. She was just wondering why the ordered coffee hadn't arrived yet. So she turned her head and looked towards the front desk, but didn't see the waiter. Instead, she saw Ning Chen sitting at a table by the window not far away, drinking coffee leisurely, glancing at her from time to time, with a teasing look in his eyes. Fang Qingyun suddenly calmed down, thinking that she was suffering here, but Ning Chen, you little brat, was enjoying a cup of coffee over there by yourself, looking so comfortable. It was really infuriating. By the way, Miss Fang, did you hear what I just said? Wang He was a little anxious. After all, he was a boss. With his qualifications, he would definitely be at an upper middle level if listed in Shanghai. If he didn't have such high standards, he would have been surrounded by women in droves. Oh, Mr. Wang, go ahead and talk. I'm listening. Fang Qingyun nodded quickly out of politeness.